Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objections, the meetings are authorised. Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move a motion to discharge the Defence Amendment Bill 2025 from the notice paper.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the motion as circulated.
Oh, Senator Mackenzie, you seeking the
I
floor?
seek leave to speak to the motion. I don't need...
No, you don't need leave.
Motion. Well, at long last, we've finally got the Labor Party here doing the right thing, doing what this chamber sought to do when we last sat. Sought to give the respect that our veterans community needed prior to Remembrance Day, when Senator Pocock and others moved a motion to discharge this incredibly bad bill from the notice paper. And you know what the Labor Party did? Stood up and fought it every step of the way. They knew it was a friendless bill then, but they could not give our veterans community the respect that they deserve from discharging this bill prior to gathering on Remembrance Day. And even as late as last week, Minister Keogh was trying to resurrect this bill, trying to move amendments with the Shadow Minister Darren Chester, who's done an amazing job standing with our veterans community, consulting with them and not taking a backward step when it comes to showing our veterans community which side of Parliament stands with their service for our country, and that is the Liberal and the National parties. Minister Keogh has finally realised what the opposition and veteran community have been saying from day one, that this bill is completely unwanted, unsupported and indefensible, that somehow you can put a time frame on recognising service in our ADF in foreign shores. The Senate had a chance to end this debacle when we last sat, and yet, as I recall, when we stood up, when Senator Pocock stood up to speak, when Senator Shoebridge stood up to speak, and when myself stood up to speak to discharge this bill from the notice paper, the Labor Party took every single opportunity it could to stop us from speaking, to stop us from standing up for our veterans community. And it's great to see Senator Pocock and Senator Shoebridge here to celebrate the Labor Party finally coming to its senses. And the question has to be, why today, when we've already put a notice on the notice paper to discharge the bill tomorrow? Why not just let the Senate do its work? Senator Chisholm runs in to do the Prime Minister's bidding to discharge the bill. Where were you last time, Senator Chisholm? Didn't see you standing up to discharge this bill. It's another example of the hubris, the hypocrisy and the arrogance of this government when it comes to standing with our veteran community. Even as late as last night, I was at church over in Reid at St John's, and a member of our veterans community came up to me and said, "We have to discharge this bill. Please, Senator, can you help us?" So there is a lot of angst out there in the broader community about the Labor Party's failure to listen. And I want to congratulate the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee for handing down its report into this bad bill, and for the Coalition's strong dissenting report into this bad legislation. I'm glad Minister Keogh spent the weekend reading the Coalition's dissenting report and has come to his senses overnight. Ex-service organisations and even the Independent Tribunal has repeatedly warned the government that this bill will be harming veterans' well-being, because it essentially says that the Australian government thinks that there is a time limit on service recognition. And we know that whether it is a decade, 2 decades, 4 decades, 5 decades post an incident in the theatre of war or in even peacekeeping duties, that our servicemen and women deserve to recognise that research uncovers deeds of valour and courage that need to be recognised. And particularly for the children and grandchildren of veterans deceased, the time limit, I think, was incredibly hurtful and harmful to their well-being. And yet Labor, despite hearing from veterans community, ploughed on regardless, very typical of their approach, dismissing the very people they claim to support. Now the government is clinging to this unsalvageable legislation by offering vague promises of more consultation. So it is very, very heartening today that they're here discharging this very bad bill, and it is incredibly disappointing and yet typical of their arrogance that they couldn't do that prior to Remembrance Day. And you know why? Simply because they didn't want this chamber to do its job, that somehow this chamber doesn't have the right to discharge bad legislation. And they tried every little technical trick in the book to stop the Senate doing what we're going to do this morning in a timely fashion. This bill is an affront to every Australian that has had the privilege and the responsibility to wear our uniform. It represents a betrayal of trust, a cynical attempt to remove the rights of veterans and their families to seek justice, recognition and independent review. This bill doesn't solve a problem, it creates one. And the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal, the very body targeted by this legislation, warned unequivocally that the changes proposed under the bill that we're discharging today, that these changes, and I quote, abolish and curtail current and significant rights of ADF members, veterans, their families and others to seek independent merit review of defence decision. Because we don't think the Defence Force, the Defence Department, is beyond being accountable to the Parliament, to the Senate chamber, and to be held responsible. We don't think that every decision Defence makes should be without question, and neither does our community. We fully support the motion to— You'll have your chance, Senator Shoebridge. You'll have your chance. We fully support the motion to remove this bill and urge the government not to inflict further damage by trying to revive it. We want this bill dead, buried and cremated so that our veterans, their families, know that this Parliament, this chamber, supports their efforts in the theatre of war. I do want to actually call out and congratulate the Shadow Minister, Darren Chester, who's done a mountain of work with our veterans community in actually working with them, doing the work with the crossbench to actually seek to highlight how negative this bill has been for our veterans community and to generate a groundswell of community support to get this bill off the notice paper to make sure it doesn't see the light of day. And the national campaign calling on Labor members to reject this bill received overwhelming support. Nearly 3,000 Australians signed on within a single week. It's not just the opposition, not just the Greens or the crossbench that think this bill is bad. It's everyday Australians also think this bill is negative. Let veterans, ADF personnel and their families be in no doubt. If the government attempts to bring this legislation back, we will fight it every step of the way, and we will be supporting the discharge of this bad bill from the Senate notice paper, and let's hope it stays in the bin where it deserves to be.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Senator Chisholm and the government for moving this motion to withdraw this bill, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to further consultation, but I don't understand the urgency of this bill. This is a bad bill. This bill sought to strip veterans and defence personnel of their rights to appeal a decision to the Independent Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal. And it was done under the guise of supporting veterans and defence personnel. And I think that is a big part of the reason why the Senate has fought so hard against this bill. There are people that I represent here in the ACT who have a white card and are struggling to find a GP. And yet this is the legislation that this Senate is spending time on when it comes to veterans. We're having a Senate inquiry. We're spending time debating these things where we've had a Royal Commission and we've got veterans urging us to do more to support them and their families. And yet we're debating this bill. In the words of the chair of the tribunal, Mr. Stephen Skeel, in what parallel universe can defence even contemplate claiming that the well-being of its people is enhanced by stripping them of their present rights to challenge defence decisions that they believe wrongly deny them a defence honour or award? The bill works against the well-being of defence personnel, notwithstanding that defence says that it is imperative. No compelling reason was given as to why this bill was necessary. All we were told was that the tribunal had requested changes. But when we asked the tribunal, they told us. And here's another quote from Mr. Skeel. The committee should not be beguiled by defence's submission. It does not withstand critical analysis. For reasons that I will explain, the defence submission is deeply flawed. It contains errors of fact and errors of law, and perhaps more importantly, it is grossly misleading because of both what it says and, more particularly, what it fails to say. One of the troubling things about this bill is that there was absolutely no consultation on this bill. And I thank my Senate colleagues for sending a very clear message to the government that we expect you to go through a process of consultation before you bring forward legislation. Across 75 submissions made to this bill, just one submission supported the bill, and that was, of course, Defence's submission. The Minister did pop into an ex-service organisations roundtable to flag the bill, but that was apparently so cursory that they didn't even think to include it in the minutes of that meeting. It cannot have been a substantive debate. And when I asked people who were at the meeting, they couldn't even remember it. And when I asked the National President of RSL Australia whether he'd been consulted on the bill, he replied, no, not specifically to discuss this bill. I've had meetings with the Minister to discuss veterans issues generally. I think the only discussion I've had with the Minister in relation to this bill would have been by telephone, because I don't recall physically meeting in relation to this particular bill. This sort of bill makes our job difficult, but I would suggest it makes the government's job even more difficult. And I find it truly baffling that this was the priority bill that the government brought to the Senate for veterans in this term. The first bill. And instead of stripping people of their rights to review, I would really urge the government to focus on implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into veteran suicides. How much of Defence's resources have gone into this friendless bill and will continue to go into this friendless bill when you could be implementing the 100+ recommendations made by the Royal Commission? Here's just a few that I think should really be a priority. for this government. Recommendation 20, allowing victims of sexual violence in the Australian Defence Force to make a victim impact statement to the Service Tribunal. Recommendation 25, conducting a formal inquiry into military sexual violence in the ADF. There are 12 recommendations relating to sexual violence in the ADF. Implementing these should be a priority. That should have been the first bill that came to this chamber. Or how about recommendation 65, to ensure that the ADF is providing mental health screening to those who are at heightened risk of suicide? That seems pretty basic to me. These are the things that the government and the Senate should be working on. Recommendation 70, to improve the protocols for responding to a veteran experiencing a suicidal crisis so that it actually aligns with best practice. Recommendation 71, increasing the rebates paid through DVA so that veterans can actually get health care. Here in the ACT, as I said at the start, veterans are increasingly being turned away or being asked to pay a whopping gap fee. Let's focus on these. Let's focus on these and recognise the service of veterans and their families and actually work to support them. We have a recruitment and retainment crisis, and yet we're not looking after the very people who have put their lives on the line, who have sacrificed so much, them and their families, as they move around this country to serve the Australian people. There's so much that we could be doing. This bill ain't it, and I welcome the government withdrawing this, and I thank the Senate for their support.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, this is certainly a friendless bill, and it's an absolute embarrassment that it got to this. This bill should never have seen the light of day. And the fact that of the 75 submissions to our Senate inquiry into the bill, the only submitter supporting this bill was the Department of Defence, tells us everything that we need to know about the government's shocking failure to consult with ADF members, veterans and their families. And I was very pleased with Senator McLaughlin to hand down the Coalition's dissenting report into this bill after running an inquiry, which highlights the monumental flaws. How dare this government propose a time limit on the recognition of acts of bravery and courage and gallantry by ADF members and veterans within a period of 20 years. The words "we will remember them lest we forget" mean something. Those words honours all who serve or served our nation, including those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that future generations can live in peace and freedom. The courage and the bravery of our veterans are never lost to time. It is extraordinary that this bill sought to erase the recognition of acts of heroism and gallantry beyond a limited period of 20 years. This is so deeply offensive. It's also contrary to the expectations of Australians that the men and women who wore our uniform should be honoured for all time. Australians do not place a time limit on gratitude. They do not forget the sacrifice once the decades pass. Our national character is built on a solemn promise to remember always. And this bill breaks that promise in a way which is profoundly disrespectful. In our dissenting report, we made 2 recommendations: that this bill be withdrawn from the Senate notice paper, which is consistent with the Coalition's position supporting the motion by Senator David Pocock and others. And we also recommended the Australian government does not seek to make any changes to the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal unless such changes are requested or supported by the Tribunal and key stakeholders. And I have to say, I do want to refer to the media release put out by Mr Keogh, the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Minister for Defence Personnel, late last night when the government flagged it would be moving this motion rather than wait till tomorrow when it was listed to be removed from the notice paper. And I cannot believe, and I condemn the minister, because he said it's unfortunate that following introduction of the bill, the opposition engaged in an inflammatory misinformation campaign instead of engaging constructively with the government about its concerns or areas for improvement. This minister has a keen ear to the deep concerns of ADF members and veterans right across this country. If he had bothered to listen to anyone, he would know that this is a dog's breakfast, that this bill cannot be fixed. And that is why there's overwhelming support in the Senate to remove this bill, and hope that it is removed forevermore. And so we are also strongly recommending that any changes, and I say that as the Deputy Chair, as the Chair, the Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee and the Chair of the References Committee. And we've recommended that such changes that the government is now saying it wants to consult further, that there should be no changes unless they are requested or supported by the tribunal and key stakeholders. So we've heard in this debate from Senator McKenzie and Senator David Pocock how flawed this bill is, how there was no consultation, and that this bill should never have seen the light of day in this parliament. But I really do want to address one particular issue in the committee's government majority report, which seeks to mischaracterise the chilling impact the bill would have on the recognition of historic cases of heroism. So in the committee's majority report, it states, the committee notes that the cases of Teddy Sheehan VC and Private Richard Norton VC have received significant public attention. The committee acknowledges that Defence would retain the ability to review applications for historical defence honours and awards. Further to this, the bill would retain the provision that enables the Minister for Defence Personnel to direct the tribunal to undertake an inquiry. Now, this is a complete mischaracterisation of the ability of the Minister to conduct inquiries. And I want to make this very clear. Both Teddy Sheehan VC and Private Richard Norton VC were initially denied the awarding of the Victoria Cross, precisely because Defence rejected these nominations. So the attempt to now argue that Defence's internal review mechanisms would have been adequate undermines the very reason these cases required external scrutiny and review by the tribunal. Because we know that if this bill was ever to be passed by this parliament, cases like Teddy Sheehan and Private Richard Norton would be excluded from review by the tribunal. And I also want to pick up the committee's assertion in relation to the minister's powers, because the committee said the minister would continue to have the power to direct the tribunal to undertake an inquiry. Well, this contradicts the foundational purpose of the tribunal itself. The tribunal was established as an impartial expert body designed to independently assess gallantry and service, not to act at the direction or discretion of the minister of the day. Ministerial inquiries have historically been reserved for broader matters such as recognition of operations, units or campaign-wide issues. They have not been used to determine individual medallic recognition, principally because such decisions demand independence free from political influence. So I say shame on the government for not only recognising that it's made a monumental mistake, shame on the government for not consulting with the defence and veterans community, but shame on the minister for trying to completely distort what has happened here. And to accuse the opposition of misinformation is completely false, and he should hang his head in shame. The only one who's spreading misinformation with comments like that is the minister himself. And so I, of course, strongly support the removal of this bill from the Senate notice paper. It should have happened in the last sitting week of the Parliament. I regret that the government stymied and stalled to ensure that that didn't happen, and they've now come crawling back into the Senate to basically admit their errors. I do want to just briefly reflect on not only the gross lack of consultation, but I want to just reflect on the evidence of the Tribunal Chair, Mr Stephen Skehill, because his evidence was compelling. And he said, if this bill is passed by the Federal Parliament, the sole beneficiary of the bill will be the Department of Defence, which will no longer be accountable to ADF members and veterans, their families and their supporters for the most significant decisions it takes in relation to the defence honours and awards sought for ADF service. It appears that Defence regards its present obligation to explain and defend its adverse decisions as an unacceptable imposition. The unequivocal fact is that there is not a single provision in this bill that would generate any benefit for any ADF member or veteran, any of their ADF families or any of their supporters. What's far worse, with only one exception, is that every operative provision in this bill would work to the clear detriment of every ADF member and veteran, their families and their supporters, because their present rights to seek merit review of adverse defence decisions would be either totally abolished or very significantly curtailed. So this is a deeply offensive and profoundly disrespectful proposal, which diminishes the extraordinary sacrifice that every man and woman makes when they put on the uniform. And it's a very poor reflection on the government that this bill ever made its way into the House of Representatives. And I think as a result, the government and the minister have much hard work ahead to restore the trust and faith of ADF members, veterans and their families. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Deputy. I rise to say, well, thank God, thank the deity of your choice that the government has finally worked out that this was a bill with zero friends. So let's just think about the history of this bill. So a bunch of defence brass all sitting there polishing their shoulders are kind of a bit pissed that the members of the veterans community, serving members of the ADF, actually have an independent pathway to challenge their decisions. And the defence hierarchy loathes the very idea that their decisions can have any independent oversight, any independent scrutiny anywhere. And this Defence Tribunal's honours, this Defence Honours Tribunal has been sitting there for over a decade, overturning decisions of the defence hierarchy and being a place that veterans, their families, the community can go to challenge bad decisions by defence. And it happens with some procedural fairness. They follow the evidence, and time after time, bad decisions by defence leadership have been overturned by the tribunal because they've listened to the evidence, they've seen credible arguments put, and the gold brass in defence getting more and more agitated that there's this one place of independence in the system. So what do? Well, they somehow manage to persuade the department that, this tribunal should be gutted, its independence should be stripped. And then they then bring in this legislation through the minister's office to just try and quietly slip through a bill to tear away the independence of the tribunal, the one place that defence hierarchy can actually be held to account in the multi-billion-dollar scandal that is the Australian Defence Department and the ADF. And then, to the Labor Party's eternal shame, they just do what they always do when defence come in and ask for less scrutiny, more power and more cash. They just rubber-stamped it without even thinking. And, you know, to their eternal shame, every single Labor MP in the lower house voted through this bill to strip away veterans' entitlements, to strip away their ability to challenge bad decisions of the ADF. And the reason that the Labor Party all just rolled in to vote for it is because that's just what they do. Every time Defence asks for something, they just rubber stamp it without even turning their brains on. Well, thank goodness we've got a veterans community that's pretty engaged at the moment, because they turned their brains on, they looked at this bill and they said it's a stinker. And they said this to the government straight away. And what it turns out is that, well, and this is hardly a surprise, the government didn't even talk to the veterans community before they introduced this bill, and they pretended it was supported by the tribunal. And then when we finally hear from the tribunal says they think the bill stinks too. Totally stinks. Takes away the rights of families to bring applications to the tribunal to honour and respect their family members who served, puts in an arbitrary 20-year time limit on which you can bring applications to the tribunal, puts in an arbitrary 6-month time limit where you can challenge bad decisions by Defence. And guess who they talked to before they brought this bill in? Well, a bunch of largely blokes with brass on their shoulders who thought this was a great idea, removing any independent challenge to their decisions. And they got their legislation and they got it through the Labor Party, and Labor Party put their rubber stamp on it. Majority of members in the lower house, Labor Party, put their rubber stamp on it. And then it comes here, and what's remarkable about this is that it's one of the first times the Senate has said no to another power grab from Defence leadership. One of the first times. And I want to give credit to every member of the Senate who's outside of the Labor Party who actually said, no, for once we're going to draw a line in the sand and not just give Defence leadership whatever they want every time they ask, no questions asked, and dud the veterans community in the process. Because it's a sign of at least some mild resistance to the endless power grab, the arrogance of Defence leadership who think they can just get whatever they want with no critical analysis being applied. And what did we hear from the veterans community? Well, Shannon Hennessy, the Chief Executive Officer of the Veterans Emergency Services and Police Industry Institute of Australia, which is actually much more often and neatly called VESPIA, made clear this at the public hearing that I participated in. Honours are an emotional thing. I think we can all agree on that. When we can start to put that pressure of timelines, what if we do find Grandpa's secret box of documents in the cupboard 20 years from now? That time limit's run out and we can't recognise the work that was done. How devastating is that going to be for the family, that they finally found it and now it's gone? We would certainly argue against those time limits. Well, how on earth was the government bringing a piece of legislation to try and make that happen? And the only answer is uncritical rubber stamping of yet another power grab from Defence leadership. Did they not think this through? Well, clearly they didn't. And Vespia also said that putting restrictions on who can appeal a decision, preventing grandkids, cousins, historians from being able to bring an application to the tribunal to recognise service was an incredibly bad decision with far-reaching negative implications. As Vespia wrote in their submission, this approach locks out important contributors. Many historic recognition cases have been uncovered by historians, extended relatives or advocates, particularly where no immediate family survives. Restricting eligibility risks silencing valid claims and entrenching inequity. But Defence leadership wanted it, you see. Defence leadership didn't want this ragtag bunch of people who could actually challenge their decisions in an open hearing before a fair-minded tribunal. What they loathed most of all was that the tribunal was independent and it could second-guess the decisions, the bad decisions of Defence. And anything they could do to narrow that independence was what they were willing to do. And again, I say, to Labor's eternal shame, again they rubber stamp another power grab from Defence leadership. And of course, this was the first major piece of new legislation about veterans brought into this parliament, and we had a royal commission into veteran suicides and what we heard, and it's woven through every recommendation in the Royal Commission, is that veterans need to be heard and they need to be seen and they need to be respected. And you shouldn't do anything about them without them. Talk to them, listen to their concerns and develop policy once you speak to veterans. That's really at the core of the Royal Commission recommendations. But as Ian Lindgren, the immediate past chair and advisor to the board of the Australian Peacekeeper and Peacemaker Veterans Association, said at the hearing, if we look at the recommendations from the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide, some of the key personnel-related issues were that we were to stop taking anything but a trauma-informed practice to veterans. And yet if we look at this bill and at the previous bill, which I mentioned a few moments ago, these things are just turned up. Well, turned up, surprised, traumatised, upset, agitated the veterans communities, and for what goal? Just to deliver on another power grab for defence leadership. That's the only purpose in this bill. This is why the Greens said in our dissenting report that the government should withdraw this bill as a statement of good faith with the veterans community. And I'm not going to take a cheap political shot at the minister doing that. I'm glad the minister has done it. Of course, it was just recognising the political reality that if the government didn't do it on their own motion today, the rest of the Senate, as my understanding is every single member of the Senate except for the government, was going to do it for them tomorrow on a co-authored motion from Senator David Pocock, myself on behalf of the Greens and the Coalition. So yes, I'm glad it's been withdrawn today. That at least brings to a certainty to the veterans community that this power grab will finally not happen, and it brings it forward 24 hours. But let's just be clear about this. The Senate was going to actually, for once, show some genuine independence and knock this thing on the head tomorrow anyhow, in a peaceful and non-violent way. And I'm just glad it came forward 24 hours.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Our veterans won. Our Australian Defence Force members won. People in the Army, the Air Force and the Navy. The government admits defeat on Defence Honours and Awards Amendment Bill, which has been discharged from the Senate notice paper. That's what this motion's about. This all started with a One Nation motion that I moved in the Senate to inquire into the honours and awards system. We supported the veterans who spoke so strongly at the inquiry and so well. They're a credit to our country, not only for their service, but for the way they stood up and explained their case. They earned my admiration yet again. They earned my respect yet again. And they based their submissions and their witness statements on data, gave us hard, concrete examples. And then the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal spoke in the inquiry and spoke clearly, strongly and with strong evidence. Then Defence ignored. Defence ignored. And the government ignored. You turned a deaf ear to it. So I want to thank the vets, the veterans, for your service, and again for standing up. I bet you never thought you'd have to stand up in your own country that you defended, but that's what you've done. Thank you so much for that. And with our political support, the veterans and the current serving members won. The veterans won. And I thank the Senate for that. I thank all the members of the Senate who backed us on this from the start. We are with you, veterans and current ADF members. We will continue to hold the Defence senior brass accountable to stop the senior Defence brass killing morale, killing the key to our Defence forces, and that is our mateship. The Defence top brass and the government are killing our Defence strength. Australia's security is One Nation's top priority. This amendment bill has to be discharged to maintain the morale of our gallant armed forces. And that means supporting our veterans and currently serving Australian soldiers in all the Defence forces. We will continue to support you. I support, and One Nation supports, this motion to discharge this bill, this horrific bill, from notice paper. The veterans won. The currently enlisted Australian Defence Force members won. One Nation, I want to make it very, very clear, One Nation is proud to serve our veterans and Australian Defence Force members. One Nation will continue to put Australia first.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also want to thank the government for withdrawing this terrible bill. We have heard from my Senate colleagues today just how disastrous this bill would have been for our veterans and our veteran community, how impactful it would have been on their mental health and well-being long after they've served our country overseas, trying to get the recognition they deserve. We've heard a lot this morning about the imposition of the 20-year time limit on reviewable decisions relating to a defence on a operational service or foreign award. To me, this has very serious implications for the rights to justice and procedural fairness. It is very problematic and unfair for our veterans who have given up their lives to serve our country and protect us and our children and our grandchildren. So Vice President of the Australian Commando Association, Steve Pulmore, pointed out, every case should be treated on its merits, regardless of when it occurred. And of course, the most famous case that we've heard about today with the Victorious Cross recipients Teddy Sheehan in World War II and Richard Norden in the Vietnam War, who would have been denied this recognition, all because their actions fell outside of the 20-year reviewable time limit the bill was seeking to introduce. So I'm really, really glad that this bill has been withdrawn today, because we are seeking to protect those rights to procedural fairness for the people who are willing to give up their lives for us. As the Vice President, Steve Pulmore, also of the Australian Commando Association, also pointed out, bravery and gallantry do not have use-by dates. And there are a number of operations, a very long list of operations that would have been cut off under this 20-year time limit, including Somalia, 1993, Timor-Leste, Iraq, the early years of Afghanistan, Bougainville, between 1997 and 2003. There are also 2,500 Vietnam veterans that are still fighting for the recognition that they feel they deserve. Regardless of how long ago that happened, they are still carrying the emotional and physical wounds of serving, of being conscripted and serving in Vietnam, and they're still fighting for those rights to recognition. Now, under this bill, which has been withdrawn, thankfully, they would not be able to have their appeals reviewed. It has a very real human impact. I want to share a story of a young veteran, served in the Reserve, Army Reserve, but he died while serving in the police force in Victoria in the year 2000. Now, his family just this year learned that he was eligible for an award, serving in the Reserve Army, but also dying while out on the beat serving Victorians. Now, had they knocked that back, he would have been denied that recognition and that ability to go to the tribunal and his family to see the recognition that their young son deserved. The other problem with this bill's 20-year time limit is the matter of which was raised by the Department of Defence about the poor record keeping. They felt that anything beyond 20 years lacked substantial evidence to be able to call into question, that people's memories would start to fade after 20 years. I'd put it to you that Anybody who serves overseas and is part of a significant event would find it very, very difficult to forget what happened that day. And the tribunal also noted in its evidence given at the hearing that actually they have no problem in finding the evidence that they need to be able to support their determinations. And sometimes the poor record keeping is not the fault of the veterans or the serving members, but in fact the Department of Defence. I heard a story of one person serving who applied for long service leave and the dates of when he started, and I think you'd remember the day that you first sign up to the Defence Force. It didn't align with the records that they have, and so he was fighting just to get recognised for his long service to the Defence Force, and under this bill he would have been denied that right. We've also heard about the proposed restriction on who would be eligible to apply for review at the tribunal. Some veterans really suffer with mental ill health or physical ill health, or they're off doing more training, or they're just unable to go through the appeals tribunal themselves, and they have advocates doing that for them, but under this bill they wouldn't have been able to do that. So I'm really pleased, again, that this bill has been withdrawn from the Parliament, because that would have only added stress and anxiety to the appeal process. The proposed six-month window was also unreasonably short. A lot of veterans weren't even aware that there was an appeals process until many, many years after their medal or award or honour had been denied. Many, many years. 6 months is not a long time, especially when you're struggling with your mental health. I was particularly interested in Clause 76 of this Defence Award and Honours Tribunal Bill. It said that the removal of an award or honour would be the political decision of the Minister under the Crown, and that this decision, this political decision, would not be able to be reviewed at this independent tribunal. Now again, I think that's a great failure of this bill and of the rights of our veterans to be able to seek the justice that they deserved. Now, I'm pleased that the government listened to the concerns of our colleagues over the past few weeks, because in the consultations that I heard during the hearing, 62 out of the 63 submissions were against this legislation. It wasn't even, we need these amendments. It was, I don't understand why this bill is going through. What is it trying to achieve? Only 4% of awards that are given by the Department of Defence are presented to the tribunal. So the workload is manageable, as the tribunal said in their evidence. Workload is absolutely manageable, and they are doing just fine on accessibility to evidence. So why was this bill going through in the first place? And to my colleague Senator Shoebridge's comments before, it's about scrutiny, it's about the power of bureaucracy, and it's about transparency. As the RSL stated in its submission, administrative convenience cannot supersede veterans' rights. We must be doing everything we can to lift the morale of the Australian Defence Force. They need to have the utmost confidence in the institutions of defence, knowing that they will be accorded due recognition for their service to our country. Serving members of the ADF and the veterans deserve access to an appeals process that is fair and reasonable. And so, again, I just want to thank the government. I want to thank Senator Pocock for bringing his motion in the last sitting period to have this bill taken off the notice paper. And I want to thank the veterans and all the service members of the ADF for doing everything they can to protect this country.
Okay, if there's no further speakers, the question before us is that the discharge motion moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clock.
Government business order of the day number 1, Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2 Bill 2025. Vote to be taken on the second reading amendment moved by Senator Orman-Payne.
Okay, so we have another question before us that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Orman-Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Senator Shoebridge.
It's my fault. I wasn't following what the matter was that was before the House. Can you just advise what the previous vote was on?
The question that I just put to the chamber was that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Orman-Payne be agreed to. There were no voices for the yes.
It was my fault of paying attention. I didn't understand that my colleague's second reading amendment was before the chamber. Could I ask that the question be recommitted? It may be that my colleague might seek leave to speak to it.
Seeking advice from the clerk. Senator Shoebridge, I will put the question again. So the question before us is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Orman-Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Okay, is the division required? If division is required, we'll ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Allman-Payne be agreed to. Those of that, the ayes will move to the right of chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Teller McKim. Yes? I appoint Senator McKim as the teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as the teller for the noes. Oh. Good to check. Okay, there being 14 ayes and 24 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. All right, the question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to change the law relating to family assistance, paid parental leave, social security, student assistance, youth training allowance and farm household support, and for related purposes.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, we're just shuffling the chair. But, call you Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that it be an instruction to the Committee of the Whole to divide the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes number 2 Bill 2025 to A, incorporate Schedule 5 in a separate bill, and B, add that the bill enacting words provisions for titles and commencement and a provision giving effect to the amending schedule. I gave notice of this motion on the 3rd of November and it is listed on page 17 of the notice paper. I move this motion to split Schedule 5 into a new bill with the intention that we will send it to an inquiry for examination. There has been no scrutiny of Schedule 5, which introduces an extremely punitive and highly controversial new power for the police minister to cancel someone's social security payments. And no, we're not talking about job seeker. We're talking about paid parental leave and single parenting payment. These changes warrant some very serious scrutiny. And I wanted to read a bit of the concerns that have been sent to us by the Law Council of Australia. And to quote, "We are concerned that this measure would deny individuals subject to an arrest warrant the right to presumption of innocence. An arrest warrant is not a statement of guilt, but merely an order that a person appears in court. That person should not be subjected to punitive action unless they have been found guilty of an offence." This is really concerning. This is yet another example of a government treating people receiving social security like criminals. Apparently, it's no longer important for the courts to determine guilt. Now we have the government making that decision by itself and stripping people of life-sustaining money before they have been put before a judge. And this should concern everyone in the community. This is another quote from the Law Council of Australia's letter. Schedule 5 may create further inequity and unintended consequences within our justice system with significant community impacts. The measure only affects people who are already living with poverty, and removal of social security payments will detrimentally impact their livelihood and access to housing. This measure could even make individuals more likely to commit crimes or further crimes to support themselves. This, combined with the potential of accused persons accessing benefits at shops or ATMs to provide police with evidence of that person's whereabouts, raises the question of whether it is rationally connected to its stated purpose of achieving community safety. So not only does it flip the presumption of innocence, but it may actually achieve the opposite of what the government is seeking. It may actually stop police from finding people, and it could force desperate people into committing crime to feed themselves and their families. So in fact, this could be detrimental to community safety. And that's not me saying it, that's the Law Council of Australia. Why not let us investigate that? Why are we pushing this through the Senate with no scrutiny? One more, another quote, and I think this one is particularly important. The unintended consequences of the bill will disproportionately impact marginalised groups, including First Nations people and people with disability. The Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee documented at length concerns that police responses to domestic violence in First Nations communities can involve misidentifying First Nations women as perpetrators rather than victim survivors. This results in action being mistakenly taken against people who are in the most need of protection. The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability documented similar concerns for people with disability, particularly First Nations women with disability. This underlines the risks of removing Social Security based on arrest warrants being issued rather than a process of facts being tested before a court of law where a guilty verdict is reached. And this is not just the view of the Law Council. This is the view of First Nations women's groups and disability representative organisations across the country who are asking this Senate not to pass this schedule today and to send an inquiry for further examination. Here is what People with Disability Australia had to say in a public statement. Stopping a person's payment before any court process has occurred risks leaving people without income, housing or essentials, and undermines the presumption of innocence that underpins our justice system. The Disability Royal Commission demonstrated that people with disability disproportionately experience high rates of contact with the criminal justice system, reflecting the broader criminalisation of disability and the lack of appropriate social, health and community supports. Commissioners also documented the significant barriers that our communities face when dealing with police, courts and other parts of the justice system. These findings show that even within a system designed to uphold due process, people with disability are often denied justice when their rights and needs are not properly understood or accommodated. We are also deeply concerned that communities traditionally over-policed and disadvantaged, including First Nations people with disability, would be at heightened risk under this amendment. Given such injustices already occur for our communities under judicial oversight, the risks are far greater in an administrative system where decisions can be made quickly without due process, evidence, legal representation or advocacy. This amendment was introduced without public consultation or adequate scrutiny. Changes that affect millions of Australians should be transparent and informed by those most impacted." End quote. And just finally, this one is also very important. This is from the Aboriginal Legal Service, New South Wales, ACT. Under this legislation, people's benefits could be stripped away simply because they are unaware police have issued a warrant for their arrest and without any opportunity to access legal help. The proposed amendments will inevitably have a greater impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are grossly overrepresented at every stage of the criminal process. Cutting off people's Centrelink payments will not only impact those individuals but put their children and families, too many of whom already live below the poverty line, at risk of homelessness and child removals. Such a controversial proposed legislative change should be the subject of considered consultation with community and legal experts. We call on the government to withdraw this proposal. I'm also gravely concerned about how this bill is going to impact children in our community. We have a duty to protect children in this place, and this fundamentally endangers children. The protections for children in this bill are so thin that they practically don't exist. On current reading, the Minister's Department has to seek advice on whether a decision the Minister makes would impact a person's dependence. But they don't actually have to consider that advice before they make a decision. They just need to have asked for the advice. And then if that advice said that it would be extremely detrimental to a child, they don't necessarily have to do anything for it. I'm sure the government would say that of course they will, but there's nothing in this legislation that actually ensures that they have to. They simply have had to sort advice. Yep, sort advice, away we go. And even if it comes back and said there will be detrimental impact on these children, they can, should they wish to, still choose to cancel a payment. The children who would be impacted by this bill are already the children who are in the most vulnerable living circumstances in the country. They are children who are living off of poverty-level payments. They are likely to be children living in remote parts of the country. No matter if someone is pursued for a serious crime, it is not fair, it is not proportionate, it is not reasonable, it is not ethical to put their dependents in harm's way or to leave them without the basic necessities of life. And I would urge my colleagues to spare a thought for the children who will be put in difficult situations before voting to speed this bill through with no scrutiny. And to the Coalition, I note in Senator Little's second reading speech on this bill, there were very significant concerns raised with Schedule 5. And Senator Little said that it is entirely inappropriate that the amendments weren't put to scrutiny in the committee process. Well, I'm presenting the Senate with an opportunity to actually send this to a Senate committee to have a look at it, to allow all of these organisations, the Law Council of Australia, groups working on the front line with First Nations women across the country, to actually have their say in providing feedback to the Senate ahead of a vote on this schedule. This deserves more scrutiny. I urge my colleagues to split this bill, and wanted to end by something that I thought really is worth repeating and thinking about, and that is Commissioner Holmes in the Robo-Debt Royal Commission and her comments on the way that we talk about people on welfare in this country. Government may argue it's a long bow to draw, but I think this kind of legislation actually does show that we're not serious about due process when it comes to people on welfare payments. We're willing to punish them, punish their children, if we deem that they are doing the wrong thing. And this is something we need to take seriously. We need to change the way we talk about this as a country. And so I urge the Senate to support this motion to split off Schedule 5 and send it to an inquiry.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Well, shame on Labor. Shame on you all, particularly Minister Plibersek, who is endangering families and who is completely disrespecting Aboriginal legal services, women's legal services. We know you fly the Aboriginal flag and think you're all deadly about it, but this is outrageous what you're doing. It's conniving, it's sly, and it's Merry effing Christmas to anyone out there on welfare that is going to be demonised.
Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Thorpe. I just note that if you would, but it's implied in that expression, so we just need to watch language in the chamber. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, that's how people are feeling about this piece of legislation, that you snuck a section in without any scrutiny. We have a letter with over 100 organisations signed up to, legal services, disability services, Aboriginal services, to say this is not okay. And then you side with the opposition, who you'd expect it from. You side with them to rush this through. Yeah, I'd be putting my head down in shame too, Minister. Shame. You have not even thought about this. And we know that your government continues to undermine democracy in this country. Accountability and transparency have gone completely out the window. You know, this is not about anything else but the cops' failure to find Desi. And you think by putting this into a bill is going to find Desi? By demonising all of those families and children just for one fella that you can't find? This bill is the latest example. Last minute, before passing this bill in the House, Labor quickly and silently snuck a whole new schedule into it, hidden in a broader government amendment, meaning that many members did not even realise this punitive change had been included. We're all caught by surprise. You didn't think we'd read the fine print. The proposed new Schedule 5 was not subject to scrutiny by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, which I sit on. You bypass a Human Rights Committee, and we're meant to scrutinise any legislation. Didn't even come to us. This is not an accident. Labor is trying to sneak these changes through because a proposed Schedule 5 on benefit restriction notices is actually an outrageous extension of police powers into the welfare system, the tax system and the workplace. Cops have no place in those systems. These changes would allow police to advise a responsible minister to cancel a person's concession card and social security payments where an arrest warrant exists against them. This would affect payments such as pensions, job seeker, youth allowance, family tax benefit and parental leave pay. This last-minute change is unrelated to other provisions in the bill and has been made as a knee-jerk reaction to the ongoing search for Desi Freeman. It is reactionary, poorly considered move from the government that will have dangerous consequences. It goes against several international human rights instruments. Shame on you, Labor. Do you care about human rights in this country? Or you just like violating them? It goes against what this country is meant to be about, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, amongst others. Like, how many human rights do you want to breach? What happened to the assumption of innocence until proven guilty? This brutal measure means that social security payments can be cancelled on the assumption that someone is guilty of a serious offence before they get their day in court. But what if they're not guilty? Has your government considered what consequences this could have for someone who is innocent? Cancellation of these payments will not just have consequences for the accused, it will hurt their families, children and dependents. It could mean that entire families, especially in our case, in our communities, one wage can feed a whole family, extended family. That means we can't afford rent, bills or food. This will lead to homelessness, poverty and child removals. But you love those, because you make money from our misery. We know how this vicious cycle ends. Instead of providing support services to those in need, Labor time and again criminalise people further and introduces harsher and harsher measures. We know who will be most affected by these changes: victims, survivors of domestic violence, children, disabled people, and of course, First Peoples in this country, particularly women. Under these powers, a woman fleeing an abuser could lose the only income keeping her and her kids safe. The proposed changes do not afford the person under warrant access to legal advice or an appearance in court before the cancellation of the payment. These are actually standard processes with the cancellation of Centrelink payments. Minister Plibersek and the police claim these measures will help catch people, but they have provided no evidence for this. Nothing. Cutting off income doesn't make someone easier to find, it makes them more desperate. And desperate people will do desperate things. It may push them to commit crimes to survive. Plibersek and the police put the broader community at risk with these measures. These changes are unacceptable. They're an unacceptable expansion of police powers. Giving police power to interfere in the social welfare system is very, very dangerous. This country is becoming more and more of a police state. And it happens one murky bill at a time. Honestly, what you fellas are doing, Labor, is worse than what the Coalition have done. Like, I don't know whether you're trying to be like them or what your goal is, but you continue to breach people's human rights in this country, and you should all hang your head very, very low. Even your own Jed Carney has called this out. She's very upset, I hear. She didn't want this to go ahead, but shows how powerful a backbencher is these days. Increasing police powers doesn't make our community safer. Police target us, criminalise us and kill us. We cannot let Labor get away with this sneaky, dangerous, brutal move. This is why today I will move an amendment to remove Schedule 5 from this bill. A broad alliance of civil society organisations is calling for this. Senate to oppose the entire bill unless Schedule 5 is removed from it. And I stand with them, and I call on every senator in this place, if you believe in human rights, then you should stand with them also.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move to speak in support of Senator David Pocock's motion to split this bill, and I want to associate myself with the comments made by Senator David Pocock and Senator Thorpe. The government has not given us a genuine explanation for why Schedule 5 is warranted and why it is so urgent. If Schedule 5 is so urgent that it needed to bypass a Senate inquiry, if Schedule 5 is so urgent that it warranted sneaking it into a bill in the House, then let us hear the explanation for that. As Senator Pocock and Senator Thorpe have said, there are over 100 experts who are urging the government to remove Schedule 5. It breaches people's human rights. It is contrary to the rule of law. And it is a piece of legislation that would make Donald Trump proud. Who would have thought that in 2025 a Labor government would introduce legislation that so egregiously tramples on people's human rights and the rule of law. But here we are. Shame on you. If the case for this schedule is so urgent and important, then stump up to Senate scrutiny and split it from the bill and send it off to inquiry and make the case for why it is justified to treat people on income support in this way. This is a government that went to 2 elections now saying that they didn't want to leave anybody behind, and yet they continue to punch down and disregard the rights of people on welfare in this country. We continue to see people's payments suspended unlawfully. We've had multiple instances of unlawful cancellations. In fact, this very bill is attempting to wipe away 30 years of unlawful income apportionment. It doesn't seem to matter what the department or the government does to people on income support. It doesn't matter how unlawful it is, there's always a get out of jail for free card. And yet if a person on income support misses an appointment or doesn't meet an obligation, a punitive obligation, a mutual obligation for which there is no evidence that it helps them get into employment, the government and the department comes down on them like a ton of bricks. And yet this same government and this same department won't put up for scrutiny a schedule that is so egregiously in contravention of people's human rights and the rule of law. And it's not just the crossbench saying it. The statement from academic and legal experts says they have a number of concerns with Schedule 5. It is a violation of the presumption of innocence and due process. It gives ministerial power without procedural safeguards or independent review. There is a lack of parliamentary scrutiny and consultation. There are disproportionate impacts for First Nations peoples as demonstrated in New Zealand. It has disproportionate impacts for victims of violence. It has incoherent federal-state arrangements without accountability. It will make possible severe harm to dependents, and there is international evidence that it demonstrates harm. Is that why the government didn't want this to go to an inquiry? Because there is evidence that already exists that says that this is harmful. The experts go on to say existing mechanisms are adequate and current safeguards are more protective. In other words, you don't need to do this. It creates an unacceptable precedent. Is the government seriously saying that 112 academic and legal experts are wrong? Is this, as Senator Thorpe has said, a quick fix for a police force that can't find one individual? And millions of Australians on income support pay the price for that. Again, shame on you. And as for the coalition, how can you get up in the House, in this chamber, and talk about concerns about process and support a bill with a schedule that has not been inquired into? This is your opportunity to stand up for fair process, to support Senator Pocock's motion, to split the bill and subject this egregious Schedule 5 to the scrutiny that it deserves. You can't stand up in this place and say that process needs to be followed and then wave this Schedule 5 through. I never thought I would see the day that a Labor government passed something so egregious. But again, here we are. punching down on refugees, punching down on people on income support, not looking after people who are desperate for secure housing. If you want to reduce crime in this country, lift people out of poverty. Make sure that our education systems are properly funded. Make sure that people have secure housing. Because continuing to punch down on people on income support in the multiple ways that you seem to find to do it is not making anyone safer. So again, thank you, Senator Pocock, for introducing this motion. Thank you to everyone on the crossbench who is standing against this appalling Schedule 5. And to the government and the coalition, I say, if you genuinely think that this will stand up to the scrutiny that it deserves, then support this motion and have the courage to send it to an inquiry to look into it, and let's see how lawful it actually is.
Minister, Senator Terrell.
Thank you so much. Look, once again, the government has denied true, genuine consultation on important legislation. It has denied the opportunity for stakeholders and experts to review or provide feedback. The government has deliberately added Schedule 5 of this bill after the Parliamentary Committee review was processed. Once again, the government is testing and undermining our basic rule of law. First, they tried to cut our freedom of information and keep access to information away from the public and our journalists. Now they're trying to ram through legislation to deny people the fundamental right to the presumption of innocence and procedural fairness. Schedule 5 would give government officials the power to strip social security benefits from a person subject to an arrest warrant, even though that person hasn't even been convicted of any offence at all. Just as the Law Council of Australia says, no one, even those charged with serious offences, should be subject to punitive action by the state unless they've first been found guilty of an offence by an independent, impartial and competent tribunal. Is the government really okay with stripping away Australians' ability to access justice? Taking food away from families in need, away from people that haven't even been convicted. This reform will create even more inequity and unintended consequences within our justice system, including the First Nations persons. We also know that misidentification often happens in cases of domestic violence, and Schedule 5 would only make this worse and punish victims for reporting, now adding the risk of the government ripping away their social security benefits. Experts expect Schedule 5 to not only erode our rule of law and presumption of innocence, but could also increase homelessness and risk family and community safety. Whatever happened to the Labor that stood up for the little guy, for fairness, and frankly for the basic rule of law? Schedule 5 should be separated from the rest of the bill, and the bill referred to a parliamentary committee for proper public scrutiny. I back Senator Pocock in this motion, and I think the crossbench are doing the right thing for the people of Australia and for the people that they represent. And it's just a shame that the majors aren't doing the same.
Thank you, and I've listened to those contributions. The government will not be supporting this contingent motion from Senator Pocock, and I'll run through a little bit about why that is. We do believe that it is important to deal with this issue as part of this legislation. I note that there were assertions that we had tried to sneak it in or do it post committee inquiry. That isn't the case. The original bill, without Clause 5, Schedule 5, had proceeded in the usual way. The government received advice around the need to seek a power like this once that piece of legislation had been considered by a committee. But I note that this was moved a couple of weeks ago, there has been briefings offered. There was a crossbench briefing, and I think Senator Thorpe and the opposition also had a specific briefing on Schedule 5, and others would have been provided if others had sought it. There was a genuine willingness to provide as much time or information as we could to explain why we believe this particular power, although very rarely used, I imagine, is required as part of a suite of responses to some of the issues in the social security legislative space. And it's not incorrect. That is correct. Well, I listened to you, Senator Thorpe. I listened to you in complete silence. I listened to you, even though I disagreed with a lot of what you said. I listened to you, and I think it's appropriate that I should be allowed to respond. So, in relation to some of the concerns that have been raised around the use of this type of power, I will deal with a couple of issues. Now, this can only be used if an individual has committed a serious violent or sexual offence and is on the run, that they should not receive a payment from the government in certain circumstances, and there are caveats on that even. So when the assertion is that this would apply to millions of Australians, that is not correct. It would apply to those who have committed a serious, violent or sexual offence and is on the run. Now, when they are no longer on the run, that is, that they are, known where they are and in touch with the authorities, that entitlement to that payment continues. So it is specifically for a period of time under very, very strict and specific purposes. So this idea that it's going to affect millions of Australians, entire populations of families and people who rely on income support is completely incorrect. And I don't accept at all the assertion from others that this government does anything other than treat people who are on income support respectfully, and indeed have increased payments since coming to government in excess of probably any other government in this time. So we have increased single parenting payment, we've increased job seeker, there's been significant indexation to all of the pensions. If I could just speak, please. It's going to be a very, very long bill. Yeah. Well, it'll be longer if you keep yelling at me. Commonwealth rent assistance. Again, no other government has increased Commonwealth rent assistance in the order that this government has. So I completely reject any assertion from those down there, that end of the chamber, that this government doesn't treat people on income support respectfully. That is absolutely what we do, and it's not only delivered through the income support system, it's through all the other work that we're doing, and Minister Plibersek is leading in the community services, in social services, and the work that Senator McCarthy is doing in closing the gap. So this is one limited power to be provided in those very specific circumstances. Now, I understand you all want to ensure that people are worried that it has more broader application, but it doesn't. Now, in the name, I think concerns were raised around children and the impact on children. And the way that Schedule 5 have been drafted, yes, they have to take advice from Services Australia on the impact, and under administrative law they have to consider that advice. So the assertions that they don't have to take that into account are simply incorrect as well. So they do have to actually not only get the advice, but consider that in any decision that they may take about removing access to a payment. So those concerns that were raised, again, that we're going to leave children without income support, are simply incorrect as well. Now, in addition to this, the Minister for Social Services has written to the Commonwealth Ombudsman to advise them that following a decision to issue a benefit restriction notice, they will be notified and provided with information that informed the decision, including the advice prepared by Services Australia. She has also invited the Ombudsman to report on the use of the measure and as part of their public annual report, noting the measure is intended to be used rarely. She has also undertaken to consult with the Ombudsman in the development of guidance and procedures to assist in the administration of the measure. Now, I have the letter here, if people are interested in me tabling that letter that has been provided and I think sent last week. And I'm happy to table that. I haven't shown it to people, so if people want to have a look at it before I table it, that's fine. But they are further commitments from the government about transparency and reporting of the use of benefit restriction notices, which should address, I think, some of the concerns that people have raised this morning. In order for a benefit restriction notice to be put in place, and I'll repeat this again because it is a very specific subset of individuals, there must be an outstanding arrest warrant and that they are a threat to the community. This is not going to have broad, widespread application because that situation does not occur in any widespread way. Now, if people are concerned about the use of the power, I think the commitments that the Minister for Social Services has given should address some of those concerns. Writing to notify about that she will report, or the Minister will report when that power has been used, provided with information that informed the decision, including the advice from Services Australia, also asking the Ombudsman to consider reporting on the use of the measure as part of their annual report, and consulting with the Ombudsman in the development of guidance and procedures to assist in the administration of the measure. This is a power that is needed. It is a power that would be very rarely used, but we believe with the processes that will be put around in place to manage that use of the power, it is one that is required under our social security legislative system.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the motion moved by Senator Pocock for an instruction to Committee of the Whole to divide the bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. No. Believe the ayes have it. No. Division required? Yep. Ring the bells. Lock the door. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Pocock for an instruction to Committee of the Whole to divide the bill be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I will appoint Senator Pocock for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. And David, I'm there in Greens as well. Hutchins Smith. There being 18 ayes and 24 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. We will now resolve into Committee of the Whole. I have to remember people's names. Okay. Shall I go? Mm-hmm. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Right. Yep. Seeking the call?
I can move.
Minister?
Have you moved government amendments on
sheets MM 100, numbers 1 to 10 by leave together?
Is leave granted?
Thank you. These amendments give full effect to our policy intent by providing for the automatic waiving of future small debts below the new threshold of $250 before those amounts are required to be formally raised as debts by Services Australia. They ensure the small debt waiver regime provides for these waivers consistently under the Social Security Act 1991 and the Students Assistance Act 1973. Specifically, the amendments insert a new Section 44A into the Students Assistance Act to ensure a computer program may be used for the purposes of administering the small debt waiver and small undetermined debt waiver provisions in the Student Assistance Act. This ensures the waivers can be administered in the same way as equivalent waivers under Social Security law. The amendments also ensure that childcare provider debts can continue to be recovered by setting off against a childcare service payment. This is due to the different debt processes involved with those payments, where debts are not usually raised until the annual reconciliation process has taken place. These changes, did I do the amendment? I had to do the EM. Where has it gone? here it is. I can do it at the same time. These are covered, I think, in the supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to those amendments that I just talked about, and I table those along with the letter that I referred to earlier, the letter from the Minister for Social Services to the Ombudsman. Done.
Thank you. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I seek leave to table a document as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Yes.
It's a statement from academic and legal experts.
Yep. Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We, the undersigned academics and legal experts, call on the Australian Government to immediately remove Schedule 5 from the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 2, Bill 2025. In doing so, we add our voices to a building coalition of anti-poverty advocates, legal services, human rights experts, disability representative organisations and senators who also strongly oppose this amendment. Schedule 5 was added to the bill on the 28th of October 2025 without prior announcement or any public consultation. This schedule allows state, territory or federal police to, in relation to individuals with outstanding warrants for serious violent or sexual offences, lodge a request with the Minister for Home Affairs to have that person's social security payments and concessions under the Social Security Act 1991, family assistance payments under the new tax system, Family Assistance Act 1999, and parental leave pay under the Paid Parental Leave Act 2010 cancelled. The revised explanation memorandum to the bill states the objective of this measure is to ensure people who are subject to an outstanding arrest warrant for a serious offence can no longer be supported through the Social Security and family payment systems. This represents a dangerous departure from fundamental legal principles that underpin Australia's social security and criminal justice systems. And I'll just summarise the concerns with relation to Schedule 5, including the violation of the presumption of innocence and due process, ministerial power without procedural safeguards or independent review, lack of parliamentary scrutiny and consultation, disproportionate impacts for First Nations peoples as demonstrated in New Zealand, disproportionate impacts for victims of violence, incoherent federal-state arrangements without accountability, possible severe harm to dependents, international evidence demonstrates harm, existing mechanisms are inadequate and current safeguards are more protective, and an unacceptable precedent that this government is going down. The position of over 100 organisations who have major concerns with this Schedule 5 are saying that we, the undersigned academics and legal experts, call on the Australian Government to immediately remove Schedule 5 from the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 2 Bill 2025. We support proper parliamentary process. If the government believes such powers are necessary, Schedule 5 should be removed from this bill and introduced as separate legislation, subject to full public consultation with affected communities, legal experts and welfare organisations, comprehensive parliamentary inquiry and scrutiny, a detailed human rights assessment and consultation with state and territory governments. We oppose the establishment of a two-tier justice system that strips welfare recipients of the basic legal safeguards that underpin equality before the law, due process and the presumption of innocence. And my fellow senator will read out who those academic leaders and experts are. Thank you.
Senator Thorpe. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. Following on from Senator Thorpe's contribution around the statement from academic and legal experts, I think it's important that we get on the record who it is that's telling the government that we really need to have some additional scrutiny into this Schedule 5. It's people like Marion Sawyer, Emeritus Professor from the Australian National University, Adjunct Professor Nicholas Cowdrey, AO, KC, Adjunct Law Schools of Universities of the Sydney and New South Wales, Adjunct Professor George Newhouse, CEO at the National Justice Project, Associate Professor Hannah McGlade, a member of the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues, Tracy Booth, Acting Dean, Faculty of Law, UTS, Professor Lisa Barry, the Dean at the Macquarie Law School, Professor Tamara Walsh, Professor of Law, Director of the UQ Pro Bono Centre, University of Queensland, Associate Professor Mia Giannakopoulos, Director, Centre for Criminology, Law and Justice, University of New South Wales. It includes John Scott, the Professor and Head of the School of Justice at QUT, Professor Amy Maguire, Director of the Centre for Law and Social Justice at the University of Newcastle, Professor Paul Henman, the Professor of Digital Sociology and Social Policy at the University of Queensland, Kirsten Lyons, the Professor at the School of Social Science, John Towery, Professor Criminology, University of Melbourne, Michael Flood, Professor, Queensland University of Technology, Professor Gabby Ramia, Professor Public Policy, University of Sydney, Dr Alessandro Pellizzon, Discipline Lead of Law at the University of the Sunshine Coast, Professor Heather Douglas, University of Melbourne, Linda Steele, Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Technology, Sydney, Alex Steele, Professor, Faculty of Law and Justice at the University of New South Wales, Linda Cheshire, the Professor of Sociology at the University of Queensland, Greg Martin, the Professor of Criminology and Socio-Legal Studies at the University of Sydney, Professor Talia Anthony, Faculty of Law, UTS, Professor Chris Caneen, Jumbunna Institute for Indigenous Education and Research, Ruth Phillips, Professor of Social Policy, the University of Sydney, Professor Lou Crabtree-Hayes, the Professorial Research Fellow at the Institute for Culture and Society at Western Sydney University, Lorana Bartels, Professor of Criminology, Australian National University, Adjunct Professor of Law at the University of Canberra and the University of Tasmania, Dr Penny Crofts, Professor, UTS, Linda Briskman, Professor of Social Work, Western Sydney University, Professor Greg Marston, Director, Centre for Policy Futures at the University of Queensland, Dr Zoe Staines, Senior Lecturer in Criminology and Social Policy at the University of Queensland. It's a long list. Dr Francis Markham, Fellow at the ANU Centre for Social Policy Research, the Australian National University, Dr Elise Klein, Associate Professor of Public Policy, the Crawford School of Public Policy at ANU, Dr Ben Spies-Butcher, the Associate Professor of Economy and Society at Macquarie School of Communication, Society and Culture, Macquarie University, Dr Christopher Rudge, Lecturer, Deputy Director of the Sydney Health Law and the Sydney Law School, University of Sydney, Dr Simone Casey, Principal Research Fellow, Centre for Inclusive Employment at Swinburne University of Technology, Dr Edward Jegasothi, Senior Lecturer, Sydney School of Public Health, the University of Sydney, Dr Sue Olney, Associate Professor in Political Science at the University of Melbourne, Dr Eve Vincent, the Associate Professor of Anthropology at Macquarie University, Dr Emma Mitchell, Macquarie University Research Fellow, Sociology, Macquarie University, Gareth Bryant, Associate Professor at the University of Sydney, Emma Power, Associate Professor, School of Social Sciences and the Institute for Culture and Society at Western Sydney University, Hayley Davis at Jumbunna Institute for Indigenous Education and Research, Estrella Pearce, Lecturer of Criminology, School of Social and Political Sciences at the University of Sydney, Fiona Allison, Associate Professor, Jumbunna Institute, UTS, Dr Kate Thomas, Dr Mark Riboldi, Lecturer at UTS Business School, University of Sydney, Dinesh Wadiwell, Associate Professor, Social Legal Studies and Human Rights at the University of Sydney. Monique Hurley, Lecturer at Melbourne Law School and Associate Legal Director at the Human Rights Law Centre. Adjunct Associate Professor Therese Henning at TopCat. Associate Professor Helen Gibbon at the University of New South Wales Faculty of Law and Justice. Dr Vicky Sentis, Associate Professor at the Centre for Criminology, Law and Justice at the Faculty of Law and Justice, University of New South Wales, Sydney. Kate Swaffer, Activist and Researcher at the University of South Australia. Philip Wadds, Associate Professor, University of New South Wales, Law and Justice. Melissa Johnson, Lecturer at the University of Queensland. Natasha Cordis, Associate Professor, Social Policy Research Centre, University of New South Wales. Dr Sean Mulcahy, La Trobe University. Stephanie Plage, Research Fellow, ARC Centre of Excellence for Children and Families over the Life course. Dr Sarah Bennett, Associate Professor in Criminology at the University of Queensland. Dr Emma Antrobus, also a Senior Lecturer in Criminology at the University of Queensland. Rose Stanby, Research Fellow at Griffith University. Dr Michelle Pateri, Senior Research Fellow at the University of Sydney. Dr Peter Walters, Associate Professor, School of Social Science, the University of Queensland. Lana Tatua, University of New South Wales. Dr Fook Nguyen, La Trobe University. Dr Leah Williams, Senior Lecturer at the University of New South Wales Faculty of Law and Justice. Emil Carew, Lecturer at University of New South Wales Law and Justice. Dr Sarah Ball, Lecturer in Public Policy at the University of Queensland. Dr Georgia Van Toorn from the University of New South Wales. Dr Susan Collings, Senior Research Fellow, Transforming Early Education and Child Health Research Centre, Western Sydney University. Associate Professor Helen Gibbon from the University of New South Wales Faculty of Law and Justice. Scarlett Wilcock, a Senior Lecturer at the University of New South Wales Faculty of Law and Justice. Dr Janet Hunt, Honorary Associate Professor, Centre for Indigenous Policy at Australian National University. Melissa O'Donnell, Academic Researcher. Esther Erling, Senior Lecturer at Macquarie Law School. Ariana Gatta, Research Fellow at the School of Economics and Centre for Policy Futures, the University of Queensland. Andrea Latch, Quentin Bryce Law Doctoral Scholar at UTS. Anna Copeland, Associate Professor of Director of Clinical Legal Education at Murdoch University. Associate Professor Tris Luca, Faculty of Law, UTS. Francesca Dominello, Senior Lecturer, Macquarie Law School, Macquarie University, Sydney. Sarah Moulds, Associate Professor in Law, University of South Australia. Emily Pigott, Centre for Innovative Justice, RMIT University. Piers Gooding, Associate Professor, La Trobe Law School. Dr Laura Bedford, Senior Lecturer in Criminology at the University of Melbourne. Dr Emily Wolfinger, Western Sydney University. Dr Rebecca Scott Bray, Associate Professor, the University of Sydney. And Andy Caladelphus, Senior Lecturer, University of New South Wales Faculty of Law and Justice. We also have legal and policy experts, and I might leave it to Senator Thorpe maybe to continue that list.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, and I will continue the list because this is what this government have completely ignored. I don't know where your advice is coming from, but we have over 100 legal and human rights experts that tell you that this is not okay. So in terms of legal and policy experts, Caitlin Rager, Chief Executive Officer, Human Rights Law Council. Kate Allingham, CEO of Economic Justice Australia. Kerry West, Vice President and Chair of Children's Rights, Australian Lawyers for Human Rights. Debbie Kilroy, OAM, CEO of Sisters Inside. Cassandra Goldie, Chief Executive Officer of ACOS. Leo Patterson-Ross, CEO of Tenants Union of New South Wales. Alison Battison, Director of Principal Human Rights for All and Heretic Law. Judy Harrison, Co-Convener of National, Regional, Rural, Remote and Very Remote Community Legal Network. Edwina McDonald, Chief Strategy Officer, ACOS. Therese Edwards, Single Mothers Families Australia. Sarah Marland, Executive Director, Community Legal Centres, New South Wales. Jonathan Hunyo, CEO of Justice and Equity Centre. Kira Levin, Principal Solicitor, Homeless Persons Legal Service, Justice and Equity Centre. Alan Tilbury, Principal Solicitor, Justice and Equity Centre. Kate Beaumont, Executive Officer, Welfare Rights and Advocacy Service, WA. Antonio Gonzalez, Welfare Rights Advocate, Fremantle, CLC. Jonathan Hall Spence, Principal Solicitor, Justice and Equity Centre. Joanna Collins, CEO of Pilbara Community Legal Service. Louisa Stewart, Principal Solicitor, South Coast and Country Community Law. Karen Fletcher, Executive Officer, Flat Out Incorporated. Stephanie Price, Manager of Social Security Rights Victoria. Damien Stock, CEO of ARC Justice. James Farrell, OAM CEO, Basic Rights Queensland. Bronwyn Ambrogetti, Managing Solicitor, Hunter Community Legal Centre. Patrick O'Callaghan, Western New South Wales Community Legal Centre, Principal Solicitor. JC Walamuna, Principal Solicitor, Human Rights Law Program, Asylum Seeker Resource Centre. Benjamin Graham, Principal Solicitor, Central Coast Community Legal Centre. Ashley Newham, Acting Chief Executive Officer, South East Monash Legal Service. And I table the document, and I'd also like to move an amendment on sheet 3481, standing in my name.
You will need to seek leave to table the document.
I did seek leave, but I didn't actually say at the end of the speech I table the document, which I think is a formality.
So
as
you have
well.
sought leave previously. Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe.
I move an amendment.
Yes, go ahead.
In my name, please, on sheet 3481.
3481. Let me just find that amendment. Did you wish to speak to that, Senator Thorpe? Oh, Senator Allman-Payne? Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks. Thank you, Deputy President. Question for the Minister. Minister, when you were talking about Schedule 5, you said in your remarks that Schedule 5 applies to people who've committed an offence of a particular nature. My question to you is, how do you know they've committed that offence if they haven't been found guilty by a court of law?
Thank
Minister.
you. So in my remarks I said is charged with committing a serious offence or sexual offence, and I also referred to the need to have an outstanding arrest warrant and be a threat to public safety.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks for that clarification, Minister. One of the concerns of legal experts, academic experts, is that this amendment was made to the bill in the House following the Senate inquiry into the bill. And also, as Senator Thorpe has talked about earlier today, which has also meant that this schedule was not in the bill when it went to the Human Rights Committee. In responding to some of those assertions by the crossbench in our earlier exchange, you talked about the fact that these amendments were introduced by the government after you'd received advice. Minister, can you inform the Senate who gave that advice and to whom? When was that advice and when was that advice given? And what is the contents of that advice?
Minister.
I'll check and see whether there's any specific dates I can give, but I was certainly involved in a number of discussions around this matter, and it was post the bill itself, the original bill, being put together, essentially going through our government approvals processes, the advice came from a number of different agencies across government. It came over a period of time. The government obviously went through its own processes of, understanding that advice and information that was being provided and then determining on the most appropriate way through, which was to seek an amendment to this bill through the insertion of Clause 5. I'll see if there's anything more helpful I can give you. It certainly involved the Minister for Home Affairs, the Minister for Social Services, myself as Minister for Government Services, and I believe, I'll check if there were any further ministers involved, but it was, and I'll see if I can provide a date during that time or a date window. Okay. I'll come back on that. I'm just trying to see if I can give you a kind of scope of time.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Noting that, did any of the people involved in those consultations, from the government's perspective, was any consultation done with people outside of government, so any legal experts, any legal advocacy organisations or anyone? So are you able to give us a list of who you consulted in coming to the view that this needed to be done?
Minister.
So my advice is, and I should probably also think the Attorney General's Department would have been involved in when I mentioned other departments that have been providing ministers with advice. I'm also advised that the Minister for Social Services spoke to EJA and ACOS prior to the announcement about the Schedule 5. And the Minister has also committed to working with those organisations on developing the guidance and procedures for the use of that power.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Minister, there's a difference between spoke to and consulted with. Consultation implies that there's a two-way flow of information and feedback is taken on board. Spoken to implies that you simply told them you were doing it. I certainly stood up at a press conference today where ACOS expressed huge concerns over Schedule 5 and was actually calling on the government to remove Schedule 5 from this particular bill and to subject it to scrutiny. So in those consultations, were EJA and ACOS supportive of the insertion of Schedule 5?
Minister.
I wasn't implying that any, support necessarily from those organisations. I'm just giving you some facts about who the Minister for Social Services spoke to. This was a government decision about a power based on advice from a number of different agencies that we decided to include as an amendment. So we didn't have a broad consultation process around it outside of government. It was a process that was led across ministers within government, and as I said, the opportunity for ACOS and EJA, is really in working with the Minister for Social Services on the operational guidance around this. I've already provided the Senate with a letter from Minister for Social Services around the approach she intends to take with the Ombudsman around transparency and reporting, and I think there is opportunity for those organisations to be involved in that process, because I think a lot of the issues that have been raised this morning, concerns about particularly how widespread this application of this power would be, are unfounded. It is a very, very specific and very unusual set of circumstances that would lead to this power being applicable to someone on income support.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Minister, in the debate around the motion from Senator David Pocock to split the bill, you commented that statements made by the crossbench about the lack of scrutiny were unfounded because there had been briefings given on the bill. You've also now just said that ACOS and EJA weren't engaged in a consultation but were spoken to. Minister, is it your assertion and the government's assertion that giving crossbenchers briefings, which we all know are one-way processes where the department tells us what the government is going to do, and you're speaking to ACOS and EJA, is it the government's assertion that that is the scrutiny to which this bill has been subjected, and is it your assertion that that amounts to scrutiny?
Minister.
Well, firstly, I don't recall saying that the concerns around scrutiny were unfounded. I said a lot of the concerns raised by the crossbench around the broad application of this power were unfounded, and I said there was the opportunity for briefings, of which Senator Thorpe and the opposition did seek. And I've been part of briefings before. I don't see them as a one-way street. I see them as an opportunity for individual senators to essentially cross-examine the department and test some of the policy decisions that have been made. So, I mean, I've sat in a lot of them myself. I've sat in them from opposition. They are a process to... I think they are a genuine way the government has to engage and allow for scrutiny of the decisions that we have taken. Now, if the Greens didn't take that up, that's not, I'm not casting a view on that. I'm just saying that was available and it was only taken up by Senator Thorpe and the opposition. And I am not, and I am also, I have at no stage said that there was community, broad consultation process around this. The government stands here saying we need this power. We've been advised by a number of departments on this. We've taken that decision and we're putting it through as a schedule to this amendment, and this is part of the scrutiny of that decision. But I'm not pretending that it was part of a broad consultation process. It wasn't. It's a government decision based on advice that we have from our departments, and we make those decisions regularly. We are absolutely saying to those organisations that have an interest in this that the Minister wants to work with them around the guidance and application procedures for this power, and alongside the transparency that she will be providing, or the relevant minister, in many cases the Minister for Home Affairs, through to the Ombudsman. And I think those are good, appropriate safeguards, and that they should address some of the concerns that have been raised here this morning. It's a very, very specific set of individuals that this would apply to. It is not going to apply to millions of Australians, as what was said in this chamber this morning. And there are safeguards, including on its impact on families and dependents, around how that would operate. So also this view that it's going to impact on children unfairly, I think are unfounded as well, because of the safeguards that have been put into the legislation.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Minister, I guess what I'm struggling with is the government is telling us that you've had advice from the department, or one or more departments, that they need this particular power. What I haven't heard is a reasonable excuse for why these far-reaching powers, notwithstanding that the government says they're only going to apply to a select group of individuals, these are far-reaching powers. They bypass presumption of innocence, they bypass the rule of law. We have 112 or more legal academics and experts telling us that this is concerning. And what I'm struggling to understand is why the government has sought to put this into this bill when it was entirely open to the government to lob up another bill with this schedule in it, which could have been sent off to a Senate inquiry. I don't accept the minister's assertion that briefings are a form of scrutiny. They are not. They are information sharing. It is not public accountable scrutiny of legislation. Why did the government choose to put these amendments into a bill that was already in the House when they could have bowled up a separate piece of legislation with this schedule in it and sent it off to a Senate inquiry for it to get the legitimate public scrutiny that it deserves? That would have given legal experts and academics and the Law Council of Australia and others the opportunity to put on the record their concerns about these powers, and which would have then given the government the opportunity, rather than just telling us departments have told us they need it. I'm sorry, this is a department that has unlawfully apportioned income over 30 years, that was responsible for robo-debt, that has had to pause numerous cancellations because they've been found to be unlawful, which is still suspending payments, which is based on a framework, a targeted compliance framework, that the Minister and the Department Secretary cannot assure anyone is legal, and yet you are asking the Senate to trust you that because people in the department have told you they need this, that it doesn't have to be subject to the normal scrutiny that every other bit of legislation, and in fact the remainder of this bill, has been. So my question to you, Minister, is why did the government not put this in a separate bill that would enable it to be subject to the proper scrutiny of the Senate process? Why did you choose to put it in at the last minute in a bill already before the House?
Minister.
That was the decision the government took. We wanted to ensure that we could have this power available at the earliest opportunity. There was legislation before the Parliament that would allow us to move this as a schedule to that legislation, and that was the decision the government took. I accept that you don't agree with it, but that is, it's a decision, and we're being very upfront about that.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Why the urgency, Minister? What is so urgent that this needs to be put into this bill now?
Minister.
It's a decision of government to have this power available at the earliest opportunity. An issue had been identified, we're responding to it.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Minister, in the last sitting, Senator Gallagher spoke of the government's commitment to transparency and proper process when criticising Senator Bragg for abuse of process. Your government pushed through a late amendment to an unrelated bill after 3 inquiries had reported. Do you think that upholds proper process and transparency?
Minister.
I think that once this issue was identified to the government and a decision had been taken, the Minister made that decision public, and the schedule that has been moved to this bill, which has allowed public scrutiny of it, because you and Senator Thorpe and Senator Orman-Payne have just read into the Hansard a list of people who are concerned about that power, which would again lead me to believe that many people working in this field are aware of it. This happens from time to time in government, where you make amendments to bills that are already before the Parliament. The government has made a decision that this power is needed. There was legislation before the Senate, and so it was clearly an opportunity to get this power in place as soon as possible.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. So the Department of Let's Get Desi Freeman and Screw Everyone Else, is that the department you're talking about, Minister?
Minister.
A number of departments involved with discussions around this. As I listed before, there was the Attorney General's, there was certainly Services Australia as an agency, there was the Department of Social Services and also the Department of Home Affairs, and I'm not in a position to talk about any individual matters.
Senator Thorpe.
So with over 100 experts who we read out earlier against Schedule 5, do you have any regard or respect to their advice over your Department of Let's Get Desi Freeman?
Minister.
Well, I don't agree with the assertion made by Senator Thorpe in relation to that. The government has made a decision about the need for this power. We've included it in Schedule 5. We would like the Senate to deal with it today. And in terms of the many names that were read into the Hansard, of course the government engages widely across many of those experts that I certainly recognise by name. They are valuable and respected partners and we take their advice, but at times that doesn't mean you agree with everything people say. And I hope that some of the commitments that we've given in relation to transparency and reporting around it and also engagement on shaping the operational guidance will address some of the concerns people have, including the fact that this has a very, very narrow and very specific purpose and that there are safeguards built into the legislation.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. So how does the government justify removing presumption of innocence in this instance?
Minister.
Thank you. So this power would apply to someone who is charged with committing an offence, a serious violent or sexual offence, where there is an outstanding arrest warrant and they are a threat to public safety. If that person or that individual who might be captured under this arrangement comes into contact with the authorities, i.e. there's no longer an outstanding arrest warrant, access to the payment can be resumed. This is a very, very specific set of circumstances that this benefit restriction notices applies for, and a very specific period of time, so that the moment an individual becomes known to authorities, there isn't that outstanding warrant, the access and the entitlement to access to that payment can be reactivated.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. So do you acknowledge that this schedule essentially means that people on social security are second-class citizens as they do not deserve the full suite of human rights and the rule of law applies to them?
Minister.
Thank you. So it may be helpful if I just go through when we look at the types of offences that might be covered by the benefit restriction notice. The definition, so it draws on the concept of serious violent or sexual offences within the meaning of the criminal code, but it captures a Commonwealth, state or territory offence where the offence is punishable by imprisonment for life or a period or maximum period of at least 7 years. The offence involves or would involve one of the following: loss of a person's life or serious risk of a person's life, serious personal injury or serious risk of serious personal injury, sexual assault, production, publication, possession, supply or sale of child abuse material, consenting to or procuring the employment of a child or employing a child in connection with child abuse material, or acts done in preparation for or to facilitate the commission of a sexual offence against a person under the age of 16. So they are, an individual captured by this would have to have been charged with an offence that I just read out and have an outstanding arrest warrant to that. And if you specifically on the points that Senator Thorpe just made, the explanatory memorandum, supplementary explanatory memorandum deals with that on page 21, where it does talk about the engagement of certain rights and also the narrow set of circumstances, and is proportionate to the objective of ensuring that people who have been charged with serious violent or sexual offences and are subject to outstanding arrest warrant cannot continue to benefit from social security payments which might be assisting them in evading the authorities. So that deals with the engagement of human rights and the proportionate response to that, and it is detailed in those several paragraphs on page 21.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Now, we know that there's a problem with police targeting Aboriginal people in this country. We have over 600 deaths in custody, and we know that Aboriginal women experiencing violence, when they call the cops, they are seen to be the perpetrators. We know the target on our backs. We know the boots on our neck every day in this country from the cops. It's out there. It's well known. Incarceration rates, deaths in custody, you name it. So, Minister, what guarantee do you give to Aboriginal women who will be subject to this legislation?
Minister.
Well, based on my earlier remarks, this will apply, this part of the legislation, benefit restriction notices, will apply to a very narrow subset of individuals who have been charged with one of the offences that I just read out into the Hansard. So I don't accept, and I am sympathetic to the view that Senator Thorpe puts around concern of police and First Nations Australians, but I do not agree with her that this particular power, benefit restriction notices, applies in any widespread way, nor is it designed to target a particular demographic of the Australian community. It is a very, very narrow and specific set of circumstances, and for a very narrow, or for a very set period of time.
Senator Thorpe.
Well, can I ask then, Minister, what Aboriginal legal services and women's legal services that your government has sought advice on to ensure that we are not targeted and not caught up with this dangerous last-minute addition to this bill?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, we work, and I know myself and the Minister for Social Services works very closely with women's legal services and with Aboriginal legal services. So, of course, there's an ongoing commitment there to continue to engage with those organisations, including on anything that those organisations notice in the use of this power. I would also say the transparency, and obviously would wait for the Ombudsman to respond to the Minister's letter to the Ombudsman. So based on how they decide to engage and report on this power would also be a safeguard in watching the application of this power and whether it was being used in a particular way. I should say it's not a power to be given to the police. It is a power that would be ultimately a decision maker of, I think, the Minister for Home Affairs.
Order.
Order,
Senator Thorpe.
Obviously agencies would have to engage, but ultimately it's not a power that is available to the police.
Senator Thorpe.
Well, I challenge that because it's on advice by the police who are violent towards Aboriginal people in this country. So it is a very, very dangerous addition to the legislation. And, Minister, I want you to guarantee that Aboriginal women and Aboriginal people will not be targeted. I want your guarantee that we will not be targeted as part of this late addition.
Minister.
Well, I've already said it's not a power that is being put in place to target particular communities. That's not what this is about. It's about a very specific set of circumstances. And yes, there would be advice from police, but there would be also advice from a number of other agencies, before including advice from Services Australia about any impact that the cancellation of a payment may have on others, including dependents, but ultimately it's a ministerial power. So it's the Minister for Home Affairs that has the power. And so it is important around transparency and reporting and engagement with all of the organisations you have outlined, and the government remains absolutely committed to that.
Senator Pocock, were you seeking? Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. And my final question is, you're saying that there's measures, or the minister's saying that there's measures that will be taken to ensure children are not affected. Can you guarantee that children will not go hungry, will not become homeless, will not become a ward of the state and be taken from their families? Can you guarantee that children in this country will not be affected?
Minister.
Well, the approach the government has taken more broadly in this area is to make sure that we are doing everything we can to support families, including children and dependents, whether it be through the income support system or through other payments, or indeed through the childcare system. And so that gives you a sense of the approach that we take to these matters. But as I said in my response to Senator Pocock's motion earlier, before the minister makes a determination, the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs must seek advice from Services Australia to identify any dependents and assess any impact on them. And this advice must be considered as part of the decision-making process. I think Senator Pocock said that it doesn't need to be considered. It does. Where appropriate, the minister may recommend special adjustments to ensure continued support for dependents, recognising that each situation will differ. In addition, the measure will not apply to childcare subsidy or additional childcare subsidy, as these payments are made directly to service providers, ensuring that dependent children attending childcare can continue to be supported to do so. For family payments, arrangements are available for another parent or family member to become the eligible recipient from the date the payment is no longer payable to the person, subject to a benefit restriction notice, ensuring again that support for children continues. These safeguards are built into the legislation, and administrative law requires, when the minister is making a decision, he is required, or he or she is required, to take all relevant considerations into account when considering the likely effect of cancellation on a person's dependence. This includes advice Home Affairs is required to seek from Services Australia.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'd like to take you to the concerns of the Law Council of Australia. I understand they've written to the Minister with their concerns, and I've also received a letter from them. And if I can take you to the first concern that they've raised around the constitutionality of Schedule 5, and I'll quote, "Concerns have been raised with us that Schedule 5 may punish a person by depriving them of welfare benefits by means of an administrative decision rather than a finding of a court before a finding of criminal guilt is made. It is unclear whether any constitutional implications of this measure have been considered by government, including potentially in relation to Chapter 3 of the Constitution, under which punishment of criminal conduct is an exclusively judicial function. Minister, could you advise the Chamber whether the government has received advice on the constitutionality of this bill? And additionally, could I ask you to respond to the Law Council's concern and outline how the bill is constitutionally sound, given it does give the Minister a power to punish someone for criminal conduct?
Minister.
The government has received, as you would expect, legal advice on the approach that we're taking, and that informed our decision-making.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Would you be able to table that, please?
Minister.
No, we don't table legal advice that government receives as part of our decision-making.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. So you said you've received legal advice. Can you confirm that that legal advice said that it was constitutional?
Minister.
Well, I'm not going to confirm the advice that we get, as that is cabinet in confidence and legally privileged. But I can say that the government was informed as you would expect, on legal matters and through advice formally, as we, both in the lead up to making the decision and around the decision we took as well.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. This is extraordinary that a government won't even confirm that something that they're doing that is highly controversial, that the Law Council of Australia has written to the Minister, has written to senators, that you have over 100 organisations across this country saying, don't do this. This is a dangerous precedent. You've got the government saying, oh, well, it's for these violent offenders who are evading the law. And yet when you ask the government, well, is it even constitutional? Oh, I couldn't possibly say. We have advice.
Order.
I'll take that interjection. Effectively, the government is saying, we have advice, but we're not going to say because of these conventions. You have privilege here. You could say, at least say, yes, it's constitutional. But it seems like the government is keen to sneak this through and evade any scrutiny. So I think we didn't get a Senate inquiry into this. The government says, well, everyone knew this was happening, but that's not what I hear from the 100-odd groups who've signed on to that open letter. And the Law Council has put to us that a person may be the subject of an arrest warrant for a number of reasons, not all of which mean that the person is actively evading police, and which more often concern their personal circumstances. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but this notion that the bill only applies to those that are actively evading arrest is not correct. What Schedule 5 actually says is that it applies to a person if there is a warrant for their arrest and they haven't been arrested. So it is actually broader than what the government is saying. And as the Law Council says, police may be unable to locate a person because they are away from their usual residence, suburb or town, including to attend a family gathering such as a funeral. This is not uncommon with First Nations people, noting that the extent of police efforts to locate a person before resorting to an arrest warrant may vary widely. Alternatively, the person may have inadvertently missed a court date due to failed to appear and had a warrant issued for their arrest. Cutting off a person's income is a disproportionate and punitive response to these situations. Does the government accept the Law Council's concern that a person may be attending to personal circumstances, not even be aware that there's an arrest warrant for their warrant for their arrest, and then have their social security cancelled?
Minister.
Thank you. And in terms of, I don't want to be misrepresented by Senator Pocock about the position on the issues he's raised around constitutionality. As you would expect, the government takes advice on a whole range of matters, takes legal advice on a whole range of matters, and we are confident in the advice that we have received about, and it is informed in how we have approached this, drafting this legislative power. On the point you raise on behalf of the Law Council of Australia, we think the legislation is very clear that there is essentially an outstanding arrest warrant and that a person hasn't been arrested. We do believe that does encompass someone who's avoiding being arrested. On the matters of, the legislation does allow, including from advice from Services Australia and others before this power is utilised, for information to be provided to inform the decision making. So in the example you provide that someone is unaware that there is an arrest warrant, just remember they have to have been charged with loss of a person's life or serious risk of a person's life, serious personal injury or serious risk to personal injury, sexual assault, production, publication, possession, supply or sale of child abuse material, consenting to or procuring the employment of a child or employing a child in connection with child abuse material, or acts done in preparation or to facilitate the commission of a sexual offence under a person under the age of 16. So they have to have been charged with that. a warrant issued for their arrest. In the example that you cite there, that someone charged with that is unaware that the police are looking for them. In that situation, that would be able to be considered by the minister as part of forming the advice or his or her decision about whether or not to cancel the payment. That is very clear and allowable under the legislation.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, when were drafting instructions issued to the OPC for Schedule 5 of this bill, please?
Minister.
I believe it was in November. I will see if there's a further date that we can provide during the course of the morning or the afternoon. It would have been in November. No, this year. Yeah.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, passed the House on the 29th of October, so I'm not sure if that lines up. You know, if we look at the inquiry start date, 4th of September, inquiry end date, 21st of October, that didn't include this schedule. Debate in the House was on the 27th, passed the House on the 29th. So we've got a week there. When was this drafted? Between the House, the inquiry and the House passing it, or what is the timeline?
Minister.
Sorry, Senator Pocock. Yes, so I'm just trying to get a date here. I understand that the minister signed a draft amendment in late October, but I'm seeing if there is anything else. So my apologies, I thought it was early November, but late October, and I'll see if there's anything else we can provide.
Senator David Pocock.
Minister, you've said a number of times that the government isn't trying to avoid scrutiny here. I'd really like the date at which drafting instructions were sent to the OPC. But I'd also like to know why the Community Affairs Committee did not need to be made aware of these amendments during their inquiry, if it was in fact before they reported. And maybe you could tell us when the government decided it wanted to pursue the policy outlined in Schedule 5.
Minister.
Thank you. This question was asked earlier, and I am seeking information on that. I don't have the dates in front of me, but I'm presume throughout the course of the debate on this bill I will get that. I know that there was discussion across portfolios in October, but I can't give you the specific dates, but I'm sure somebody is listening and we'll see what we can provide.
I will put the question. Senator Roberts.
I'd like to speak to. I'd like to question the minister.
You have the call, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Minister, this bill includes provisions that have been introduced after the committee stage and as such have not been subject to proper scrutiny. It's true that those who were caught up in the robo-debt scandal need closure, one way or another. They need closure. A line needs to be drawn under as many of these debts as possible. This bill, however, as it is, fails to achieve that objective to one nation standard. I note that Government Amendment MM100 was passed this morning on the voices. I would like to ask Hansard to note that One Nation's opposition to that amendment. And here's why. The amendment includes section 44A, which allows the government to use a computer program, in other words, AI, artificial intelligence, to mine data, match data, and decide whether a debt occurs, and even to issue the debt notice. Are you kidding? This just restarts robo-debt type debt recovery, this time using AI. The fundamental problem still exists. Data matching across systems with different software, different indexing, and different ages that led to matching errors. The government spent $2 billion trying to sort this mess out and has now pushed back the time frame to complete the linking of government data back to 2028. We'll get you. Why ask for these powers now when you have no ability to deliver? There's no scrutiny, no guardrails, just do whatever the hell the Secretary wants. This is a recipe for robo-debt too. Government must be responsible, accountable and transparent. The failure of robo-debt was to try and match data from incompatible computer systems, which led to innocent people being presented with a debt notice, and it led to inaccurate amounts being claimed. This resulted from the use of computer matching software. Amendment MM100 repeats that same mistake and will surely lead to the same outcome. Substantial errors in data matching leading to erroneous debt collection. As the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt found, people died as a result of these debt notices. Introducing a system that makes these notices untouched by human hands is not the answer. The answer is careful scrutiny. One Nation cannot support this bill with Section 44A included. Senator Pocock, David Pocock, introduced a perfectly logical amendment to pull Schedule 5 from the bill. The schedule was introduced after the bill went to committee. It has not been properly scrutinised. The provisions of Schedule 5 could be misused to suspend benefits for persons accused of but not convicted of a crime. Accused of but not convicted of a crime. In particular, fathers accused of domestic violence will be robbed of their benefits, whether that is unemployment, parenting payment, rent allowance or whatever, placing them in a weakened position to defend those charges. This schedule is designed to encourage domestic violence allegations. This provision should be limited to persons who have been convicted, not accused of a crime, even where an arrest warrant has been issued. An arrest warrant is not a conviction. It is the police saying the accusation is serious and the complainant may be in danger. Suspending their liberty via an arrest warrant is how this is dealt with, not levying a financial penalty by terminating their income ahead of a conviction, before a conviction. Green's amendment on sheet 3487 restores the 6-year limit for debt collection. While One Nation would have gone 7 years to align with the tax law, I understand the 6 years restore a provision the Liberal National Government repealed in order to facilitate robo-debt initially. Again, you'll bring it all back. Without this provision, the government has unlimited recovery powers. It has gone back to 2004 in some cases. 2004. I understand they have gone back to last century. This is a denial of natural justice and administrative fairness. Who has the documents that far back to challenge a notice? And make no mistake, these debt notices are guilty until proven innocent. These debt notices are guilty until proven innocent. One Nation will support the Greens amendment. Without all of those amendments in place, One Nation cannot support this bill. We are happy to work with the government to clean the mess called robo-debt and have the bill reintroduced next year with due scrutiny of the ramifications of using AI and of Schedule 5 properly scrutinised. Minister, my question is, will you pull these last-minute inclusions out of the bill or send the bill back to committee so that these last-minute inclusions can be properly scrutinised by the people's representatives in this House?
Minister?
Thank you. Well, I've been asked that a number of times through the course of this session, and indeed we've had a vote on this already. The government is not supporting the removal of Schedule 5 from the bill, and I don't agree with the assertions made by Senator Roberts.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Minister, Senator Pocock asked you about the constitutionality of Schedule 5, and I don't think you answered his direct question. You said that you were confident in the legal advice. Minister, are you and the government confident that Schedule 5 is constitutional?
Minister.
I think I dealt with this in answering Senator Pocock's question because I wanted to be clear that the government has considered issues around constitutionality, that we have taken advice and that we are confident in the advice and the way we have responded with this amendment. It's assisted in drafting this schedule, so we I have answered that, and I just, in answer to Senator Pocock's earlier question, the Minister for Social Services agreed to the draft text for the Schedule 5 amendment on the 24th of October 2025.
Senator Allman-Payne.
A direct question. I feel like the Minister is talking around the answer. Is the government confident that Schedule 5 is constitutional? Yes or no?
Minister.
Well, I've answered that. We are confident in the advice. We are confident that the Schedule 5 has been drafted based on the legal advice that we have, which did include the constitutionality of approaching this issue.
Senator Shoebridge.
This is the most cryptic set of responses that you could imagine. Confident that the advice has been, confident that the legislation has been drafted consistent with the advice that considered the constitutionality of it. The very clear question is Schedule 5 constitutional? And the question isn't, have you considered advice that considered whether or not it was constitutional, or you've done it in accordance with advice that considered whether or not it was constitutional. The question is it constitutional?
I love it when
Minister
Shoebridge comes to the rescue. I've answered the question, and I have nothing further to add. The government is confident in the way we have approached this task based on legal advice that we received, which include issues around the constitutionality of our approach.
Senator Shoebridge.
Did that advice say it is constitutional for the executive to punish individuals by the removal of their benefits in the way envisaged in Schedule 5? Did it say that that was a constitutionally valid act for the executive to perform?
Minister.
In accordance with long-standing practice, the government does not disclose the legal advice we received.
Senator Shoebridge.
Have you sought advice? Not interested in the outcome of the advice at this moment. Have you sought advice as to whether or not the executive punishing people by removing their benefits, as proposed in Schedule 5, is constitutional?
Minister.
On this, I've answered the question. My answer is not going to change, and we deal with some of those matters in the supplementary explanatory memorandum.
Senator Shoebridge.
Have you received advice as to the number of people that it's expected that Schedule 5 will apply to in its first year of operations and in its second year of operations? What are the numbers that are suggested will be covered by Schedule 5?
Minister.
No, we haven't received any numbers. I don't know how you would. I don't know how you would get that sort of advice or model that kind of advice that would give the government numbers. It's not based on numbers. It's based on a very specific and narrow set of circumstances, which would lead to that the benefit restriction notice being utilised. This is about ensuring that we have a full range of powers available to us, should they be required, in that very rare circumstance that a benefit restriction notice might be applicable.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Minister. You say very rare circumstances. Of course, the Law Council's position is that actually there are a significant number of potential circumstances where Schedule 5 can be used, amongst other cases where an individual has been served with a warrant but is not aware of the nature of it, where a warrant has been issued and the person may be away because of family circumstances, not at their usual address. Have you considered the multiplicity of circumstances that might be picked up by Schedule 5 when you give the Senate that answer that you expect it will be in very rare occasions?
Minister.
Sorry, Senator Shoebridge might need to repeat his question. I just was trying to take some advice while you were talking, Senator Shoebridge. so rare that this is my understanding, is this is an issue that has been identified recently, in terms of advice to the government. So that would say to me it's pretty rare, in that it's only in 2025 been identified as an issue that the government might like to address.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, there are two things that flow from that. Is what are the circumstances that brought this to the attention of the government in 2025 after the substantive bill had found its way through the bulk of the processes? So rather than put two questions in one, that's my first question. What are the circumstances that brought this to the attention of the government in 2025?
Minister.
It was identified as a gap in our in the powers available to government, and advice was provided by a number of agencies. I'm not in a position to talk about individual matters, but it was based on identification of a gap in or a lack of legislative response to a particular set of circumstances which are covered by the benefit restriction notices. That is, someone in receipt of income support being charged with committing a serious violent or sexual offence and has an outstanding arrest warrant and being a threat to public safety.
Senator Shoebridge.
So is it the case that there was an individual, I'm not asking you to describe the circumstances of the individual matter, is it the case that there was an individual matter that was brought to the attention of the government? And if so, you said it's advice on a series of agencies. Can you identify which agencies brought either that matter or other matters to your attention?
Okay, thank you. It was certainly based on advice. The identification of the issue was in response to a particular set of circumstances, yes, and that led to advice being sought across Home, and I answered this before, but I have one more department to add in. It was Home Affairs, Attorney General's Department, Services Australia as the agency, Department of Social Services and the Department of Education as well.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. And were each of those agencies involved in this one case, or was it that the one case led you to seek advice from those different agencies? And I ask this because there is great concern about how this found its way being attached to the bill without due process. So understanding how it found its way to be attached to the bill without due process is important. Were each of these agencies involved in the one case, or was it after you heard about the one case you sought the advice of the agencies, or is it a third option that I'm not aware of?
Minister.
The issue was identified. I can't tell you. Once it was identified, there was engagement across government to provide advice in a policy sense. So the advice wasn't, the particular set of circumstances that led to the problem being identified certainly informed a couple of departments, but I think then there was broader engagement. I can't say that all of those departments were focused on a particular set of circumstances, but we engaged across government to look at the best way and to take advice on the best way to proceed.
Senator Shoebridge.
It still is unclear how this found its way into Parliament. I note that you didn't include ASIO on the list of agencies. Is it because ASIO wasn't consulted? were they consulted? Just an inadvertence.
Minister.
They sit as part of the department or under the Home Affairs portfolio. If there's further information that I can update the Senate on more broadly across the Home Affairs portfolio, I will do so. But in terms of how it's made its way, I think we've been very clear that this is a decision of government, that there is an issue that had been identified. We took advice on how to respond to it. The response was that we should look at a legislative response that allows, in very specific and very targeted circumstances, the use of a benefit restriction notice. That was drafted on draft instructions from the Minister for Social Services on the 24th of October, which led to the drafting of these amendments, which have then been inserted into a bill that was before the Parliament. The reason we did that was because we wanted to make this power available as soon as possible once the problem had been identified, and this was the fastest way to do that.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, there's no question that it's acting fast for the Commonwealth Government, from drafting instructions on the 24th of October to being in here, having, I think, the second day of debate on it on the 24th of November. But in that rush, it appears that there are at least 100 NGOs that weren't heard and weren't considered. And I'm sure you've heard many of the concerns raised by those NGOs, but I'll just give you one circumstance that really struck myself and my party, the Greens, as a reason why this should not proceed with haste, and wondered if you'd got advice on it. Particularly amongst the First Nations community, women are often being mischaracterised as the aggressor in instances of family and domestic violence. There are repeated concerns reported about this, women being charged with often serious violent offences on the basis of retribution or otherwise in circumstances where their defence of themselves and their defence of their kids has been mischaracterised as violent acts by themselves. Are you aware of those concerns that have been raised about this?
Minister.
Oh, well, I've certainly heard them raised in here this morning, and I'm aware, of course I'm aware as the Minister for Women, working closely with the Minister for Social Services in ending violence against women and children, and the work that we do there, and are deeply committed to around some of the particular issues facing women in that circumstance that you outline, which is, and all of that, of course, would be available in advice that the Minister would have to seek before using a benefit restriction notice to consider about whether that was the appropriate course of action. That is what the legislation currently provides for. In relation to the feedback that we've provided, and I would think and I would hope, and I work with many of the organisations that have been listed this morning as signing up to that letter, that the commitments that the Minister has given about reporting to the Ombudsman on the use of the power, about working with the Ombudsman about how that power, the guidance around that material, including working with NGOs about that, should address some of the concerns that have been raised in here this morning. It's in a response to that, but also the approach that the Minister for Social Services takes in her work that she does every day in sensitively and caringly dealing with all of these matters that cross her desk.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, Minister, how is it that the Minister, in exercising these powers, is expected to be informed about whether or not a First Nations woman or any woman who's been the subject of criminal charges against them in circumstances where they were defending themselves from family and domestic violence, defending their kids from family and domestic violence, and often in those circumstances far too often in those circumstances, women seek to protect themselves by hiding their address, hiding their whereabouts, desperately trying to sometimes, change their look, change their appearance, change their town, in order to prevent the violence continuing against them and their family. They're then charged based upon some assertion by the police and or the violent partner. How will the minister inform themselves about the circumstances of that woman and her kids if she's in hiding for her life?
Minister.
So I have covered this before you were here, Senator Shoebridge. So there's a couple of things in response to that. First, that in order to be for this particular power to apply, not only have to you be charged with a serious violent or sexual offence, and I've gone through that a couple of times, there needs to be an outstanding warrant, and you need to be a threat to public safety. Now, just if we take that point for a moment, in my working, in this space, in women's safety for a long time, that in the situation that you outline, very rarely would an individual in that situation be considered a threat to public safety. But even if we accept, if you don't accept that, the second level is that advice has to be sought by Services Australia. Now, I work with Services Australia every day, and whenever I'm not in here and I'm out and about and I visit Services Australia, I was in Services Australia Bunbury the other day, and I meet with the teams that deal with families living with violence or escaping violence. The idea that Services Australia, in that situation that you cite, would not be aware of that, and that would not feed into the advice provided to the minister is not believable. It would. Services Australia have a history of engagement with their customers, and that information would of course be relevant to any decision maker, including the decision maker in this regard, about whether or not a benefit restriction notice was applicable, and in relation to any dependence that that individual may have, that would have to be taken into consideration as well. So the idea that the situation you describe here would occur and that information would not be available to the minister prior to them making a decision would not be correct.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, Minister, I want to be clear. I reject that suggestion that Services Australia would inevitably be aware about the violent circumstances, particularly that First Nations women face. And I know this because I've spoken with First Nations women who are so desperately afraid of the state coming and taking their kids that they are utterly distrustful of telling either state child protection authorities or Services Australia circumstances about their domestic violence. And the reason First Nations women in particular won't tell government departments about domestic violence and family violence that happens in their families is because they know that too often when they do, a white van turns up and takes their kids. They know that's the lived reality still for First Nations women and First Nations kids and families. And so for you to say that you have some blithe acceptance that First Nations women will tell Services Australia about the domestic violence that they're suffering, about the threats to their kids, it flies in the face of so much that I've heard from direct testimony from First Nations women who say that they would never tell the government about this because they know what will happen, their kids will be stolen. And as I tell you this, one case comes to my mind of a mum in Tamworth in my home state, and she couldn't stay in her housing flat because of a flea infestation, and so she was staying with her kids in the car and only using the flat to go to the bathroom. And she made the mistake of telling the Department of Housing in New South Wales about the flea infestation. They came and did an inspection and they saw that she was sleeping with the kids in the car. They sent the Department of Justice and DCJ, Community and Justice, in, and they took her kids. They took her kids. And it took her 2 years to get them back. That's the reality. You can deny the reality all you like, but it just flies in the face of so much that I've heard and so much of the experience that I've heard from First Nations women. Do you seriously say that Services Australia will know the lived reality of First Nations women and First Nations women feel safe telling them about domestic violence? Do you seriously say that?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, it's not relevant to this particular bill, a kind of a broad assessment of Services Australia, but I am proud to be the Minister for Services Australia, and I'm proud of the work that they do every day. And I think that the teams, especially that engage with First Nations community, do so with cultural respect and cultural awareness. And yes, you can always improve the way government engages with communities across Australia. But I stand here to defend the work of Services Australia. It's a huge organisation doing difficult work right around the country. And yes, I accept that at times decisions will be wrong or should have been made sooner, or there's, in an organisation of 30,000 staff. But I think the work that goes into the teams that engage directly with First Nations communities, whether they be remote or in metro areas, they are seeking to improve their work every single day. And it's not, I guess the broader point I'm making is that the information that Services Australia, it might not be that people have shared their innermost, their kind of all of the issues that are impacting on their life, but because Services Australia has so much contact, often with their customers over long periods of time, that information would be available to the Minister. The idea that there wouldn't be some sensitivity and common sense approach, because it's a ministerial power, it's not a bureaucratic power, in the exercise of this power, I think is unfair. And yes, I understand you'll be cynical and you won't trust the motives of ministers and all the rest of it, but all of the safeguards that have been put in, including the transparent reporting that the Minister has recommended to the Ombudsman, so that everyone, including all of those that participate in Senate estimates and all of that, will be able to see exactly when and if this power has been used and explore the circumstances of that, the use of that power, I think provides enormous, it responds to the concerns that have been raised by many of the organisations that you have identified.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Well, as a former manager of Centrelink Indigenous Services, I can guarantee you that Aboriginal women do not trust Centrelink services, whether they are black workers or white workers or whatever workers, they are still part of the colony that hurts us. So Aboriginal women, when I was in Centrelink, there were no Aboriginal people that complained about Centrelink services because they didn't trust Centrelink services for the very reason that Senator Shoebridge has outlined, in terms of having threats of having your children removed from you or having your payments cut. So I refute your comments about Aboriginal women. You're not the expert just because you're a minister, and you're not the expert when it comes to what Aboriginal women talk to the colony about and what they don't talk to the colony about. The systems that we have to deal with as Aboriginal women in this country are all violent. They're all violent. From going to the hospital, having a baby, violence. Seeking housing, violence. Going for a job, violence. Any service that the colony has established are racist. And so, Minister, you cannot say that your workers in your service know the communities, because that's a lie. And Aboriginal women, through this Schedule 5, are at risk the very most. And I'd like to ask you, Minister, the bill actually doesn't say that the person needs to be a threat to public safety. So what constitutes a threat?
Minister.
It is one of the factors that has to be taken into account by the decision maker.
Senator Thorpe.
The decision maker will decide what constitutes a threat. Can you tell me who that decision maker is? The cops?
Minister.
The ministerial power.
Senator Thorpe.
Sorry, I missed that. You might need to stand up and say it.
Well, I did stand up and I've said it about 5 times this morning. It's the minister. It's a ministerial power. It's not a bureaucratic power. It's the Minister for Home Affairs.
Senator Shoebridge.
Of course, the minister won't conduct their own fact-finding investigation. The minister will be relying upon a brief. And so the real question is, who will be briefing the minister? Where will the information come from?
Minister.
They will have to draw that advice from across government. It would come obviously from the AFP or from state police, but also through Services Australia. And I imagine they're, as the Minister for Home Affairs, would be able to receive advice from other departments, including their own, as required.
Senator Shoebridge.
Sorry, so the primary advice briefing will come from the AFP, which will then go before the Minister for Social Security. Is that the pathway? The primary advice briefing will come from the AFP? Sorry, but it was just unclear to me how it gets to the desk of the decision maker. And can you clarify what ministerial hat they'll be wearing as decision maker?
Minister.
So Minister for Home Affairs. So it will come from the AFP or a state or territory police force, but must also be informed by information from Services Australia.
Senator Shoebridge.
So we have a briefing that's going to cover those issues we discussed, and I won't repeat them, but the issues about vulnerable First Nations women. But in those circumstances, we have a briefing that's going to come from the COPS, the AFP, and go to the Home Affairs Minister, and it's going to be informed by, potentially, something that comes from social services. But the primary briefing is a police document going to the Home Affairs Minister in the security space. Is that what's happening?
Well, no, that's not correct. I said the initial, it would be certainly come from the AFP and state or territory police, but as I've said a number of times this morning, the Department of Home Affairs must seek advice from Services Australia to identify any dependents and assess any impacts on them, and broader advice must be considered as part of the decision-making process. Where appropriate, the Minister may recommend special adjustments, depending on the nature of the situation, recognising that each situation will differ.
Senator Thorpe.
So, Minister, if an Aboriginal woman who was at a protest spoke about the genocide that goes on against her people and Palestine and everywhere else there are genocides being committed around the world, and that Aboriginal woman was on a Centrelink payment, and they were under investigation by the AFP. Can you tell me what would happen to that Aboriginal woman?
Minister.
Well, in relation to this bill, the individual who may face a benefit restriction notice must have been charged with an offence that I've gone through today: loss of a person's life, serious risk of a person's life, serious personal injury, serious risk of personal injury, sexual assault, production, publication, possession, supply or sale of child abuse material, for example, consenting to or procuring the employment of a child or employing a child in connection with child abuse material, or acts done in preparation for or to facilitate the commission of a sexual offence against a person under 16. And it does not cover any individuals attending a protest.
Senator Thorpe.
Sorry. Does that include a threat to national security?
Minister.
This would only cover offences where the individual has been charged and is punishable by imprisonment for life or a period or a maximum period of at least 7 years, and the offence involves or will involve one of the following, which I have read out a number of times: engaging in a terrorist act, which has a life imprisonment part of the criminal code, but you would have had to have been charged with that offence, which I'm not sure attending a protest and speaking at a protest would, unless you've been charged with a serious terrorist offence, you would not, this section would not apply.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Minister. I just note that the Law Council, who I have a huge amount of respect for their legal analysis, say that the definition of serious violent or sexual offence in Division 395 of the Criminal Code Act is very wide and includes offences across Commonwealth, state and territory law with maximum penalties as low as 7 years, as well as capturing conduct which would involve serious risk of personal injury. It also includes any risk of sexual assault, no matter when committed. They say further, we are advised that this definition has a broad reach across many Commonwealth, state and territory offences and therefore many accused persons, and there appears to be no canvassing of the range of offences or persons to which the schedule may apply. They're right, aren't they? The Law Council's right.
Well, the government has been clear that this is a problem that's been identified in 2025, so it's not, you know, this idea that it's a power that would be widely applicable is simply incorrect, and I don't accept that. I've been clear about the circumstances where it would apply. They are exceptionally rare. Exceptionally rare.
Senator Shoebridge.
To be clear about the protective measures in this bill, the protective measures in the bill only require, and I'm reading here from the proposed 38 MA 3, 4 and 5, only require the AFP Minister to get advice from Human Services Secretary, as I read it, if the AFP Minister is aware of dependence, of a person's dependence. Is that how it works? That it's only if the police are aware of dependence that the advice from Human Services is actually mandatory? And therefore that, if so, leaves the obvious problem of how is the AFP going to be aware of a woman's dependence?
Minister.
My advice is that advice must be sought from Services Australia. I'm just reading the explanatory memorandum here, which includes cancellation request is made to the AFP Minister, the Minister for Social Services, the Minister administering the Human Services Centrelink Act 1997, the Department of Social Services, for Services Australia being the Human Services Department.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that was responsive to the concerns that I raised in the question I asked. 38MA, Benefit Restriction Notice from AFP Minister. Subsection 3 says, before giving a notice under this section, the AFP Minister must have regard to the following: A, the extent to which the person is likely to be a threat or danger to the community while the person is not arrested under the warrant. B, the likely effect of the operation of Section 38M on the person's dependents if the AFP Minister is aware of those dependents. And then it says in 4 that the Secretary of the Department administered by the AFP Minister must seek the advice of the Human Services Secretary in relation to paragraph 3B. So that is, as I understand it, only if the police are aware of dependents. That it's not automatic that they're seeking the advice of the Human Services Secretary. It's only if the police happen to be aware of dependents. And whatever your comfort level might be about Services Australia being aware of the circumstances of First Nations women, surely you don't have that same comfort in relation to the police, do you?
Minister.
Thank you. My advice is that they must seek the advice of Services Australia, and if you look at considerations for giving a notice, there is items 4, as you rightly point out, A and B. There's also 5. The Secretary of the Department administered by the AFP Minister must seek the advice of Human Services Secretary in relation to 4B and inform the Minister of that advice. That would be advice coming from Services Australia on the situation the individual was in and form part of the consideration by the Home Affairs Minister.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, Minister, mine says 3Bs on the amendment sheets that I'm reading off, but that advice from the Human Services Secretary is only triggered when the police are already aware of the dependents. So it's like pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. Your response earlier was that we shouldn't worry, that vulnerable First Nations women will be being protected because Services Australia will be aware of all of the concerns and the dependents and the history of domestic violence. But of course your legislation says
Senator
that
Shoebridge,
services...
As it is 1:30 p.m, the committee will now report to the Senate. The committee reports progress, and we will now move to Senators' statements, and I call Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I raised to talk about the life of Alison Davey, former Mayor of Cessnock from 2008 to 2012. Alison Davey was one of those people you meet in your life who you just have to admire. Served on council in Cessnock, place I grew up for part of my life, for 29 years, from I think 1983 to the end there. And she was the one that got me into the Nats. She was the person who, in a campaign, got me to become a member of the National Party. And Cessnock, I was a lad growing up, and the Liberal Party had stopped contesting the seat of Cessnock. The National Party had, and I was there. I ran into Alison. And some of life's lessons you learn from very good people. And she was the one that taught me from her Lions lessons. She was dedicated herself to Lions. When you're talking about people, it must be 2 of these 3 things. Must be true, must be kind, and it must be necessary. And I've tried to do that. Haven't always succeeded, Acting Deputy President, but I've always tried to do that. And she was just a kind-hearted person in everything she did. Her beloved husband was virtually the king of the Cessnock Goannas Rugby League Club for so long, where brought up people like the Johnses and things like that through the town, Andrew and Matty Johns. But he was there, was 2 gloves of his life. It was Alison and the football club, and hers was Lions and him. And a life dedicated to service in the truest sense, not just through Lions, but through council. In everything she did, she was a candidate for us in the state election in 2013. That's when I learned the interesting thing about perception of people. From a kind-hearted, wonderful person in everything she did, she wasn't a very saleable politician because she came from the heart and not the cut and thrust of politics, but I will miss her. Her funeral is on this Wednesday. I'm trying my hardest to get up there to attend. Thank you, Ms Davey. Thank you, Council, for everything you've done. We will miss you.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to acknowledge and honour the life of John Torpey, a respected Vietnam veteran and a much-loved member of the Hawthorn RSL sub-branch in Victoria. I had the privilege of attending the Hawthorn RSL's Remembrance Sunday service, the final ceremony John took part in before he sadly passed away that night on November 9. Born in 1945, John was called for national service in 1966, what became known as winning the lottery, and was assigned to the Royal Australian Artillery as a field artillery surveyor. He trained at Puckapunyal, the School of Artillery at North Head, and the 4th Field Regiment, Wakul, before deploying to Vietnam in 1967. There he spent 139 days on operations, serving as a battery surveyor, work that reflected the precision, the reliability and typical soldier's steadfastness he carried throughout his entire life. He completed his service in 1968 with the rank of gunner. John's honours included the Australian Active Service Medal, the Vietnam Medal, the Australian Defence Medal and the Anniversary of National Service Medal. He and his wife Sandra were ever present, warm, humble and generous with their time, particularly to younger veterans. His commitment extended beyond the RSL, contributing to preserving to local history through his published works, namely A History of QRSL and Burundara's Private Schools. His duties done, and he now stands down with honour. John's commitment ran deep, and it was felt by all who were so lucky to call him a mate. To Sandra and the family and the RSL community, I extend my heartfelt condolences. Vale John, lest we forget.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. On the 8th of November, the People's Survey, which was undertaken for the Platform for People movement in Myanmar, was released. It covered 271 townships across Myanmar, and the findings are unequivocal. 99% reject the military coup, 98% the junta's election is illegitimate, and 96% refuse to vote. Yet the junta proceeds with a sham election in December, orchestrated by the Union Election Commission, the same body that nullified Myanmar's 2020 democratic mandate. The United States, Canada, the UK and EU have all sanctioned the Union Election Commission, but Australia hasn't, and why not? The junta is using the UEC to legitimise electoral fraud. It's how the junta cloaks their acts as a democratic outcome, and Australia's done nothing. The consequences of what's happening now extend beyond Myanmar. Myanmar-based cyber scam syndicates cause an estimated $2 to $3 billion in annual losses across our region. Elderly Australians are being targeted through pension fraud and young people through crypto scams. First Nations communities through phishing attacks exploiting digital inequality. Australia has not sanctioned a single major operator or financial facilitator in these networks, while the US, UK and EU are actively trying to dismantle Myanmar's cybercrime architecture. We remain conspicuously absent. We also need clarity on our diplomatic position and our diplomatic posture. In 2022, Australia downgraded relations with Myanmar after the coup. With this sham election approaching, will we maintain that stance, or will we risk legitimising the junta by restoring engagement? The Asian Network for Free Elections has assessed this election as illegitimate. The Myanmar people have spoken overwhelmingly. Australia must act. There need to be meaningful sanctions. We need to target the cybercrime networks, and we need to reject this sham election, because we should make it very clear: no return to business as usual with a military dictatorship.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Canavan.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, over the weekend is the extraordinary news that an Australian government is planning for the loss of over 60,000 jobs in Australia. The Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, over in Brazil, without any communication to the coal and gas workers in this country, has signed up to an agreement which says, and I'll quote directly here, says that this agreement wants to go towards, and I quote, a just, orderly and equitable transition away from fossil fuels. There are 64,000 people, Mr Acting Deputy President, who work in the coal and gas industries in this country, and there are hundreds of thousands of more that rely on those industries for their livelihoods as well. And the Labor government, your Labor government, who professes to support workers, has signed a death warrant for the jobs in those industries in Brazil. They've done so, Mr Acting Deputy President, with just 24 other countries. 24 other countries. So we've signed up with Austria, with Belgium, Cambodia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Denmark, Fiji, Finland, Ireland, Jamaica, Kenya, Luxembourg, Marshall Islands, Mexico, Micronesia, Nepal, Netherlands, Panama, Spain, Slovenia, Vanuatu and Tuvalu. These countries represent less than 10% of the world's GDP. Why are we signed up with such a small number of countries and be out of step with the rest of the world? None of those countries are in the top 15 of our trading partners. Why are we joining with those countries and then letting other countries in our region, our trading partners take our coal and gas and supply jobs to their countries? Why would we seek to shut down our nation's second and third largest export? It's not just the workers here. These exports, these industries, support the wealth of all Australians. And the government now, as I said, is signing a death warrant for our second and third largest exports with no plan to replace that with any other way, because the government's plan for net zero is a plan to make all Australians poorer.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week I visited the Health Hub at Eaton Fair. It's the home to the Bunbury Urgent Care Clinic and a GP clinic that is recently converted to a fully bulk billing practice under our incentive to encourage more GPs right across the country to convert to bulk billing. This is part of Labor's record investment in Medicare. The Eaton Urgent Care and GP Clinic is leading the way in providing accessible, affordable healthcare in WA's southwest, easing pressure on Bunbury Hospital and giving families and community members the opportunity to access healthcare for free, as it should be. I want to thank Dr Craig Hookham, Carleen Hookham and the team for welcoming me so warmly to the clinic last week and for showing that good, affordable healthcare in our regions is possible. Dr Craig said to me when I was there that he believes that healthcare should be free, that it shouldn't be your credit card that determines the healthcare you get, and I couldn't agree with him more. Labor has delivered the biggest investment in bulk billing since we created Medicare. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive and increased the Medicare rebate. I know the impact on families in Western Australia will be significant under these changes, but I want more GPs to take up our incentive and bulk bill every patient. So I have begun a campaign in Perth's southern suburbs and southwest in the electorates of Canning and Forest, asking residents to tell me if they think their GP should bulk bill, and I will write to them on their behalf and show that there is strong local demand for affordable healthcare right across WA.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. 2 weeks ago, I had the great honour of being part of One Nation's first Western Australian branch launch in the Forest electorate, alongside our fantastic West Australian state parliamentarians, Rod Caddies and Philip Scott. It was fantastic to see such a great turnout in our beautiful southwest. We had the opportunity to hear from Australians of all walks of life. There was amazing support in the room, as well as some challenging questions. But one thing was clear: the people of WA are hungry for change. They are hungry for ways to get involved in Australia's fastest growing party. Opening these branches is how we, as a party, ensure that our supporters are being heard. So what do we hear? One message that came across loud and clear is that people are feeling let down. Let down by the major parties, let down by their local councils and let down by the media. One Nation has heard these concerns. With our success at the last election, we are moving forward and growing to ensure we can stand for those who have been let down time and time again. It's time to put Australians first. It's time to be proud of the Australian way of life that has made this country the greatest on earth, and be ready to confront and fight against the ideas and ideologies that would see it destroyed. We're going into every electorate in Western Australia and beyond to find the brightest, most courageous Australians that are ready to take up the fight for their country. One Nation will continue to work tirelessly until we have a branch in every electorate and every Australian has a chance to be heard. Make no mistake, One Nation is here to listen.
Senator Dean Smith.
November the 11th marked 50 years since the 1975 dismissal, an event still debated but too often misrepresented. Contrary to the Prime Minister Albanese's claim that it was a partisan ambush, the historical record tells a very different story. First, Sir John Kerr was no Conservative plant. He was nominated by Labor Prime Minister Gough Whitlam and appointed Governor-General in July 1974. He was Whitlam's choice, Whitlam's man, entrusted with the constitutional responsibilities that accompany the office. Second, the circumstances that led to the dismissal were not manufactured pretexts, but the product of a genuine constitutional impasse. By late 1975, the Whitlam government did not command a majority in the Senate. A series of controversies, most notoriously the loans affair, had eroded confidence. In that context, opposition leader Malcolm Fraser exercised the Senate's lawful power to defer supply. With the government unable to secure the funds required to operate, the nation faced the real prospect of running out of money. Sir John Kerr, acting on established constitutional principles and confirmed legal advice, concluded that the Prime Minister must either resign or call a general election. But Mr Whitlam refused to do either. Mr Kerr then exercised the sovereign reserve powers vested in his office, powers that exist precisely for such deadlock circumstances. Third, the ultimate arbitrators were not politicians, but the Australian people, and their verdict could not have been clearer. At the 1975 election, the Coalition won 91 of 127 seats, the largest parliamentary majority in Australian history. It was Australians that overwhelmingly rejected the Whitlam government. The dismissal was controversial, certainly, but it was constitutional.
Your time has expired. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. And as we stare down the barrel of silly season, we must remember who really pays the price as we add another item to our cart of online shopping this Christmas. It is our Australian workers in distribution centres, our delivery drivers and transport workers who are being pushed to the absolute brink by big American companies like Amazon. Amazon runs on speed, but it shouldn't run on broken bodies and broken livelihoods. When companies like Amazon cut corners and grind workers to the bone, it sets a dangerous standard for every warehouse and delivery driver in this country. Because if you don't pay your fair share of tax, if you deny workers their right to a toilet break, and you use AI to track every second of their working day like a robot, then you are not a very jolly company at all. So I commend the SDA and the Transport Workers Union for calling out this behaviour. I stand with our unions, the SDA and the TWU and others, who are standing up to protect Australians from covert attempts to Americanise our workforce. They are protecting Australians from a corporation that has built its profits on relentless pressure, punishing conditions, and a business model that treats humans as though they are expendable. If you want to do business here, you need to abide by Australian laws and abide by Australian regulations and pay fair work and conditions for Australian workers. Make Amazon pay is not just a slogan. It is a call to defend the basic principles of fairness, transparency, accountability and democracy. So a word of warning to Amazon: learn from the mistakes of BHP, an Australian company that tried to exploit loopholes to underpay their contract staff. They fought this government's same pay, same job legislation, and they lost twice at the Fair Work Commission. And if Amazon can't abide by the Australian law, they might lose too.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. A recent study by Cornell University found that 99.9% of scientists across 90,000 peer-reviewed papers found that climate change was being driven by humans. Action on climate change is a moral and societal imperative. Undermining climate action puts lives, nature, the economy and future generations at risk. Disinformation, the deliberate spreading of lies and deceit, weakens public demand for climate action, erodes trust in scientific evidence, injects false and deceptive information into debates and delays ambitious climate policies. This Senate is having an inquiry into climate information integrity, like disinformation. And I'm very pleased to announce that one good thing that came out of COP in the last 2 weeks was a global initiative. Countries seal landmark declaration of COP30, marking first time information integrity is prioritised in climate talks. A number of countries have signed joint declarations to provide research funding to combat the scourge, this ocean of disinformation that we're all drowning in. This declaration calls on governments, the private sector, civil society, academia and funders to take concrete action to counter the growing impact of disinformation, misinformation, denialism and deliberate attacks on environmental journalists, defenders, scientists and researchers that do undermine climate action and threaten societal stability. And it was said at COP, this expanded membership of countries, another 4 countries have signed. Australia's yet to sign, Acting Deputy President, but I hope they will. This expanded membership reflects the growing international recognition that threats to information integrity represent one of the defining challenges of our time, weakening the foundations of public debate and undermining society's capacity to build collective solutions to the climate crisis. Australia needs to sign this global declaration and get on board with combating disinformation.
Senator Marielle-Smith.
Acting Deputy President, this week unions around the world, including the mighty SDA and Transport Workers Union here in Australia, are standing up together in unity as part of the Make Amazon Pay campaign. I've spoken on this issue multiple times in this chamber before, as have my colleagues and as have parliamentarians all around the world. Yet Amazon continues to put profits over people, to exploit, to evade, to rip people off. The Make Amazon Pay campaign is not just a slogan, it is a call to action. No international corporation, no matter how powerful they may be, sits above our laws in Australia. In my home state of South Australia, workers recently joined a nationwide strike organised by the TWU, the SDA and the MEAA outside Amazon's local facility. And their message was clear. South Australian workers deserve more, our state deserves more. I have been proud to advocate for changes to the law to protect gig workers and to defend the principles which underpin our workplace rights and laws since I was elected to Parliament. The principles that my grandfather as a unionist stood for, that my mother as a unionist marched for. And we have delivered those changes. Our closing loopholes laws that are reforming gig work, labour hire and the treatment of casuals represent hugely important first steps to address the exploitation of Australian workers, especially within the gig economy. Laws which those opposite in this chamber opposed. Along with my colleagues from the SDA and the Transport Workers Union, I will always stand with the workers in my state and indeed across Australia and the globe as they fight to make Amazon pay.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Babet.
As a society, we are tolerating the intolerable, and it is destroying our once great country. Toleration is an important virtue, but like any virtue, it can be twisted and misused. When we tolerate what is wrong, when we call evil good and good evil, the problems it creates are immense. Tolerance is for people, not for bad ideas. When we tolerate bad ideas out of fear, out of offending someone, we become complicit in the harm that those ideas can cause. Look around, there is so much that has become normalised simply because we have tolerated the intolerable. We have tolerated the sexualisation of children, dressing it up as inclusivity or education. We've tolerated a bloated government where the majority of new jobs are taxpayer funded. That is not prosperity, that is dependency. We've tolerated things like drag for children, woke morning teas for soldiers, lectures around pronouns from people who wouldn't survive a week in the real world, welcome to country ceremonies which are a constant reminder that we are divided by race rather than united as Australians. We've tolerated the Chinese military harassing our servicemen and our own government's inaction in response. We've tolerated mobs marching through our cities and shutting down our business districts while Australians feel unsafe in their own streets. And we've tolerated a Prime Minister who promised us a $275 power price cut, which has now become the punchline of a national joke. How did we get here? How did common sense become controversial? And how did courage become so rare? It's time to stop apologising for common sense. It's time to stand up, to speak plainly and to take our country back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McDonald.
It is time. It is time to prioritise energy security and energy abundance and take real action to drive down power prices, ease the cost of living pressures, protect Australian jobs and our environment. 1,283 days ago, the Albanese Labor government was elected, promising life would be cheaper for Australians. They promised lower energy bills, lower cost of living and pledged that no Australian would be left behind. But 1,283 days later, where do we stand? Energy bills are up by 40%. Instead of a $275 cut that Labor promised, Australians are paying $1,300 more for their power. Across the country, Australia is deindustrialising and families are getting poorer. Nearly 5 years into this net zero experiment and we've lost our plastics industry, our nickel industry, our urea industry. We are losing our metals manufacturing sector and green hydrogen has completely failed. Worryingly, 90% of emission cuts have come from cutting productive farmland. Australia is the best agricultural producer in the world and we cannot cripple our ability to feed ourselves or our partners in the guise of net zero. But there is a cheaper, better and fairer way. Our plan is cheaper because we will lower energy prices first, use all of our resources and abandon Labor's $9 trillion plan. Our plan is better because we will genuinely protect our local environment through community action, such as waterways protection, land restoration and soil carbon. Our plan is fairer because we will reduce emissions in line with comparable nations, not ahead of them. It is time for a cheaper, better, fairer energy plan that actually supports Australia and Australians.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I'm reading this speech on behalf of Zaina Amro, a student who recently completed work experience in my office. My name is Zaina. For years I've been a dedicated volunteer of the Bayside City Council. I recently received an award and was asked to appear on the front cover of the local council magazine. However, shortly after the magazine was published, it was removed from the website and copies were discontinued. Zionists complained about my Palestinian flag necklace, which I wear daily to represent my heritage. The council publicly apologised for distress that may have been caused by the photos. When did cultural expression become such a distressing issue? I wasn't consulted during the decision-making process, wasn't given a formal apology and wasn't protected. My requests were ignored and the council made it clear that appeasing Zionists was more important than celebrating a dedicated member of the community. A 16-year-old girl's existence should never be denied because of a pendant. For a council that values inclusivity and diversity, the failure to reflect these ideals is hypocritical. They claim to be apolitical, impartial and promote social cohesion, yet choosing to erase my Palestinian identity is quite political. How is being selectively inclusive, silencing and erasing me, promoting social cohesion? I will always stay true to myself and my core beliefs. I will not tolerate cheap words with no action from cowards in power who are complicit in a genocide. Free Palestine.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week I sent a survey out to the electorate of Aston and asked them, amongst other things, what would be the one issue that you would raise in federal parliament? If you had one issue, what would it be? Well, Courtney told me that the cost of living has risen by so much since Labor came to power and will only be worse now that they are back in. She said they promised cheaper prices and have failed miserably. Richard said that he wanted to talk about cheaper energy as this supports industry to grow, providing more jobs. And Odile wanted to raise what so many Australians are feeling, and I'm going to quote her here. She said, the lies the Albanese government told us about giving us $275 towards our electricity bills. Now, these voices are not alone. They're the voices of households that are right across Australia who are struggling with higher prices, higher power bills, and a government that has made such big promise but has delivered so little. And while families are tightening their belts, well, what is this Labor government doing? Last week, we learned that Australia had spent $7 million for the privilege of losing a bid for COP31, that they lost out to Turkey at the end of the day. Now that's fine, don't worry about it, it's okay, say Labor, because there's a consolation prize. And what a consolation prize it is. Because the member for McMahon, Mr Chris Bowen, Labor's Energy Minister, now gets to swan around Turkey as the lead negotiator for the International Climate Conference, a full-time job paid for by you, the taxpayer. Meanwhile, energy bills under this government have increased 40%. So this is the same guy that promised Australians $275 off his energy bills, off your energy bills, and now he's taking on another job paid for by you. Only Labor would give us a part-time minister during a full-blown energy...
Thank you, Senator Hume. Your time has expired. Senator Polly.
Contribution from a member when she was in government had 22 energy policies and couldn't deliver one of them. Not one of them. And they've allowed the dog's tail to wag the Liberals by dropping net zero. They've abandoned it. That's how much they care about the environment, about net zero. So after weeks and weeks and weeks of bitter infighting, what do we get from those? What we get is the only thing they're interested in is fighting amongst themselves, undermining their leader. That's what their priority has been. They're not interested in the cost of living for Australian families. They have done nothing whatsoever to contribute to the energy crisis that we've seen in this country, except, as I said, having 22... Oh, sorry, I forgot there was 23, because it was nuclear energy. That's what they wanted to bring in. And what did the Australian people say about that? They said, no way, Jose, no way. And it all started when Tony Abbott rolled Malcolm Turnbull, and nothing has changed since then. Even when the Australian people rejected them overwhelmingly at the election, they still haven't come to terms with it. And what is even worse, the first woman to lead the Liberal Party, and her own people are undermining her every day, not only in Parliament but outside the Parliament. Shame on you. Instead of thinking about yourselves, why don't you get on board, join the government who each and every day is working for the Australian people, addressing the cost of living, investing in women's health, ensuring that medicines have been reduced. That's what they're doing, restoring trust.
Thank you, Senator Polly. The time has expired. We're going to move to question time. Senator Wong.
I seek leave to make a statement concerning parliamentary office holders and ministerial arrangements for question time.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I thank the Senate. I inform senators that Senator Darmanin will be the acting Chief Government Whip in the absence of Senator Sheldon from 24 November to 27 November 2025, and I thank her for taking on that role again. I also advise changes to ministerial arrangements. Minister McCarthy will be absent from question time today. She's unable to travel as a consequence of the tropical cyclone. In the absence of Minister McCarthy, ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letter circulated to the President and party leaders and independent senators.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Ruston.
I seek leave to make a very short statement in relation to responsibilities in the chamber for the opposition.
Is leave is granted? Leave is granted, Senator
Thank you.
Ruston.
I wish to advise that Senator Cash is still unable to travel and will not be present for the remainder of this week and into next week for estimates, and in her absence I'll be acting as the leader.
Thank you. Please pass on our regards. Speedy recovery. We'll move to question time. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Ayres, the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, recently ANZ CEO Mr Nuno Matos told the House of Representatives Economics Committee that, and I quote, "Some still believe net zero by 2050 is possible. But I would say, at this point in time, it seems difficult to reach with the current dynamics, with the current technologies, with the current public stance in many parts of the world." He also said that net zero by 2050 could be the medicine that kills the patient. Quote, Minister, do you disagree with Mr Matos's assertion that net zero by 2050 may be the medicine that kills the patient?
Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister Ayres.
Well, it's always good to get a question from the Chatswood Willoughby Industrial Complex over there. I don't agree with Mr Matos's assertion. I don't agree with Mr Matos's assertion, nor do I agree with the proposition that has been advanced in such a disorderly way towards what would happen if those opposite ever got onto the Treasury benches again, a disorderly transition. And the truth is that the set of obsessions, imported ideological obsessions that have driven the madness of the internal approach there is driven by this impulse for drama, this impulse for sort of social media attention, not an impulse to act in the best interests of Australians. And that wrecking impulse that is so fundamental to the identity of the Liberal and National parties today, the problem with it is that adopting that approach hurts ordinary Australians. It hurts ordinary Australians. It damages blue-collar jobs. It damages industry. And the indolence—
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Collins.
Just a point of order on relevance.
Thank you. I will draw the minister back to the question. Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister Ayres.
Last I said no, I don't agree with that proposition. I'm not sure how more relevant I could be to the question, Senator. The problem is it is so hard to look away from the sort of series of catastrophes that have been happening over there on the political front. The real risk to Australians, the real risk to Australian living standards, to industry, is the sort of arc of activity from there to over there that spells sovereign risk, that spells disinvestment, and if you want to have a look at what it would look like—
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Collins, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, last week Rio Tinto sacked 180 workers and cut production at its aluminium refinery to align with Rio's decarbonisation pathway. The Orica CEO also stated that their industry cannot decarbonise with any commercial technology that exists today. Minister, Gladstone Industry is shutting down to align with your government's net zero agenda while they're telling you this transition is not possible. Why is your government pushing a policy that is leading to workers being sacked and industry shutting down?
Thank you, Senator Collins. Just before I call the minister, Senator McKenzie, you have started up with a running commentary. You need to be silent. Minister Ayres.
Well, that is, I want to frame this properly, an utterly dishonest question. Utterly dishonest. In terms of if you wanted to attribute the decision that Rio Tinto, who run that facility in central Queensland, had in any way to the energy questions that all of our industry faces, that is utterly inappropriate and wrong, and knowingly wrong. They have made a decision at that facility. I don't want to bore you with the details or the facts. They have made a decision at that facility to redeploy 100%—
Senator Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President.
I'm sorry, Senator Ruston. The chamber needs to be quiet. Senator Ruston.
President, I'm just asking whether you might consider the commentary that Senator Ayres is currently using in response to the question is adversely reflecting on an individual in this chamber?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
On the point of order, I submit it is in order to say that a question is dishonest.
Senator Ruston.
On the point of order, I mean, a question actually is an inanimate object. It's words on a piece of paper that have been put there by a person. So to suggest that the question itself is somewhat disassociated with the person that's asking it. So I'd ask you once again if you would reflect on whether that was an adverse reflection on a person.
Thank you. No, Senator Henderson. So, Senator Henderson, no, I'm responding to the no, Senator Henderson. I've asked you to resume your seat. So, Senator Henderson, you are out of order. I've asked you to resume your seat. I am Senator Henderson. In response to your point of order, Senator Ruston, referring to the question itself as dishonest does not fall foul of the general custom in this place. However, I think the latter part of Senator Ayres' response was starting to go that way. So I'll remind the senator of the need to be respectful and to be careful about how he frames his response. Thank you, Senator Ayres.
Utterly disassociated from the reality of the decision that has been made, which is to redeploy 100% of the workers involved for a decision that is about investing in the future capability of that facility. That's what that is about, and it's utterly appalling to misrepresent it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Collins, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, what is your message to the 185 refinery workers that have been sacked to align with your government's net zero by 2050 agenda?
Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister Ayres.
Well, my message is to repeat what it is that I've just said. The assurances that I have been given are that those workers at that
Senator
facility
Canavan.
are being redeployed from some work to other work because what it is that the company is trying to achieve is to make sure that their waste discharge is stored appropriately and that they have a plan for the decades ahead to sustain their waste. It's got nothing to do with their emissions, nothing to do with energy. My message to those workers...
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan, I've asked you on a number of occasions to stop interjecting. You are being disrespectful to me. Do not interject. Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan, may I invite you at any other time to make a response? You have Tuesday night for open-ended adjournment if you want to make a response, not at question time. Minister Ayres, please continue.
And my message to those workers is work with your unions, work with the local community, work with the business, work with the federal government that backs you and future investment in your sector, not the show that caused so much damage over the last decade.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. In its first term, the Albanese Labor government laid a strong foundation to build Australia's future. We did this by delivering cost of living relief, strengthening Medicare, making it easier to get a home and helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. How is the government building on these foundations to continue to deliver for the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you to Senator Whittaker for the question and for drawing attention to the strong foundation that we laid in our first term. And I'm very pleased to report that the government has spent the 6 months since the election delivering for the Australian people. In the first sitting fortnight of this parliament, we legislated our commitment to cut 20% off student debt for more than 5.5 million Australian students and apprentices, and the first round of students are already starting to benefit from this cost of living measure. In August, we legislated to protect penalty rates and overtime pay, and we've expanded paid parental leave by a further 2 weeks. We've started rolling out our biggest ever investment into Medicare with more bulk billing for more Australians, delivering new incentives so more GP practices can bulk bill every patient. And we are building on the success of the Medicare urgent care clinics by opening even more of these clinics around the country. President, in the first term, we slashed the costs of medicines on the PBS, and in the new year, Australians will have access to even cheaper medicines, because we on this side understand what this means to so many Australians. We understand what the cost of PBS scripts means, and so from the 1st of January 2026, the cost of a PBS script will be cut to the lowest price since 2004, down from $25 down to just $25.07 for pensioners and concession card holders, because we believe no Australian should have to forego the medicine they need because they can't afford it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Australians have faced some tough challenges in recent years, particularly regarding cost of living pressures. Working together, we've seen the government's responsible economic management help ensure inflation has come down, real wages have grown and unemployment remains low. What is the government doing to help Australians continue to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, as Senator Whittaker reminds us, we have spent the last 6 months building on the strong economic foundations that the government delivered and built in our first term. We all know what the Liberal Party thinks. We all know that the Liberals believe that low wages are a deliberate design feature of the country's economic agenda. So they are for low wages, we are for higher wages. And when it comes to income tax cuts, who can forget at the last election the proud Dutton opposition championing higher taxes, whereas the Labor Party, the Labor government, we are delivering income tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer with more to come. And on July 1st, we delivered another wage increase for aged care workers, introduced paid prac for the next generation of nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives, delivering bonuses for tradies. You want higher taxes, lower wages. We want you to earn more and keep more of what.
Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is focused on building on our first-term foundation to build Australia's future. This includes the need to drive down emissions while delivering cheaper, reliable energy. What progress is the government making to build on that progress? And are there any threats that might stand in the way?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Well, thank you. Well, we understand the importance of certainty. We understand the importance of certainty, policy certainty, to deliver affordable energy. We understand the importance of energy bill relief, which is why we delivered relief. They opposed it. It's why we are focused on adding supply to the system and, as I said, providing certainty. Support and certainty, that's what we're delivering. What are they delivering? More division. More division. They haven't learned the lesson of the last election, and they certainly haven't changed. We've got the Shadow Minister for Energy gaslighting his moderate colleagues like Senator Ruston and Senator Bragg about coal. And you've got Senator Hanson with her new best friend and apparent successor, Mr Joyce, reportedly coming up with a Liberals' energy policy over dinner. How embarrassing. You have your energy policy worked out by Senator Hanson and Mr Joyce. This is what the Liberal Party has been reduced to, being dictated to by others.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Your time for answering has expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. So my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I refer to the Prime Minister's correspondence to the states and territories where he demanded that, and I quote, reduce growth in hospital activity and costs to receive additional Commonwealth funding. Minister, which services do the Prime Minister think the states and territories should cut, and which patients should miss out on care?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. We are continuing to negotiate in good faith with the states, and I think Australians do want the states and the Commonwealth to work together to improve hospitals and strengthen Medicare. We are on the record as indicating we have made an offer of an additional $20 billion in hospital funding for the states on top of record funding this year. We want to work with the states to finalise the National Cabinet that they signed up to in December 2023, and we have put a very serious offer on the table. An extra $20 billion over 5 years would bring the total Commonwealth funding expected to public hospitals over the new 5 years to a record $215 billion. We'll continue to negotiate in good faith. We will do our part.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
On direct relevance, my question went specifically to a letter that the Prime Minister sent to the states and territories seeking for them to reduce funding in public hospitals. I was wondering if the Minister might go to that.
The Minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
The correspondence that you refer to involved precisely the negotiation that I'm describing and precisely the offer of an additional $20 billion that I'm referencing, Senator, so it is entirely relevant. What I was going to go on to say is we will do our part by contributing to increased activity and increased funding. Obviously, the states do have to play their part too to make sure their health systems are efficient and well run. As I said, we'll continue to negotiate in good faith. We've put a substantial additional contribution on the table. We look forward to the states continuing to engage with the Commonwealth in good faith.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. Minister, last year only 802 new aged care beds were delivered, despite the need for more than 10,000 every year for the next 10 years. This left thousands of older Australians in hospitals waiting for an aged care bed. Why is the Prime Minister asking the states to cut hospital budgets instead of ensuring medically fit older Australians can leave hospital?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Ruston for the question. Well, you're right, Senator. We should be able to access. People should be able to access quality aged care, and we know that the absence of sufficient, or in a situation where aged care services are insufficient, there is pressure on the public hospital regime. And I would remind you, Senator, you are part of a government whose management of aged care was described in one word by the Royal Commission as neglect. Neglect. Now, we are working.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Once again, on relevance, I'm actually talking about the last 12 months, not something that happened 5 years ago.
The Minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, you are one of the people in this place who does understand these issues, and you would know that the $2.5 billion that was cut from aged care by the government of which you were a part, that the consequences of that have been long-lasting. Now, it is the case that we want to have more aged care beds. It is the case that governments know that if you don't have sufficient support for older Australians, it does put pressure on public hospitals.
Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Going to your answer to the first question, could I ask, does the Prime Minister stand by his clear and unconditional commitment to fund 42.5% of hospital funding by 2030? And if not, what will your government's hospital funding contribution be by 2030?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
As I said, I think in my first answer, we do want to finalise the agreement that all governments signed up to in December 2023. National Cabinet did agree that increasing the Commonwealth share of public hospital funding would be subject to a reasonable limit on the annual growth in costs. I think the states understand this. That is the best way to ensure we keep our public health system efficient, affordable and strong. We put a very serious offer on the table and we'll keep working with the states.
Minister Wong, had you finished your contribution? Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister pulled Australia out of the race to host next year's International Climate Summit. That global meeting would have brought scrutiny on the fact that Australia is the world's second biggest exporter of climate-wrecking emissions, behind only Russia. That this government has approved over 30 coal and gas mines since coming to office and 5 since the most recent election, and that you're now trying to get coal and gas approved within 30 days under environmental laws without their climate impacts on nature being considered. Is the Australian government's addiction to coal and gas the reason why the Prime Minister stopped pushing to host the COP?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
No, and it's a pity, Senator Waters, that you don't engage more with the Pacific, because, well, it is. You know, it is. You clearly don't talk to Pacific leaders and Pacific ministers, unlike the government, which has engaged directly with the Pacific about this Conference of the Parties. So this is actually what amplifying Pacific voices means. You engage with them to resolve a negotiating position that they are backing. 100%. So just remember, when you wanted to lecture us, that we went down this path, both for the bid and all of the detailed negotiations over this last year, in very close discussion with some of the people you don't bother talking to, which is Pacific leaders and ministers. All right? And I know you're too busy lecturing us to actually talk to some of the people who are affected most by climate change, which was our primary motivation in wanting this Conference of the Parties, was to elevate Pacific experience and Pacific voices. And the discussion with Turkey and the discussion in Belém that Mr Bone was involved in involved engagement at the Prime Minister, my level and Mr Bone's level and official level to work out, in a circumstance where we were not able to get agreement to our bid, what could we get to ensure that the Pacific's experience, issues and priorities were on the agenda. And that is what Australia has achieved. And I want to thank our Pacific colleagues for working with us and the respectful, decent way in which they have engaged with us on this issue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Australia just signed the Belém Declaration at COP, which contains the strongest language on phasing out fossil fuels that Australia has ever signed, which incidentally is exactly what the Pacific is asking us to do, that your government isn't doing. When will the government outline its roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels, including coal and gas exports?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
It seems a little inconsistent, if I may say, President, with the first question, but that, so be it. The Belém Declaration talks about a roadmap to deliver a fairer transition. It is consistent with our language from the Conference of the Parties in 2023, I think. The Australian position has not changed, and we're supporting the global transition, and we remain a reliable trading partner. Now, these are matters that are challenging. These are matters which do involve a global economic transition and an economic transition for this country. And we understand that that requires policy, requires delivery, it requires us to change the nature of the economy in which we are. You don't do it through bumper stickers, and you certainly do it by making false accusations.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. It was reported over the weekend that many insiders said Australia was in a strong position to win the COP bid, that Minister Bowen had worked hard to get there, and that the Prime Minister had pulled the rug out from him when he gave up to Turkey. Why is the Prime Minister undermining his climate minister and Australia's climate potential?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, there's so much that is incorrect in those assertions. Can I make this point? If you had followed this, Senator, and you may be aware of this, we did have very broad support. You will also know there is no way to avoid or to break the impasse at a Conference of the Parties, and under the UNFCCC rules, in the absence of that impasse being broken, the conference would have reverted to Bonn, and the COP president would not have been elected until the first day of that conference, which has implications for global climate negotiations and for the Pacific. So these were the real issues that we worked through very carefully with the Pacific, and we're very pleased that we were able to achieve a whole range of propositions, including a pre-COP held in the Pacific with leaders, including pledging for the Pacific Resilience Facility and Pacific engagements in leading aspects of the negotiations. We were very pleased that we were able to achieve that with the support of the Pacific.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The International Monetary Fund has endorsed the Albanese Labor government's economic and budget strategy, praising Australia's soft landing, strong foundations and ambitious reform agenda. This is a significant vote of confidence in Australians' economic approach during this period of global uncertainty. Can the Minister outline what the IMF said about Australia's performance? How is the government's responsible economic management helping deliver stability, growth and resilience for Australians?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator O'Neill for that question, for a question on the economy, because those over on this side of the chamber understand how important a strong economy is to delivering services and improving living standards for all Australians. And I just take this opportunity to remind those opposite that when we came to opposite, we inherited huge deficits, $1 trillion of Liberal debt, high inflation, falling real wages and falling living standards. That is the situation that we inherited. And Senator O'Neill is right to draw our attention to the International Monetary Fund's report on Australia's economy, including on our budget and fiscal strategy, where it is a powerful endorsement of the approach that we have taken. Inflation is around a third of its peak, debt is down, real wages are growing, unemployment is low, and we've seen the creation of more than 1.2 million jobs. Well, that is not correct, and I know you're a bit of a public sector job snob. I hear it all the time, and so I take that interjection. We know you wanted to sack 41,000 public servants, and we saw how that went down. But also what you do when you demean jobs in the non-market economy, which is what you're saying, you're demeaning everyone who works in the care economy. All of those who work in aged care, they form part of those jobs. They're no good. All those that work in disability, all those that work in early education and care, anywhere where the government provides support for a program, those are the jobs that you are demeaning every single time you say that. And we hear it and those workers hear it. And we won't let them forget it, because every time you stand up here and pretend you care about aged care and health and disability, they're the workers that you're attacking when you say those jobs aren't good enough. Now, the IMF acknowledges the government's—
Thank you, Minister. There's time for answering.
Luckily, I'll get two more cracks.
Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you. It's such a big story to tell, Minister. New ABS data shows annual real wages have grown for 8 consecutive quarters, the longest run in almost a decade. Labour force data also shows that more Australians are in work than ever before. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring this momentum continues so workers share in the benefits of our stronger economy?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
And I thank Senator O'Neill for that question and for acknowledging the working people across our economy, whether it be in market or non-market jobs. New data released by the ABS shows that annual real wages have now grown for 8 consecutive quarters. This is now the longest period of consecutive annual real wage growth in almost a decade. The wage price index grew 0.8% in the September quarter to be 3.4% higher through the year. We're delivering more jobs, better paid jobs, and we support wage increases across the economy, whether, again, you work in the market or non-market economy. We support wage rises, we support good jobs, secure jobs, well-paid jobs. We absolutely dealing with the feminised inequality that we've seen across our wage system as well, and that's why we've supported those substantial wage increases for those sectors.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Australia's economy is stronger and more stable than many advanced nations, with the IMF praising our fiscal strategy and reform agenda. How important is it to maintain this responsible approach so we never return to the days of sliding global ranks and missed opportunities for jobs, for wages and for growth?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator O'Neill for the supplementary. When we came to office, real wages were going backwards by 3.5%, and they'd fallen for the 5 quarters leading up to the 2022 election. We knew that because that was a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. Since we came to government, average annualised nominal wages have been growing at 3.7%, much higher than the 2.2% under our predecessors. Inflation was up in 2.1% in the March quarter 2022. We've got inflation back under control. Under those opposite, well, have a look at your record, Senator Patterson. Go back and have a little look about what happened in the dying days of the Morrison government. Inflation was roaring. We've got it back under band. We've also seen business investment fell, and we're seeing business investment come back. Under Labor, inflation is lower, interest rates have been cut 3 times, unemployment is low.
Expired. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Science, Minister Ayres. Minister, under your watch, CSIRO has now copped the biggest job cuts in its history. More than 800 jobs lost over the past 18 months and another 350 science jobs to be cut in the months ahead. Both the CPSU and the CSIRO Staff Association has slammed your government, claiming these cuts are worse than under any anti-science, climate-denying LNP government. Genuinely, Minister, this is not something myself or anyone I know at CSIRO thought would be possible. Aren't you ashamed of this?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, I think it's important to step through in a careful way what it is that has been undertaken at the CSIRO. It is 15 years since the CSIRO has undertaken a proper strategic examination of its research priorities to make sure that every science dollar, and this government every year has allocated close to $1 billion,
Senator McKim,
close to $1 billion to the CSIRO to make sure that every science dollar is allocated to a program of research which is squarely within the national science priorities of the CSIRO and the government. And that is the exercise that the management and the board of the CSIRO have embarked upon.
Order.
It is absolutely in Australia's national interest that the work of the CSIRO is directed absolutely directly at every one of those national science priorities and not in other areas. And that is the work that is going on. And I think that you will discover over the coming weeks and months that the areas of emphasis that the CSIRO and the programs of research that they are leaning into are absolutely in the national interest, absolutely in the interest of strengthening the CSIRO and making sure that it is fit for purpose for the decades ahead.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whish-Wilson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Let's talk about the national interest. You publicly confirmed on Friday that CSIRO's Environment Research Unit, Climate, Nature, Water, Oceans, is set to bear the brunt of these cuts, with 20% of the unit's staff to be axed. 1 in 5 jobs to go, Minister. Isn't climate science and environment a national priority? You're making big claims about you caring about the environment and delivering environmental law reform, but you clearly don't give a fig about the environment, do you? You should be ashamed of this.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. There is a reprioritisation. And I think that what you will find is that in areas like climate adaptation, in areas of particular focus like zoonotic disease, landscape pests, pathogen science, all of those questions that go to future resilience in terms of pandemics, climate adaptation, and a range of the areas that are squarely within the national interest and the national science priorities, that this is all about strengthening those areas. This is, of course, a difficult process. And these scientists are passionate Australians who are absolutely qualified in their areas of science, and we know that this is very difficult, but it is necessary and important work.
Senator Whish-Wilson, second supplementary.
Minister, what have you got to say to CSIRO staff, scientists, especially young, early career scientists, who are now going into Christmas not knowing if they will have a job next year? What message are you sending to young Australians who are aspiring to be a scientist?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Ayres.
Well, what I say to young Australians at school or studying at university in the sciences is that you should lean in hard and look hard for a career in the sciences, because it is important for our national interest that there will be a strong, viable, credible, effective national science institution working in a coordinated way with our university sector, our private sector research and our other science institutions on the issues that matter for Australia's future climate security, our future energy security, our future economic resilience, managing diseases, managing imported pests. These are all the priorities that the CSIRO will be focused on, and there's a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister Ayres. Minister, last week the Australian Energy Council released its Delivering Australia's Energy Transition Affordability report based on a survey of energy sector CEOs. In this survey, one retail energy sector CEO told the Australian Energy Council that, and I quote, "The biggest risk to this whole transition is that the general public haven't really cottoned on to the fact that there's a cost to the transition. Governments have made promises about bill reduction, but it is not coming anytime soon." A generator CEO told the survey that, and I quote, "The infrastructure required to do the renewable transition is all far more expensive than anyone expected." Another CEO said that, and I quote, "My feel is that bills will increase for at least the next decade, given the scale of capital being deployed in the industry." Minister, why are you continuing your net zero plans, given that there are predictions that power bills will increase for at least the next decade when you promised the opposite?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, because it is the cheapest way of modernising Australia's electricity system. And as we go through the challenging national interest task—
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. When Senator Canavan asked that question, you could have heard a pin drop in this place. The minute the minister got to his feet, those on my left thought it was time to interject. It is not. If you can't listen in silence, leave the chamber. Minister, please continue.
And we saw what the alternative might— we had a little glimpse into what the alternative might look like over the miserable decade, the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison decade of indolence and failure on energy policy. Yeah. We saw what that did for Australians. What it did was that wrecking impulse that is so fundamental to your approach in this area of policy hurts ordinary Australians. It costs jobs. It costs jobs. It costs jobs when you're in government. The only difference now is that the position that the Liberals and Nationals have adopted is more extreme, more likely to lead to dislocation and disinvestment than the last decade did.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Canavan. Senator McKenzie, your constant interjections are incredibly disorderly and they are rude towards the orders that I'm giving. As I said, if you can't listen quietly and in silence, leave the chamber. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, in its report, the Australian Energy Council itself noted that its members are concerned, and I quote from the report, that Australia's transition to cleaner energy will come with sustained upward pressure on household and business electricity prices. The report also noted, and I quote, that the large-scale capital investment required to replace and decarbonise has the potential to drive bills higher for years to come. Minister, when will Australians see a reduction in their energy bills?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the Australian Energy Council. The CEO said of that organisation just last week. We are now on a trajectory for a high renewable system supported by gas, battery storage and pumped hydro, and that is generally going to deliver the lowest cost outcome. She then went on to say, keeping coal open for longer is likely to increase costs rather than decrease costs. She then went on to say, we can't keep coal in the system forever. There are some coal plants that can run for a longer time and are a bit more reliable, but there is a large proportion that do need to exit by 2035, and we can't delay that. I just wonder why. How hard you must have had to search through what energy experts say to find something that even comes remotely close to backing your silly argument.
Thank you, Minister. I think the Minister has concluded. Your second supplementary, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. The Minister has not answered the question of when power bills will come down. Minister, in the survey, one retail energy sector CEO noted that, and I quote, the cost of this transition is really going to affect the people who can afford it the least. So the people that are already struggling to pay their power bills are going to get slammed with more cost. And another retail CEO said, and I quote, so the bottom line is we're going to make a large segment of the population more vulnerable again with electricity. Minister, why are you promising net zero when it's hurting the poorest and most vulnerable in our society the most?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
The plan that has been adopted and implemented by the government is far cheaper than the costly schmozzle that has been authored by you and Mr Joyce and imposed upon these profiles in Courage over here. Like it is cheaper, it is more responsible, it is more reliable, and the truth is that wrecking impulse that has driven the sort of set of politics that you represent. When you wreck, Australians pay. They pay in terms of jobs. They pay in terms of their bills. They've paid the consequences over the course of the last period for the decade of disinvestment that was authored by you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration, Minister Watt. I thank the Minister for his written response to my last question without notice on refugee numbers. From your reply, Minister, the top 5 countries for our humanitarian program, comprising 14,500 of our 20,000 humanitarian visa intake, 73% are from Afghanistan, Syria, Myanmar, Iraq and Malaysia. 4 of these have Islam as the dominant or state religion. The 5th, Myanmar, is Buddhist, yet the UN Human Rights Commission prioritised Rohingya refugees who are Islamic. It seems deliberate, Minister, that your humanitarian visa program is overwhelmingly favouring Islamic refugees over Christian refugees. Why?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Well, thank you, Senator Roberts, for the question. I think the last time you asked me a question about this, I pointed out that the Australian Labor Party, perhaps unlike other parties in this chamber, the Australian Labor Party proudly stands for a non-discriminatory immigration policy. We don't rule people out on the basis of their faith, on the basis of their race, on the basis of the country that they come from. And listening to the list of countries that you just provided to us, I would argue that the common feature of each of those countries is not so much their religion, but the fact that they are war-torn and that they are countries that people are fleeing because of concerns for their safety. Senator McKim seeks to keep interrupting.
Minister Watt, I've got Senator Wong on her feet.
I'm sorry, Senator Payne, you don't want me to take a point of order.
Senator,
President, there have been interjections from that particular senator, Senator McKim, through the previous question that was asked by the Greens, and now through this. I would ask you to ask him to cease the interjections on this minister.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I have personally called Senator McKim to account on the previous questions, and I just called order. I am reluctant always to interrupt those that are either asking or answering questions. But Senator McKim, just cease. Thank you. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thanks, President. So, as I was saying, our government and the Labor Party stands for a non-discriminatory immigration policy, and we don't discriminate against people on the basis of their faith. Now, as Senator Ayres was mentioning, I think what we're seeing here and hearing here from One Nation is foreshadowing where we're going to see the coalition end up on immigration policy in a matter of weeks. Because we know that's what happened when it came to net zero policy. It started with One Nation railing against wind farms and railing against net zero, and then it spread to the National Party, and then it spread to the Liberal Party, and then it even spread to the so-called moderates in the Liberal Party, who had to cave in to the Conservatives and the Nationals and One Nation on their opposition to net zero. So I think what we're seeing here, I predict we will see within a matter of weeks, is the immigration policy of the Liberal Party. Hello, Senator Duniam, you're in charge now, along with Senator Scarr. And Senator Scarr might have to face the situation where he has to explain to those Brisbane multicultural groups why he's followed One Nation when it comes to immigration policy.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Roberts, order. Senator Roberts first. Senator Roberts, just wait on calming the chamber down. Please continue. First supplementary.
Thank you. Your letter admits Australia has not issued one humanitarian visa in Nigeria, yet the current United Nations Human Rights Commission guidance since 2016 promotes protecting Nigerian Christians from Islamists, citing hundreds, now thousands of deaths. Similar guidance exists for protecting Christians in Islamic Pakistan, Iran, Eritrea and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Minister, are you cherry-picking which United Nations Human Rights Commission guidance you follow to exclude Christians and favour Islam?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The time for asking has expired. Minister Watt.
No.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, it is a person's religion, for instance Christian, in an Islamic country that places them in danger, which is the reason for the United Nations Human Rights Commission guidance in that country for their own safety. Yet your letter says you can't tell me how many of the humanitarian visas issued are for that reason. Isn't that reason in their case file, and wouldn't you have to let the United Nations Human Rights Commission know how many refugees we took and why?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
No.
Senator Babet.
My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister Ayres. Minister, the Capacity Investment Scheme is a revenue underwriting scheme which uses taxpayer funds to prop up solar, wind and storage projects aimed at forcing the government's 80% renewable electricity target by 2030. The Herald Sun reported yesterday that through the CIS, taxpayers are underwriting the construction of a $120 million large-scale battery in South Australia, run by energy company Pacific Blue, who are wholly owned by the Chinese government's State Power Investment Corporation, or the SPIC. So, Minister, my question is, how is allowing a foreign authoritarian government to hold influence over Australia's critical energy infrastructure in our national interest at all?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister Ayres.
Well, we've said about the lowest cost approach to building a low-cost, reliable electricity system for Australians. That's the program of effort that we are engaged in. It is the lowest cost approach. It is in the interests of industry and blue-collar jobs in the regions in particular. Foreign investors in Australia's energy infrastructure are subject to the normal scrutiny through the Foreign Investment Framework.
Senator Babet, first supplementary.
Thanks, Minister. So the SPIC, State Power Investment Corporation, is also an active participant in Chinese President Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, which the US government has labelled an attempt to create economic dependencies and coerce others. Minister, are you happy for Australia to be dependent and coerced by China?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, the truth is that relying upon the lowest cost option, which is Australian solar and Australian wind in Australia, is absolutely in the interests of our energy security, and I refer you to my previous answer.
Senator Babet, second supplementary.
Minister, Chinese state-owned enterprises are required to give China's intelligence services access to their operations. So it's not just about spying, it gives hostile intelligence services capacity to install malware, kill switches and other forms of technology designed to give China control over critical infrastructure during moments of tension. Minister, are you and your government comfortable with this risk?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister Ayres.
I'm very confident in our foreign investment framework at managing risks of any kind of foreign investment.
Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell. Last week, the Albanese Labor government signed Australia up to an agreement for a, quote, just, orderly and equitable transition away from fossil fuels. The agreement states that signatories, quote, support the call to advance a roadmap for the transition away from fossil fuels. Coal and gas are Australia's second and third largest exports. Fossil fuels earned $153 billion for Australia in the last financial year. Minister, why is the government working with other countries to end our second and third top exports? And did the government model the cost to the Australian people of ending a quarter of our exports? If so, what is that cost?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Chandler for her first first question.
Order.
First question.
Senator Farrell, I'm sorry. Please resume your seat. Order, Senator Canavan and Senator Whish-Wilson. Order. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. And look, the truth of the matter, Senator Chandler, is that in order to get to net zero, a policy that your party used to support, legislated for, then that transition is going to require a transition fuel, and that transition fuel is going, in this country, is going to be gas. This government makes no apology whatsoever for saying that gas is part of the mix to get to net zero. And I don't believe that there's anything inconsistent with what we signed last week with the policies that this government has adopted, the sensible policies. We're right.
Libya, wasn't it, Brady?
Minister, thank you. Senator Chandler.
Point of order on relevance.
I'm sorry,
President.
Senator Chandler. Order on my right. Order. Order. Minister Gallagher. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. Point of order, and it is on relevance. I asked quite specifically about the government modelling of the cost to the Australian people of ending a quarter of our exports. The Trade Minister has gone nowhere near answering that part of the question.
Senator Chandler, there was quite a preamble to that question, and the Minister is being relevant to the question. Minister Farrell, please continue.
Thank you, President. Senator Chandler, we don't need any modelling to know that we are going to need gas in the mix to get to net zero.
Senator Canavan.
Senator Canavan, here we are adopting a policy that I assume you support, which is the continued use of gas to get to net zero. There is nothing magical about this.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Labor's international agreement to end our second and third top exports was signed with just 23 other countries, none of whom are among our top 15 trading partners. Countries that signed the agreement represent under 10% of global economic output. Why would the government sign an agreement which restricts our ability to use energy resources but allows 90% of the world's economy to continue to use fossil fuels to take our jobs and our industries?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Chandler for her first supplementary question. I speak with our trading partners all of the time. In fact, last week I met with the European Union,
Very fine.
and can I say, the first thing that they talk to me about, of course, is how can we work together to extract our critical minerals in order to get to that point of net zero by 2050.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Senator Canavan.
The question was an agreement involving 24 countries which did not include the European Union, and now the Minister's talking about discussions
Senator
with the European
Canavan,
Union.
the Minister is being relevant to the question. Minister Farrell.
So we, unlike when you were in government, Senator Chandler, we try and engage with our trading partners. We try and find out what their issues are, and we try and work with them to resolve the issue. Now, can I just give you one example of that?
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Sure,
Order on my right.
Sure, it would have been a good example. Has the government consulted with affected workers in the regions and industry, including the tens of thousands of union members, Senator Farrell, about how it will prevent jobs and investment shifting to competitor countries that have not signed this pledge?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Chandler for her second supplementary question. Look, I was with 700 union members on Saturday night at the Adelaide Convention Centre. I was there. Well, you asked which union it was. It happened to be the Shop Assistants Union, the finest trade union in the country. And can I tell you what those workers wanted to hear about is, amongst other things, there were many things they wanted to hear about. They wanted to know how did we go in getting wheat,
Minister Farrell,
barley.
Please resume your seat. Order on my right. Order. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. I was just wondering whether you might draw the Minister's attention to the question, and I was wondering how many members of the STA are involved in mining.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. We don't need the commentary. I will draw the Minister to the other union members that Senator Chandler referred to in her question. Minister Farrell, please continue.
Well, I can tell you there's a few of them up at Roxby Downs who Minister Ayres and the Resources Minister met a few weeks ago, who actually provide all the food to the mining workers. Minister Ayres and I were.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cox.
My question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water, Minister Watt. This week, the Senate has the chance to pass landmark reforms to our nation's environment laws that not only will better protect the environment, but also make our economy more productive.
Order.
Can the Minister outline for the Senate how the government's reforms will improve the environment and protect it for future generations?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I would love to do that. Well, this is the week. This is the week that the federal parliament needs to finally pass important and much-needed reforms to our national environment laws. And it's interesting, Senator Dunningham, that most of the people over there seem to think that it's not necessary to pass these reforms. We might have a little chat about that later. It's now over 5 years since Professor Graham Samuel tabled his blueprint for reform of these laws. It's over 5 years since Professor Samuel told us that our national environmental laws are fundamentally broken, that they are failing the environment, failing business and failing the general community. So this week, it's critical that this parliament comes together to pass reforms to these laws that will deliver real gains for the environment. Gains like creating the first ever National Environmental Protection Agency to be a tough cop on the beat, the establishment of national environment standards and the inclusion of a net gain principle into the environmental offsets regime. The government is very clear about our position on these laws. We've introduced a set of reforms that have now passed the House of Representatives, so the choice is now sitting with the Coalition and the Greens to decide whether they want to work cooperatively with the government to pass these reforms. Of course, the other option that the Coalition and the Greens have is that they sit on the sidelines throwing rocks while their political opponents come and work with us instead. I've made very clear these reforms are going through this week, and it's either going to be with you or it's going to be with you. Order. And it's up to you. If you sit on the sidelines, we go with them. If you sit on the sidelines, we'll go with you. Just have a little think about that as the week rolls on. We all know how it worked out for both these characters over the last federal election when they were sitting on the sidelines throwing rocks and blocking progress. They went backwards, and the Australian people had their say.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Order. Senator Smith, Minister Watt, and Senator Duniam. Senator Cox, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Improving these laws is not only going to be better for the environment, but will also boost productivity by speeding up approvals for key projects. It will also help address some of the long-standing issues in our society, particularly the supply of more housing and the rollout of more renewable energy projects. How will these reforms deal with these issues, and what will the cost be to the economy if these laws are in fact not passed this week?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Cox. Well, we saw in answer to the primary question a number of coalition figures asking what the rush is. So perhaps they might want to listen to this answer, because a key focus of our reforms is removing the duplication in the federal and state approvals and assessment systems for projects, all while maintaining strong environmental standards. I spoke in the previous answer about the benefits for the environment in these reforms, and our laws will also enhance our ability to enter bilateral agreements, a new streamlined assessment pathway and the greater use of regional planning to identify upfront go zones and no-go zones for development in a particular region. Now, these reforms are designed to speed up the delivery of the homes, renewable and other economic projects that we desperately need, because under the current laws that we're seeking to reform, we've seen project approval times blow out from a median time frame of 48 weeks at the turn of the century to 118 weeks now. That's why we need to move on these reforms to get the homes, renewables and other projects we need, and we need to do it this week.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The EPBC Act has been around for more than 25 years, and it's been 5 years since an independent review into the Act recommended sweeping changes, most of which have been dealt with in your proposed reforms. The issues with these laws have been well ventilated and are well understood by the community. So why is it so important that these laws are passed by the Senate this week? What are the risks if this is delayed yet again?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Watt.
Well, thanks, Senator Cox. Not only has it been 5 years since we had the Samuels Review handed down to the then Environment Minister, Susan Lee, providing his recommendations, but it's been 2.5 decades since these laws came into effect, and they haven't been properly updated since. In that time, we've seen our natural environment go backwards.
Watt, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
Just on a point of order, understanding Order 73.1, questions applied to a piece of legislation that's in front of a committee.
Senator McKenzie, the minister can talk about the bill because the bill hasn't been introduced yet. Minister, please continue.
Well, we'll just have to talk about these environmental reforms that are going to speed up approvals for business and improve protections for the environment. In the last 5 years, since we saw Graham Samuel's review provided to Susan Lee, we've seen our natural environment go backwards, and we've seen really important projects like housing developments, renewables and other projects as well, held up by the red tape which exists under the current laws, and we need to change that. So every day we delay, if we push these reforms back by another few months or another couple of years, what will happen is the environment will keep going backwards and we'll keep seeing those important projects held up. And that will be on the heads of every coalition and Green senator in this place if they fail to work with us to pass the reform.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers to all coalition questions.
Yep, you have the call, Senator Collins. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, colleagues, wasn't that very, very telling today to see the response to our questions on net zero, to have the minister absolutely panicking about the question that we asked, evidence that we put to him from the ANZ CEO, Mr Nuno Matos, that was put to the House of Representatives Economics Committee, and he called that dishonest. That was evidence given by somebody outside of this parliament to this parliament. And that evidence was that some still believe net zero by 2050 is possible. But I would say, at this point in time, it seems to be difficult to reach with the current dynamics, with the current technologies, with the current public stance in many parts of the world. He also said that by 2050, that net zero by 2050 could be the medicine that kills the patient. I don't know if anybody else in this chamber saw the news last week that they'd found asbestos in the wind farms that were coming in from China. Perhaps just in that part he is absolutely right. Industry just can't do it with the current technology. And it is time that, as we saw this morning with the Defence Tribunal Awards Bill, that this government again admits that it is wrong. We heard from the minister that the government's approach is to take the lowest cost approach. But when asked by Senator Babet about the security risks, the sovereignty risks with having State Power Investment Corp, which is owned by the Chinese Communist Party, which is governed by the Chinese National Security Law 2017, which means that all of its employees have to do what the CCP wishes with that business. That is a massive security risk. That goes outside our levels of security, of scrutiny. We heard issues of malware and kill switches, and yet the Labor government's approach is for the lowest cost, which we have seen is absolutely not happening. The families are hurting, small businesses are hurting, and industry is hurting. Deputy President, I also asked Minister Ayres about the 180 workers that will be sacked by Rio Tinto, that was sacked last week at its production, at its alumina refinery, to align with the decarbonisation pathway. Well, this is deindustrialisation. And the minister said, my message to those workers is to work with your unions. It is the government's fault that they are losing their jobs and they are driving them to grow the business in unions. It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. He said, work with the business and the federal government that backs you. Well, that business is no longer going to be there. How can they talk to the business that can no longer survive because of Labor's net zero agenda? And of course, we all know that the federal government is not backing these workers because they're sticking by this net zero agenda that is killing our industry. And remember, behind every job that is lost is a family that is suffering. Children that might not have enough money to buy their shoes to go to school or have their breakfast in the morning. Behind every job that is lost is a family that is suffering. And what we see with the damaging Labor net zero agenda, higher bills, stagnating emissions and suffering families. That is the farce of all of this. Time ago, Glencore copper smelter. These are the other places that are suffering too. And we heard from Orica CEO Mr Sanjeev Gandhi that industries like ours, which are hard to decarbonise, depend on technologies that are not yet commercial. This is why in the next decade bills are only going to increase because of the scale of the cost of this transition.
Senator Polley.
Well, that was an interesting contribution. I'm very happy to talk about net zero and about energy, but I just want to pick up a point that was just made in relation to jobs when, some families may not be able to afford to buy shoes for their kids to go to school. Something we've been very aware of over the 10 years that they were in government. But it's interesting that since they've been in opposition, it's only when it suits them that they actually think about families and the cost of living and how some children may not be able to have the shoes that they need for school, when they voted against tax cuts, when they voted against the Housing Future Fund to give people the opportunity and families to put a secure roof over their heads, when we reduced the cost of medication, when we wanted to increase funding to Medicare. All of these issues are real issues that impact every family, every single family, and they voted against it. But let's go back and compare what they did when they were in government. And as I said earlier today in another contribution, they had 22 energy policies, but couldn't land on one. And then leading into the election before last, they wanted to talk about nuclear energy. And the reality is all of that was rejected by the Australian people. And I just want to contrast that to the infighting that's going on, where you've got the minor member of their coalition, the Nationals, that are calling all the shots, and have now, the Liberals have walked away. So they have no credibility at all when it comes to net zero or addressing the urgency in climate change. And for someone who represents the great state of Tasmania, where we have been generating renewable energy for decades upon decades, for a century or more, we know the value that brings to the economy in Tasmania, and we're leading the way. And that's where the investment is. That's where the cheaper energy is going to be. And they keep coming in talking about $275 that was committed. Well, this government has actually done more in terms of supporting families with their energy and power bills than any other government. But there's a real contrast between what they talk about doing and then never do, to our government, who's actually investing in renewable energy. The transition now to having batteries at home to take advantage of solar energy is fantastic. We know there's more and more families and households and businesses that are putting solar panels on their roofs. So that's a real contrast to those opposites. Now, the National Climate Risk Assessment makes it clear our country has a lot at stake when it comes to acting on climate change. That while we can no longer avoid climate impact, every action today that we take will help in the future goal of net zero by 2050, can help avoid the worst impacts on Australians. Now, we already know that we're seeing it in my home state. The climate changing and the impact that it's having on our industries. The waters are getting warmer, the threat to our berry industry, agriculture, it's shifting and it's changing. And unlike those who would still like to be back in the Menzies days in the 50s, the reality is we're about to go into 2026. So the leadership on this issue is always going to come from this side of the chamber, and that's why the Australian community, Australian voters, put their faith in us, because they want to see action, because they live with the change that's happening within our community, and they want leadership on this issue. They don't want infighting. So every day we're looking at what else we can do to support Australian families and Australian workers, while those over there are looking at who's going to take Susan Lay's job, infighting, and you've got infighting within the Liberal. Who's going to be the next leader? Will they leave Susan there to Christmas? Because
Senator
as we all know, this is
Senator
the
Polly,
killing
resume your
season.
seat. Senator Polly, we address members of the other chamber by their correct title. Senator Polly.
My apologies. The Leader of the Opposition, Susan Ley, is on a slow vote to defeat sometime in the new year, because they won't do it now because they know how bad it would look for them to knock off their first ever
Senator
female
Polly,
leader.
your time
Shame
has
on them.
expired. Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. We heard from those opposite boasting about real wages growth in question time today and the change in the increase in nominal wages. But what we have seen in Australia over these last 3 years is one of the largest declines in living standards in the developed world. Since 2022, across the OECD, across advanced economies around the world, living standards have increased by an average of 5%. In Australia, they've gone backwards by 7%. So the OECD has gone ahead 5% in the past 3 years, Australia backwards by 7%. We've seen the economy per person, real GDP per capita, go backwards in Australia for 9 of the past 12 quarters as well. And if you take a look at the outlook using the RBA's own figures, things do not look positive. Firstly, we've got inflation coming in at 3.2% in the September quarter, up significantly from 2.1% in the June quarter, and that prompted the RBA to keep the cash rate on hold at its last board meeting in November, warning of the continued upside risk to inflation. In fact, most analysts and commentators now expect the RBA to hold rates and possibly the next move in rates to be up. So we're at the end of the interest lowering cycle. The RBA also expects headline inflation to increase to 3.7% next year and to stay high across 2026, whilst it expects wage growth to be only 3%. So if you've got inflation running at 3.7% and you've got wages growing at 3%, your real wages are going backwards. That's what the RBA expects to happen next year in 2026. Now, of course, living standards aren't just the wages you take home, it also reflects the cost of goods you're purchasing, how much you're having to pay for things like rent or housing or mortgage repayments, and how much you're paying in tax. And let's look at each of those in turn. So an average Australian borrower at the moment is paying $1,800 more per month in interest on a mortgage because of the 12 interest rate rises that have happened under this Labor government. As I said before, there is no real prospect of further cuts in interest rates on the horizon, which means that those costs are going to be baked in. People are paying more in tax. Personal income tax receipts are now the largest share of GDP since the GST was introduced a quarter of a century ago. And the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office, expects that income tax receipts will go from 12.7% of GDP, already a record right now, to 14.3% in the next decade. If you look at the government's own budget forecasts and budget estimates, the entirety of the budget repair job, bear in mind we've got a decade of fiscal deficits, the entirety of the budget repair job is being done by bracket creep, people paying more income tax, people going into higher tax brackets, which means they are underwriting more of government spending. So what we've got here, we've got government spending too high, we've got no productivity agenda. We've got the burden of red tape growing. We had an economic reform summit or roundtable in August that the Treasurer convened. Part of the commitment of that was to look at less regulation across the Australian economy. But just today, in a report commissioned by the Australian Institute of Company Directors, they found that the cost of federal regulatory compliance has gone from $65 billion in 2013 to about $160 billion last year. So that's an increase of $100 billion just in federal regulatory compliance. Not state, not local government, not other levels of government, federal regulatory compliance alone. So what we have here, Deputy President, under this government is we have spending too high, spending the highest it's been in 4 decades outside of the pandemic at about 27% of GDP. We've got inflation remaining a threat, 3.2% in the last quarter, the the Reserve Bank expecting it to stay above 3% next year. We've got debt growing, forecast to hit $1 trillion in federal gross government debt this year, another record. We've got prices going up. We've got interest rates not coming down. We've got productivity stagnant. We've got living standards flat. We've got income tax growing year on year, and we've got red tape, the burden and complexity of red tape growing and growing. This is a recipe for a continued decline in living standards for Australia, which will mean that we fall further behind other advanced nations and Australians are less able to raise families and build a future.
Senator Sharma, your time has expired. Senator Marielle-Smith.
Thank you, Deputy President. Senator Sharma, I do believe we're meant to be taking note of coalition questions asked in question time, but Senator O'Neill did ask a cracking question and Senator Gallagher gave a cracking answer, so I guess I won't call a point of order on you this time. But I'm going to stick to the protocol and talk to the questions asked by the Coalition of Government Senators relating to net zero and energy policy. Because, Deputy President, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary when after a decade of coalition government we saw 21, 22, it might have even got to 23 energy policies which they brought to this place and didn't land a single one. And now they're back with another energy policy to step away from net zero, a position which would hurt workers, which would affect jobs and which would damage industry. And it is absolutely clear to me, as it should be to anyone who is watching Question Time today, that if the coalition were to lead our country again, they would be leading our country back to the dark ages. I wear a Stegosaurus dinosaur around my neck today, and that little Stegosaurus is in pretty good company because the dinosaurs still roam freely amongst the coalition. They still roam freely amongst the corridors of this place. The coalition is still debating whether or not climate change is real, and their anti-climate action crusaders are doing our nation such a deep, deep disservice. Because do you know what harms businesses? Regulatory uncertainty. Do you know what harms business and industry? Policy chaos. Exactly what we saw after 10 years of coalition government. This is an opposition that simply doesn't get it. This is an opposition that doesn't listen. Presumably, this is an opposition which does not read. This is an opposition who ignores the science, wants us to go back to the dark ages, has dinosaurs roaming amidst their ranks. This is a coalition who would seek to take Australians backwards. But Australians cannot afford to keep paying the price of the coalition's constant climate infighting. 23 different energy policies when they were in government and not a single one of them landed. That chaos, the denial and the delay we saw under the coalition government and which continues today amidst coalition members, but that denial and delay in government has led us to a much bigger challenge that we are facing now than what we would have if they had acted on the science earlier, if they had believed in the science, if they had cared enough to deliver an energy policy which would make a meaningful difference on climate change, on our transition, and would actually do what industry and business have been calling for years and years and years. Regulatory certainty which guides their investment decisions, which enables them to act. Policy certainty, not policy chaos. And one thing is very, very clear. If the opposition were to return to government, we would see the disunity and division which has defined them for years continue to extend in climate policy, continue to extend into energy policy. It would take our country backwards, it would cost Australians more, and it would hurt business and industry. They've talked about nuclear at the last election, another policy fundamentally and utterly rejected by the Australian people. Because Australians get it. Australians believe the science, and Australians know that we have incredible natural advantages in renewable energy. And you know how they know that? They opened their blinds and they looked out the window and they saw the sun and they saw the wind. They saw all these natural resources that we have in abundance in Australia, and they are acting in the suburbs and the regions across Australia. People are lining their roofs with solar panels. 1 in 3 households now have rooftop solar, 4 million installations nationwide. We have more than 120,000 household batteries being installed since the 1st of July under our programs. We're seeing record sales of EVs. Australians get the science, they look out their window, they read, and the minimum they expect of coalition senators and members is that they do the same. The opposition wants to take us back to the dark ages. We fundamentally reject that. We are leading with conviction.
Senator Smith, your time has expired. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, perhaps for a change today, we actually learnt something in question time. Doesn't happen very often, but today we learnt that the government has no plan to lower electricity prices for Australians anytime soon, definitely not in the next decade. The government during question time, Mr Deputy President, were asked multiple times, when will electricity prices come down? Do you agree with energy CEOs who say they won't come down in the next decade? And there was absolutely no response. No response. In fact, the government spent more time talking about the opposition, as they just have then, than they do about their own plans. They're actually in government. I thought they were in government. I thought we were asking questions of ministers who could possibly do something, but apparently, Mr Deputy President, the only thing they can do is carp about the opposition. And I believe right now that the Australian people are hurting, that there are many Australians who are losing their jobs because of our uncompetitive energy prices, and it would be better if the government had a plan to fix those problems rather than just simply criticise politicians here in Canberra. Mr Deputy President, the previous speaker, the minister, I meant to say, the minister in question time mentioned that the government is pursuing the lowest cost. It's very important to understand what they mean by that, because they're very tricky with their words. They're saying it's the lowest cost to get to net zero, the lowest cost to get to an 82% renewable energy target. So when the energy planners right now plan our electricity system, they're not planning it to deliver the lowest cost. They're planning it to deliver these arbitrary, artificial targets that the government has set, which effectively put a straitjacket around our economy and our ability to be competitive and provide good paying jobs. What we have decided to do on this side of politics is to say something that I think is pretty common sense, and that is that we should run our energy system with the primary goal of delivering the lowest energy prices for Australians. That's the fundamental thing we would change. The fundamental thing we would change is saying to the energy planners, saying to our laws and policies in this space, that everything we do should be about delivering the lowest price. The lowest price. That is not the priority of this government. The priority of this government is to hit net zero by 2050, whatever that means for people. And I'm accused by the previous speaker of being a stegosaurus or a dinosaur. Well, I do want to put on the record, I've never been against emissions reductions. I've always supported sensible reductions, common sense plans to reduce our emissions in this country. What I'm against is our country being asked to bear an unfair share of the world's reduction in emissions. Because for the past 10 years, Mr Deputy President, Australia has been cutting its emissions at a rate double that of developed countries. I'm not talking about China and India, I'm talking about Europe, the US, Korea, Japan. We are going at a rate double the rest of those countries. And the government, in fact, the government's announcement the other week of a 62% cut by 2035, they're now saying they want to increase that to triple the rate of the developed countries over the next 10 years. It's not a secret. Matt Keane, their friend Matt Keane, who advised on these targets, he said that he was presenting targets that were a higher ambition than other advanced countries. Why? Why would Australians be asked to bear a higher cost than other rich countries to reduce emissions? As I say, I support reducing emissions. We have said we would reduce emissions, but we have made, I think, the common sense decision to say that those reductions, our targets, should be set in line with what other nations are doing, not racing ahead of the rest of the world. And then finally, Mr Deputy President, the previous senator said that there's nothing worse for businesses than uncertainty. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think perhaps the worst thing for Australian businesses right now that I hear is our shockingly high energy prices. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing. It's almost impossible to run anything that is energy intensive in this country right now because we are paying so much for energy. We are paying so much for energy that we are paying a higher price, our factories are paying a higher price than factories in Japan pay. And the Japanese, we are the biggest supplier of energy to Japan. And they can deliver a price, an industrial power price for factories there, lower than we can. Something has gone horribly wrong. We have a power price here now that's 3 times higher than Indonesia. 3 times higher. Indonesia has already stolen our nickel industry. 10,000 jobs lost in Western Australia last year because of that. Now they're targeting copper, they're targeting aluminium, and they're doing that using their own coal. Yet we ship our coal to other countries. We may as well ship the jobs off with them at the moment. That's got to stop. That's why we've dropped net zero. It's time to put our own country first and protect our jobs and lower living costs for Australians.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Is there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note to responses to Senator Waters' question and my question. Just before I do that, though, I do think it's very instructive watching the LNP this week, Deputy President. I mean, this is a tried and tested playbook that we've seen in here before with the carbon price and the clean energy package, starting with the Abbott government all the way through to the Morrison government, just relentlessly attacking climate action, talking about costs, cherry-picking science, highlighting the downsides, ignoring, for example, the costs of not acting on climate change and the benefits in renewable energy, for example. I just want the Senate to be really aware that we're going to have to be on our toes in the next couple of years to be really, really conscious of the disinformation and the misinformation that's going to be fed to the Australian people, not just from the LNP but from the denial machine around them. The Murdoch press, the think tanks, the PR firms, the consultancies, all the apparatus that's funded by the fossil fuel industry and other vested interests around the world. It's coming our way, it's already here, and we need to be relentless with calling it out. Now, on that point, I wanted to call out the government too, Deputy President. While they're highlighting their agreement they signed in COP, they're talking about the benefits to being, I suppose, key dignitaries at the next COP meeting, which is going to be in Turkey. They're not telling you a couple of really important things. Let's deal with that. CSIRO, this nation's premier science agency. I can't believe, Deputy President, in my time here, that I've seen a Labor government sign off on more job cuts at our premier science agency than the previous anti-science, climate-denying Liberal Party governments. Well, it really is quite astounding that especially the Environmental Research Unit, which compromises climate change and all the fantastic scientists in Tasmania, based down in Hobart, and we absolutely need all the jobs we can get in Tasmania. The Water Unit, the Oceans Unit and the Nature Unit are going to bear the brunt of these job costs. And the reason for that is simple. It's been a more than decade-long push to attack and undermine public good science because these scientists aren't bringing in direct revenue. What we've seen is a de facto privatisation or monetisation of science at the CSIRO now for well over a decade. I chaired a select committee into the job cuts in 2016, and then Minister was Arthur Sinodinos under the Abbott government, trying to get rid of 350 oceans and atmosphere scientists because they said, well, we already know climate change is real, we don't need their information anymore, they're surplus to our country and our national efforts. Well, how important has their research and their observations been in understanding our weather and the impacts of climate, not especially the costs of climate change? These scientists are absolutely critical to our understanding of the biggest challenges we face as a society and as a country. And here we go again, not 10 years later. These same scientists are now facing a job crunch because this government won't properly fund science. And I was really surprised to see what I thought the cavalier attitude of the minister in here today. Like, he clearly doesn't get science and isn't around his brief and how important these jobs are, especially the Environmental Research Unit. Public good science should be funded by the taxpayer. The kind of work these scientists do is absolutely critical, not just to our understanding of things like climate change and protecting the environment in Australia, but their projects are globally collaborative. And the government has plenty of opportunity now to turn this around and properly fund the CSIRO. I'm very concerned about the job losses in Tasmania. We know that out of the 350 job cuts, 150 are going to come from the Environmental Research Unit. So that's in public good science. Many of those scientists are in Tasmania. We've also got a lot of good scientists here in Canberra, in fact all around the country. And here's my prediction, Deputy President. These 350 job cuts are just going to be the tip of the iceberg. I cannot help think, looking at the numbers, there are a lot more job cuts coming down the line. The union, the CPSU, the Styro Staff Association are absolutely shocked and disgusted that a Labor government would go down this road of cutting jobs to science. And there's a lot more water to come under this bridge yet. How did we get to this situation where funding shortfalls were not being met by the government over the last 3 or 4 years, while senior executives were taking bonuses?
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take notes. Those opinions say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Minister.
I give notice that on the next day of sitting, I shall move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to various bills, allowing them to be considered during this period of sittings. I also table statements of reasons justifying the need for the bills to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statements incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Any other notices for another day? No. We shall move on then to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Darmanin.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for senators.
Is leave granted? Being no objection, leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to the following senators for personal reasons. Senators Lambie and Sheldon from 24 to 27 November 2025 and Senator McCarthy for today.
The question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further leave of absences? Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move motions relating to leave of absence.
Is there no objection? Leave is granted.
I have two lots. So the first one is I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Cash and McGrath from the 24th to the 27th of November for personal reasons. And the second is I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Nampijinpa Price from the 24th to the 26th of November for parliamentary reasons.
The question is those motions be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further leaves of absence? No. Are there any postponements or extension of time? Clerk?
Moment notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of a Senate number 1 for today to the 27th of November. Business of a Senate number 2, 3 and 5 for today to tomorrow. And general business 248 and 249 for today to tomorrow. And a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 10 on today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I will now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Now, we will try to proceed through these in a way that best facilitates the chamber, noting that business of the Senate's 2, 3, 5 have all been withdrawn or postponed, and I believe Senator 6 is from Senator Roberts is being debated this afternoon. So we will now move to 175, Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 175, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to online safety and privacy and for related purposes.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Question is the bill be now read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to online safety and privacy and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
A memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Hanson, 245.
Thank you very much. I ask that the general business notice of motion 245 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
There being no objection, there is an objection. There being no objection, let's take. There is an objection, Senator Hanson. So is leave granted? 1 minute?
No.
No, leave is not granted, Senator Tyrrell. We will now move on to a motion 247 in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Lambie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 247 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objections, taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Kovacic's motion 248-249 has been withdrawn. We'll jump to Senator Bell 252. Senator Bell, your motion number 252.
Thank you. I ask that general business notice of motion number 252 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Bell, 253.
I ask that general business notice of motion 253 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, this is taken as formal. Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now go to 25455. Senator Hodgins-May. Senator McKim, are you? Senator McKim.
I am, Deputy President. Thank you. I ask that general business notices of motion 254 and 255 in the name of Senator Hodgins-May be taken as formal.
There being no objection, so taken as formal. Senator McKim.
I move the motions.
Question is those motions be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now we'll jump back to in the name of Senator Bragg, motion 250. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 250 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, this is taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is that motion 250 moved by Senator Askew on behalf of Senator Bragg be agreed to. Ayes passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. Is this a point of order? Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. This matter has been considered before. Dress is a matter for individual senators' conscience, and the chamber attendants have verified that this is a senator. If Senator Askew is comfortable in counting that senator, then otherwise she can notify the matter to me. This matter has been considered before. Senator Thorpe. Senator Faruqi.
President, a dress code might be a choice of the senators, but racism should not be the choice of this Senate. This is a racist senator displaying blatant racism and Islamophobia, President, and someone should pull her up on that.
Senator Faruqi.
And it is you in the chair. You should be pulling her up on that.
Resume your seat. Senator Payman, on the same issue, I take it.
What else would I be talking about, Deputy President? Because if this is about the dress code, she is disrespecting a faith. She is disrespecting the Muslims out there, Muslim Australians. It's absolutely unconstitutional. This needs to be dealt with immediately before we proceed. It's disgraceful.
Senator Payman, resume your seat. Senator Payman, resume your seat. Your position has been made clear. This is a matter for the entire Senate chamber. I have made the previous rulings of this Senate clear. If the Senate wants to change that ruling, that is a matter for the entire chamber, not for me. Senator Whish-Wilson, if this is on the same matter, I'm not going to entertain any more.
Order, that's different, Deputy President.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Senator Hanson is using a prop in the Senate, and it's a dangerous prop. Dangerous
Senator
to this country,
Whish-Wilson.
but I ask that you rule on her bringing a prop into the Senate.
Senator,
it is not her normal dress code, Deputy President. It is clearly a prop to make a political statement. If I was to wear a Greens T-shirt in here, or a Fremantle Dockers shirt or whatever, I would get shown the door.
Resume your seat. This matter has been ruled on before. Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Senator Faruqi, resume your seat. Senator Faruqi, Senator Faruqi, resume your seat. Senator Faruqi, resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge, Senator Waters, resume your seat. No, Senator Shoebridge, resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge, I will complete this division. Then, if a senator wishes to dissent from my ruling, they are entitled to. You cannot dissent now. We need to complete the division. We will complete the division, and then you may move dissent in the chair. There has been a request to cancel the division. There has been a request to cancel the division. Does anyone object to cancelling the division? We'll cancel the division. No, it's cancelled. If it is... The doors have been locked. The division will need to be finalised. Would senators please resume their seats? Senator Wong. My understanding and the advice I have is the division needs to be completed. If someone wants to dissent at that point with my ruling, they can. I am going to put the question. The question is that the motion, as moved by Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I will give senators a few moments to resume their seats, as I assume, Senator Wong, you do not wish to be on this side, or Senator Chisholm. We are attempting to finish the division, and then you may dissent in the chair's ruling. Senator Thorpe, sit down. Ayes will pass. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, you do not have the call. Senator Thorpe, you do not have the call. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. Senator Wong, the division is being counted. Senator Wong, I think we need to complete the division and then order. The doors have been locked. We can't. Well, the doors should not have been unlocked if they were. Order. Senator Thorpe, you cannot leave your chair. Sorry? If someone asks, we can put it again. Oh. The result of division is ayes 37, noes 20. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Waters.
Deputy President, I would like to request that you review your earlier ruling because clearly what has happened today is not a genuine demonstration of faith. In fact, it is the middle finger to people of faith. It is extremely racist and unsafe, and I would like you to reconsider your earlier ruling that it is not appropriate in this Senate to draw attention to a religion that this person does not even subscribe to. It is an insult and it must be against the standing orders. I would like you to review your earlier ruling.
Senator Waters, I will absolutely review it, and I will also refer it to the President. I'm happy to step out of the chair for the President.
Senator Wong, were you seeking the call?
Thank you. President, I rise to ask that you reflect the ruling of Senator Parry when in the President's chair in relation to a similar stunt by this senator in this place. And I would remind those who may not have been here of what the then Leader of the Government, Senator Brandis, said at the time. He says to Senator Hanson, "Senator, I'm not going to pretend to ignore the stunt you have tried to pull today by arriving in the chamber dressed in a burqa when we all know you are not an adherent of the Islamic faith. I would caution and counsel you with respect to be very, very careful of the offence you may do to the religious sensibilities of other Australians. We do have many Australians in this country who are adherents of the Islamic faith, and the great majority are law-abiding Australians, good Australians, Senator Hanson, and it is absolutely consistent with being a decent Australian and being a strict and adherent Muslim. So, Senator Hanson, I would say this to you, and this is me now, not Senator Brandis, with whose remarks I concur, and it was one of the occasions in this chamber where the then opposition backed the government of the day to stand against this sort of stunt, And what I would say to you, President, is that Senator Hanson, all of us in this place, have a great privilege in coming into this chamber, a great privilege. And we represent, in our states, people of every faith, all backgrounds, and we should do so decently. And what we should not do in this place, whatever views we may have on policy, is to be this disrespectful of the chamber and of people of faith. Whatever our own beliefs may be, the sort of disrespect that you are engaging in now is not worthy of a member of the Australian Senate, and it should not be allowed to stand. So I ask President, that you take advice from the clerk, and I'd refer you to the ruling of Senator Parry when he was the President in relation to precisely the same issue that we are seeing today.
Senator Faruqi, what I intend to do is hear from Senator Ruston as the opposition spokesperson, and then I'm going to indicate to the chamber what Senator Parry ruled. So, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. So, there are...
Senator Faruqi, please resume your seat. I've indicated to the chamber what I intend to do. What the chamber does after that is entirely up to the chamber, but I've indicated to the chamber what I intend to do, so please resume your seat. That's entirely up to the chamber. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Well, I think all of us in this place probably need to remember that the respect of this chamber is incumbent on every single one of us. And there are ways that you can reflect and express yourself in this chamber without going to the extent that we have seen today. So whilst I respect the very strongly held views of many people in this chamber, and many of them differ, and many people have very strong views that are opposed to other people's very strong views, but the one thing that we must always do in this place is respect others. And so I would respectfully suggest to Senator Hanson that this is not the way that you should be addressing this chamber. This is not a respectful way to address other people. And whilst I haven't had, in the time frame, the opportunity to reflect on the decision of Senator Parry when he was in the chair, all the comments that were made by Senator Brandis when he was the Leader of the government in this place. I do recall that the foundation of everything that was said by Senator Parry and by Minister Brandis at the time was about respecting this institution and respecting the views of others, and not to disrespect them by coming in and performing stunts which have no other purpose than to do that. So I think maybe today we should all reflect on respect for each other in this place.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I am advised that this has occurred in the past, and Senator Parry was the President at the time, and what he ruled was that using a religious icon or religious dress or anything to do with a religion as a prop and not in the proper way that it is expected to be used was disrespectful to the Parliament. At that time, he asked Senator Hanson to either remove the item of clothing that she's wearing or risk suspension. I intend to uphold the ruling of Senator Parry and ask Senator Hanson to remove herself from the chamber and remove the clothing and come back dressed appropriately, or risk suspension, and she certainly will not be heard if she doesn't remove herself from the chamber. Thank you, Senators. I am advised that because we are on a point, Senator Hanson, you will not be heard. Senator Hanson, you will not be heard. Senator Hanson, you will not be heard. I've repeated the order that Senator Parry gave, and I understand. Senator Hanson, I'm going to call on the Leader of Government. Yep.
I would ask that we move to the next item of business, President.
Yes. I believe we're up to General Business 246. Senator Askew.
President, I understand that...
just a moment. Senator Thorpe, you're not helping the matter. You're not. So I would ask you to restrain yourself. Senator Thorpe, I've issued the order. Senator Hanson, if you don't remove yourself, I'm sorry, Senator Askew, from the chamber, I'm going to name you. I'm going to call on Minister Wong now.
I move, pursuant to Standing Order 203, I move that Senator Hanson be suspended from the sitting of the Senate until she complies with the President's direction.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we're going to go back to business. I have called that for the ayes. I indicated to the chamber, consistent with Senator Parry's ruling, that I would not recognise Senator Hanson while she remained in the chamber in something that has been deemed a prop. So the vote was for the ayes, and I've called that. Senator Askew. Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, I've called the vote. So that's the end of the matter. We have Senator Roberts, please resume your seat. We have moved on. Senator Parry's order is very clear and I've upheld that. And now Senator Hanson has to remove herself from the chamber. Senator Thorpe, the interjections are really unhelpful. I would like to get on with the business of the Senate. Order. 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 Senator Thorpe. Order. Senator Shoebridge, I couldn't be any clearer, and that the Senate has just moved to sanction Senator Hanson. I'll give you a few seconds, Senator Shoebridge. Make it short and very clear.
It's been named, and she cannot remain in here while the Senate proceeds. I would ask you to seek advice on a short suspension of the chamber so as that can be achieved.
Thank you. I would hope, I'm sorry, Senator Wong, I will come to you. I would hope that all of us in here can uphold with respect the business of the chamber. The Senator's made its view clear. We should not have to move to suspending. I should not have to be entertaining interjections. If I want everyone to behave in a respectful way, I'm going to give the call to Senator Wong. The suggestion of a suspension is something I'm really loath to do, Senator Shoebridge. I would hope that senators in here can behave respectfully, and if you're called, you're called. But no, Senator Tyrrell, sit down. Senator Wong. Senator Tyrrell, you do not have the call. Minister Wong.
President, this chamber doesn't operate on people being physically removed. This chamber operates on senators who are elected by the people, respecting the Constitution of Australia and the standing orders of this chamber. And it says something, Senator Hanson, if you refuse to act in a manner inconsistent with the standing orders of this chamber. So for all of your talk about respecting institutions, democracy, the Australian people, it is you who today are disregarding this parliament, our constitution and the standing orders that flow from that the chamber has agreed with. I would propose that the chamber be suspended until the ringing of the bells.
So the question is that the proposal as put by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Please suspend till the ringing of the bells. we just sit. Senators, earlier today, the Senate voted to suspend Senator Hanson for the remainder of the sitting. The clerk and I have met with Senator Hanson and she understands that message from the Senate chamber. So I think we're up to housekeeping. So, yeah. Business 246, and I believe that Senator Brockman is happy to take.
Senator Askew, are you seeking the call?
I am. On behalf of Senator Henderson, can I withdraw General Business 246, please?
I think I'd already noted that one was withdrawn,
next
but that's
one. You want
fine.
the next
Senator
one?
Askew and Senator Askew.
251. So, on behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 251 be taken as a formal motion.
With there being no objection, it's taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that motion 251, moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 37, noes 21. The question is resolved in the affirmative. And that ends formal business, I'm sure to the great relief of many of us. I'll just allow senators to resume their seats.
Slide on.
Senator Dean Smith has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, as shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Being supported with the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Australians deserve honesty and transparency from their government about the true cost of its reckless energy plan, and they are not getting it. The latest red flag is in the Australian Energy Council's report released just on the 17th of November, which reveals how concerned the energy sector is with Labor's faltering energy transition. The report says the AEC members have become increasingly concerned about the rising pressures on affordability and feel there needs to be a more honest and transparent public narrative about the cost of the transition. Instead of having an honest dialogue with Australians, now part-time Energy Minister Chris Bowen is keeping them in the dark while driving up their power bills and risking network security and reliability. It's time for Labor to stop the insults and spin and answer one simple question. When will power prices come down under Labor like they promised? The energy sector attitudes revealed in the Australian Energy Council report are damning. The report notes most CEOs expect energy prices to rise in coming years due to sustained upward pressure. These CEOs are sounding the alarm on Minister Bowen's misguided plan, with one stating network cost is only going to go up and go up by increasing levels, and the Australian consumer is not even really wise to that yet because they haven't seen the worst of it. Just think about that. Energy sector leaders are saying themselves that network costs are going up, going up, going up, and who are the last people in the country to know about that? Energy consumers, families and businesses. Australian households, businesses and industry deserve a policy that provides affordable energy and seeks to deliver responsible emissions reductions. Labor has failed on both measures while hiding the true cost of their policy from the public. Families are struggling to make ends meet, small businesses are being forced to close their doors, regional Australians are paying the price for poor planning, and industry is being pushed offshore. For Australian households, power bills are up by almost 40%. Where Labor promised a $275 cut to power bills, Australians today are paying around $1,300 more. More than 200,000 families, think about that, more than 200,000 families across Australia are now on financial hardship plans with their electricity providers, an increase of 50% since mid-2022. The Australian Energy Regulator has reported that both the number of customers in debt and the size of the average debt have increased in the last 12 months. Energy leaders have raised concerns over the unintended consequences of leaving vulnerable people behind, with one energy leader saying, "The bottom line is we're going to make a large segment of the population more vulnerable, again with higher electricity prices." For small business, the story is the same. For small businesses, electricity bills have increased by as much as 80%. COSBOA, the Peak Industry Association for Small Businesses, reports that 1 in 3 small businesses are struggling to pay their electricity and gas bills. It's no surprise that under the Albanese government we have witnessed the insolvency of almost 40,000 businesses, and under Labor, Australian industry is being hollowed out. 1,911 manufacturers have closed their doors since the Albanese government came to power. As one contributor to the AEC report observed, Australian industry will not survive without access to affordable energy. For these Australians, prices are soaring while Australia's emissions are flatlining. Despite $75 billion in extra climate spending, the equivalent of $7,000 extra per household, national emissions are virtually unchanged under Labor. Recent figures show that all of this economic pain, emissions have barely moved, falling just 0.7%. Think about that. Emissions have fallen just 0.7% under Labor. This is a reckless government setting targets they cannot meet at a cost Australians can't afford. The Coalition's plan is to deliver affordable power and responsible emissions reductions. It's a practical pathway to affordable power and lower emissions. It's not Labor's recipe of soaring prices and targets that cannot be met.
Senator Darling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Senator Smith does raise concerns about affordability and transparency in the transition, and fair enough. We should be discussing these things. So let's begin with some honesty and some facts about the transition. Under those opposite, Australia was transitioning to energy poverty. as have been recorded lately and stated by the Prime Minister, we have seen 24 of Australia's 28 coal-fired power plants closed while the Coalition was in government. 24 of 28, not because of Labor, not because of renewables, but because ageing plants failed and those opposite had no plan to replace them. Let's turn to more facts and evidence. The International Energy Agency has reported that countries moving faster to net zero will see lower household bills over time. OECD comparisons show Australian electricity bills sit in the middle of the pack once you adjust for income. And last week we learned that the Climate Council of Australia stated that without renewables, generation costs will be up to 50% higher than they are today. Transparency, evidence, honesty, discussion about affordability. That's what this debate's about, but they're inconvenient facts for some. The Climate Council's analysis showed that wholesale renewable power has averaged $72 a megawatt hour, compared to $129 a megawatt hour from coal and gas, almost twice the price. Doesn't matter who you speak to, Australia's top energy bodies, the AER, AEMO, AEMC, CSIRO, they all agree that renewables backed by storage are the cheapest and most reliable form of new electricity. New electricity, because we need to continue to build supply of generation as those ageing coal fleets do retire as they did, 24 of 28 under the Coalition. That's the hard data. The AEMC warns that delaying renewable energy generation and transmission will put upward pressure on residential costs. And wholesale prices are already falling, down by a third in the last quarter. And we want those reductions flowing into retail bills as soon as possible. That is why the Albanese government is delivering a responsible energy plan that creates jobs, provides business certainty and lowers emissions. It's also why we've acted 3 times to deliver energy bill relief, capped gas prices and invested in cheaper renewables. Every step opposed by those opposite. Our plan is clear: renewables backed by gas, batteries and hydro, with targets that lower emissions and create jobs. And the transition is accelerating. Renewables have supplied half of the national electricity market just last month, half of the market from renewables. Last year alone, 5 gigawatts of new solar, wind, battery and gas capacity entered the grid. That's the largest amount of new capacity in the grid since 1998. We've approved 111 renewable and related projects, enough to power 13 million homes. And 1 in 3 households now have rooftop solar, more than 4 million installations across the country. And since July, Australians have installed 120,000 household batteries, lifting national storage capacity by 50%. EV sales have hit 13% of all new sales this year. And we're making solar fairer with 3 hours of free daytime power for customers who can shift their energy use. Again, compared to those opposite, a decade in power, 24 coal stations closed and no replacement. No transition plan, no bill relief. And while Labor has delivered support for households and small business, the Coalition opposed every single one of them. Every bill spike, every breakdown, every moment of grid instability is part of their legacy. Doing nothing now, their current plan, has consequences. The Clean Energy Council found households could pay $449 more by 2030 if renewable build-out slows, and over $600 more if a major coal generator fails unexpectedly. More than 90% of coal plants will retire over the next decade. The only question left is whether Australia replaces them with the cheapest option or the most expensive option. And Tasmania knows where the opportunity lies. With our hydro assets, storage, critical minerals mean jobs, security and investment for Australia and for our regions.
Senator Hodgins-May.
The Australian Energy Council's latest report says its members want a more honest and transparent narrative about the cost of the transition. Well, let's be honest and transparent. The Energy Council doesn't work for consumers. It works for the companies who profit when the transition slows down. And of course these companies are concerned about the speed of the transition, Because every year we delay is another year that they can squeeze profits out of coal and gas. But slowing down the transition doesn't make power cheaper. It destroys our economy, it trashes our planet and locks households into expensive gas in a world that is rapidly moving on. Renewable energy is the future. Get with the program or get out of the way. So let me bust some myths. Myth: renewables are expensive. Fact: every credible body, the CSIRO, IEMO, Climate Council, say wind and solar are now the cheapest form of new electricity generation in Australia, by a mile. Wind and solar cost a fraction of new coal and gas, a fraction. The Clean Energy Council's latest analysis shows renewables are the cheapest path to lower bills, full stop. Myth: dependence on gas keeps energy prices stable. Fact: gas is a major driver of high bills. When global prices jump, Australian households feel it. Unlike gas, renewables don't link our domestic market to volatile international prices. Since Australia began exporting LNG, domestic gas prices have tripled. They have tripled, and power prices have doubled. Myth: the grid can't handle renewables. Fact: the grid can't handle ageing coal plants falling over. Renewables are predictable. The failures of ageing coal and gas are not. IEMO has been crystal clear. The fastest way to a reliable grid is more wind, more solar and more storage. And while we're busting some myths, let's talk about the Coalition. Their abandonment of net zero is frankly embarrassing, and it is a betrayal of everyday Australians who want cheaper bills and a clean energy future. They are trying to outdo Labor in defending fossil fuel corporations and locking us into decades of higher energy costs. Farmers don't want that. Households don't want that. Industry doesn't want that. Australians do not want that. You want transparency and truth. Well, here it is. Renewables are the cheapest, cleanest, most reliable path forward. The only thing standing in the way of that clean energy transition is a political class that is just too timid, too afraid to embrace that renewable energy transition, and an industry hoping like hell that we don't. Thanks.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. The government's continuing excuses for why their net zero agenda is not delivering lower power prices for the Australian people is wearing thin. It's wearing thin with the Australian people because constantly they get lectured that renewables are the cheapest form of power, that the government's investing in the lowest cost, that you'll get a $275 reduction in your power bill, and then your power bill turns up and they keep going up and up and up. And now we have some of the highest electricity prices in the world, despite having some of the best energy resources in the world, and there's no coherent explanation for why this is the case. The only thing now that the government resorts to is to effectively tell the Australian people not to believe your lying eyes. You can see your power bill go up every quarter. You can see our manufacturing industry being shipped offshore day after day, and yet the government continues to gaslight you, which is ironic because I don't like gas, but they continue to gaslight you to say that no, what we are doing is actually the cheapest way of delivering energy. It's exactly not what the government's plan is at all. And the government continues now, or those who do support net zero, continue to be completely dishonest with the Australian people. And that is what this motion calls for. This motion calls for an honest debate about how much this so-called transition, this so-called net zero transition will cost the Australian people. Because I just heard there from the previous speaker that the CSIRO says that the renewables are the cheapest. They say not that at all. Their latest report says that in 2024, that is their latest numbers, that coal is $111 a megawatt hour and a solar, wind and firm system is $116 a megawatt hour. They're the numbers. Now, in my maths, when I was at school, 111 is less than 116. So coal is the cheapest form of power. And note that I use the verb is. It's a present tense. In the present tense, in the present world, coal is the cheapest form of power, according to the CSIRO. According to the CSIRO. Now, I don't think we should just leave it to the likes of the CSIRO because they've got things so wrong so often. So as AEMO, we hear these, let's listen to the Australian Energy Market Operator. They've got it wrong time and time again. I don't want to listen to the people who've got it wrong all the time. I want to listen to the workers out there that have lost their jobs in the nickel industry, in the plastics industry, in the urea industry that have all been shipped overseas since we started this crazy agenda. When are we going to listen to them? I want to listen to the Australian families who can't afford to pay their bills anymore, not just because their electricity bills are going up, but also because the cost of electricity flows through to the cost of everything. The Page Research Centre did a report earlier this year which showed that the increased costs of electricity in this country have also added $3,400 to the budgets of Australians through the extra costs of energy to produce groceries, to move yourself around this country. It is crippling our economy, this agenda that is putting the targeting of emissions reduction above all other goals. Now, I've always supported a reasonable reduction in our emissions, but I don't support it at the cost of destroying our economy, at the cost sometimes of even destroying our environment. This net zero agenda is now destroying koala habitats left, right and centre around our country, presumably and seemingly with no concern from those pursuing the agenda. It is just not working for the Australian people. Now, in terms of what the overall cost is, we know that from a group called Net Zero Australia, a consortium of universities, University of Melbourne, Princeton University and the University of Queensland, they did an estimate of how much it's going to cost to get to net zero. And this is the media release that was released by the University of Melbourne. And I quote, "The cost of the transition is estimated at around $7 to $9 trillion invested in domestic energy and industrial infrastructure by 2060, around 6 times the business as usual case. Business as usual amount, sorry. 6 times. And how much is $7 to $9 trillion? Well, that's more than $250,000 for every Australian. Has there been an honest debate from those pushing net zero? Is it worth every Australian, on average, having to lose resources equivalent to $250,000 per person in this country? 6 times what it would cost to simply deliver energy like we have before. These are from people who support net zero. They're not against it. All these universities support it. And that's the estimate they put on. But we haven't had any economic modelling from the government about their targets and how much that's going to cost the Australian people. This is costing. Net zero is costing Australians an arm and a leg, and it's about time we have a common sense debate about it and a more reasonable option for the Australian people.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise because, once again, we're in a position where the Coalition want to try and lecture Australians about affordability and honesty in the energy transition, as if they have an ounce of credibility left on this topic, as they claim to come in here with a straight face and say that there needs to be a much more honest conversation about the cost of transition. Well, let's talk about that honesty, shall we? And let's talk about the transparency of that. And let's talk about who really put Australians in this position. Because the truth on that matter is very, very simple, Acting Deputy President. The biggest cost to our energy system, and the ones that households keep paying for, is a decade of denial, a decade of delay, a decade of dysfunction delivered by those opposite. For 10 long years, the Coalition ignored experts, it ignored industry, it ignored the science, and it ignored absolutely every warning about clinging to ageing coal-fired power stations, while the rest of the world is moving on. And the previous speaker, Senator Canavan, loves to have his fantasies about coal, and they left Australia dangerously overexposed to those global energy shocks. They left our grid old, fragile and expensive to run. They left us unprepared, and Australians have been paying the price ever since this has been happening. And now, after all that damage, all the damage that was caused, the Coalition have not just walked away from net zero altogether, they've run away from it. The big lashing tail over there of the Coalition, the Nats, have told the Liberal Party, leave net zero and run in the opposite direction away from that. And they didn't just fail to deliver on a transition, they've abandoned even pretending to try now, which is absolute lunacy. Now, they're the only major political force in the country arguing that Australia should turn its back on economic opportunities. And I see senators from One Nation who'll get up and have a crack in a minute on the cheaper power and the global investment that net zero brings. This is not a plan. I mean, it's written on the back of an envelope or a napkin somewhere. That's what they've presented to the Australian public. And now the coalition wants to posture as the champions of honesty on power bills. Let me be absolutely crystal clear. Every bill spike, every coal breakdown and every bit of energy pain that Australians still feel traces back to their decade of climate infighting. 22 policies, I think it was, Senator O'Sullivan, and the Australian Energy Council, representing those companies that run the power system, could not be clearer. And they say that the least cost, the lowest impact pathway is a grid dominated by renewables, firmed with batteries, gas and pumped hydro. And they say there is broad alignment across industry, contrary to what you hear over there from that side of the chamber, that there is actually broad alignment that industry want that energy mix that is required to ensure that surety for Australians. And they say that Australia's transition is irreversible. There's no turning back. So this fantasy that's been built up over there in a little puff of smoke, and they say replacing ageing coal with renewable energy is not costless, but is still much cheaper in the long run than investing in just more coal. There is no appetite for investment to keep coal-fired power stations. That is the clear message. And they say that governments must provide certainty and stability in order to keep energy affordable. That certainty is exactly what the coalition has destroyed when they were in power. Now, there are a couple of points I wanted to make. Senator Dowling made some wonderful, gave you all the statistics that you need, but the wholesale electricity prices fell by 1/3 last quarter, and we want to see this flowing through to retail bills soon. The energy experts are united. AEMO says that renewable energy firmed with storage and backed by gas is the lowest way to cost, or lowest cost for power to Australia. The AEMC warns that delaying renewable generation and transmission will put upward pressure on those electricity costs. Now, we need to ensure that renewables push prices down in the future, and policy chaos delivered by those opposite will only push prices up.
Senator Bell.
Thank you. One Nation has been clear. The cost of Labor and Liberals' net zero experiment has been too great for Australian families and for Australian jobs. Now, even the peak body for big energy companies, the Australian Energy Council, is admitting this and stating we need a more honest and transparent public conversation about the real cost of this net zero madness. This should be ringing alarm bells in this place. For years, families, farmers, manufacturers have been told to swallow the rapid renewables rush and trust that cheaper power would magically follow, and it has not. The energy company's own CEOs now admit prices are set to keep climbing as billions are poured into renewables, more transition lines and more bureaucracy. But Australians do not see a transition, they see electricity bill shock. Bills are in the thousands before they even turn on the heater for winter or the aircon for summer. Families are struggling, pensioners are being forgotten and small businesses are being smashed. For a cafe in the Illawarra, it is a choice between keeping the lights on or making a staff cut. For families in the Hunter and many families across Australia, this is a choice between groceries, fuel or their children's sporting fees. Australia's largest aluminium smelter is now asking whether it can keep the doors open beyond 2028 because it cannot lock in affordable energy. This is 1,000 jobs and livelihoods on the line. These are real people. If the company producing such a big share of our aluminium can no longer make the numbers work, the problem isn't Tomago, the problem is net zero. And what One Nation has been saying for years is simple. You cannot run our country on slogans and wishful thinking. Energy policy should begin with 3 non-negotiables. It needs to keep the lights on, keep the bills down and keep Australian jobs here. And we will keep reminding this place. It is long past time this parliament stopped selling fairy tales and started telling Australians the truth.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on this MPI moved by my friend and colleague from Western Australia, Senator Smith. And it really does bell the cat when those opposite and their fellow travellers in the green stand up and say over and over and over again that renewable energy are the cheapest form of power. Meanwhile, every month when people, when individuals, when businesses receive their energy bills, they see prices going up and up and up. And now we see from the supposed experts, those opposite claim to follow, that these power price increases could go on for at least a decade. But they've been saying that this transition was going to deliver cheaper power for years. Now we've got to wait another decade. How can you trust this government? And let me give 3 examples from WA, Senator Smith, and you'll be very interested in these examples. And I've got the evidence here, and I've met with these businesses just in the last week. Firstly, a small supermarket in the suburb of Maddington. He's got his bills, he's provided me with their bills, an increase of 20% off-peak and 36% on-peak. Think about that. That is going to the grocery prices of every West Australian who shops in that store, and every West Australian who shops in all those stores across WA who are seeing those same ratcheting up of power prices. 20% off-peak, 36% increase on their peak electricity prices in a small supermarket in the suburb of Maddington in Western Australia. That is adding to every West Australian's cost of living. Let me give you a second example, and this one is in regional WA, a food processor, not a huge food processor by any stretch of the imagination. Their power bills have gone up, and they are a high energy user, but their power bills have gone up from just over $2,000 a day to $4,300 per day. From just over $2,000 to $4,500 per day. Now think about that, what that is doing to the cost of their product. It's extraordinary. And those opposite say, oh, but renewables are the cheapest form of power. Well, wait a sec, we've had renewables as an increasing part of the grid for at least the last 20 years. Every year for the last 20 years, we've had more renewables than the year before. And those opposite and their fellow travellers in the Greens have said, oh, they're the cheapest form of power. And yet every year we've seen prices go up. And here we have it, 36% increase in peak rate of power. And I'll give you a third example, a much smaller example. A potato producer in the southwest of Western Australia who I was talking to last week. He runs irrigation off electricity and he runs a small cool room. His power bills have gone up $20,000 over the course of a year. $20,000 for a small family food producer in the southwest of Western Australia. Now you think about what that is doing. You think about the combined impact of those 3 businesses I have just talked about. All of them having an increasing exposure to solar and wind and batteries to a lesser degree, and yet their power prices have gone up by 36%, by $20,000 a year, and by well over $2,000 per day in each of those 3 examples. This is what Labor's ideological drive to net zero is doing to the Australian economy. This is what it is doing to small, medium-sized businesses in Western Australia. It's taking a wrecking ball to our productivity. It's taking a wrecking ball to our international competitiveness. This cannot go on. This cannot go on. We will not have an economy in this country if Labor keeps the reins for too much longer.
The time for discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you. It is. With concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Waters to move the motion.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I move the urgency motion, being the need for government to rein in property investor tax breaks and to direct APRA to rein in record high investor lending, both of which are driving up house prices and outcompeting first home buyers. Now, 1/3 of the most unaffordable cities to live on earth are in Australia. This is not the medal we want to be winning. The latest Global Housing Affordability Index lists 5 Australian capital cities in its top 15 least affordable: Sydney, Adelaide, Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth. When first home buyers spend their weekends getting outbid by property investors, and when renters line the block for a chance to spend more than half their weekly income to keep a roof over their heads, this Labor government continues to hand out $181 billion in tax breaks for already wealthy property investors. Over the last year, investor lending has increased by 12.3%, while first home buyer lending has increased by less than 1%. ABS data shows that $40 billion has been loaned to wealthy property investors in just 3 months. The system is rigged for investors, not for ordinary buyers, and as a result, ownership rates for young people are plummeting. The government has the power to address this. It should direct the banking regulator, APRA, to rein in this record high investor lending so that first home buyers actually stand a chance. And APRA has done this before, and it worked. We saw house price growth stabilise in a way that we haven't for the last 30 years. The government should also scrap the $181 billion in tax perks that are given to landlords, which tip the scales massively in favour of wealthy property investors. And adding fuel to the absolute dumpster fire that is the housing crisis is Labor's 5% deposit scheme. October 2025 saw the fastest increase in housing prices in more than 2 years. And coincidentally, that's also when Labor's 5% deposit scheme kicked in. The banks are loving it though. Increased house prices and bigger debts means that they will make even more profits off people's debt and people's pain. And they were already on track to make $30 billion in profits this financial year. It is absolutely obscene. By refusing to tackle the root causes of the housing crisis, this tinkering around the edges from this gutless government has only inflated property prices further, locking even more people out of home ownership. Without urgent action, first home buyers don't stand a chance. The major parties are in lockstep. They've created a system that makes the big banks and the property developers billions at the expense of a whole generation of young people. It shouldn't be easier to buy your 5th home than it is to buy your first, but right now that's what the case is. You should be able to buy a home on an average salary, but right now you can't. These are not radical suggestions, they are common sense. The solutions already exist and they work around the world. It starts with ending the special treatment for ultra-wealthy property investors over first-home buyers. We could cap and freeze rents and make sure that renters have real rights so that no one's got to live in a mould-ridden home without proper heating or cooling. And we could actually build more public and affordable homes with a public-owned property developer to build them at cost, not for profit. The housing crisis is no accident. It's been created by successive governments outsourcing to the private market, and the Greens will keep fighting to make sure that everyone is able to get and keep a roof over their heads.
Thank you. Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I don't think the Australian people are silly. And I think the Australian people know that there are gimmicks being offered by this government which will never solve this housing crisis, because, of course, the only way to solve the housing crisis is to build more homes. That's the only way to build. That's the only way to solve the crisis, because the Australian people know that we have a larger population than we have ever had, and that the Australian people have noticed that there is a massive collapse in the number of houses, and the government, after having promised to spend some $60 billion on housing, has delivered more people but fewer houses. That's right, more people than ever but fewer houses. It's hard to believe that $60 billion could be lost in Labor bureaucracy, but that's the bill that Australians are having to pay, because we see the collapse in completions from an average of 200,000 houses a year, which is what the government inherited, down to 170,000 houses a year now. 30,000 houses a year less. And then we have this magnificent flagship Housing Australia Future Fund. $10 billion, 2 years of operation, and so far maybe a handful of houses. We don't know, because it's a very secretive fund. We don't know. We don't know. But we do know, because Senator Gallagher told us at Senate estimates that it had bought 340 homes. In fact, the language that Senator Gallagher used was that they had acquired and converted these properties. So this is a fund that is literally buying properties that the Australian people themselves could, to use the good senator's words, acquire on their own. So the Australian people are now competing with the government in the market. So having failed to build the houses, now they're buying the houses. Now, when you look at the contracts that have been signed by this Housing Australia Future Fund, in some cases they are paying up to $1.3 million per dwelling. $1.3 million per dwelling. That is the cost of their new build. Now, the average cost of a new build is about $500,000. So why are they paying $1.3 million? Now, Housing Australia is a very inefficient agency. It is spending millions of dollars on consultants, but what it is also doing is funding big investors. It is underwriting the profits of big investors, the big super funds. All the Labor Party's best mates are getting a huge amount of money out of this scheme. And so the answer to the $1.3 million question is Labor's mates. You've got to pay all these people. All these crooked people have got to be paid with taxpayer funds in order to get these properties built. And so the housing fund, you wouldn't trust it to build a dunny. So far, 2 years, $10 billion, handful of houses maybe, most of them have been bought. It's been a disaster. And then we have the 5% deposit scheme, the gimmick. So having failed on supply, they now want to inflict, onto the Australian people a non-means tested scheme without place caps. And what you've seen in the first month is the biggest increase in entry-level home prices in years. The biggest increase in the entry-level property price in years. House prices are too high for first home owners in Australia. And for the Labor Party to come into this chamber and say they've solved the housing problem, it's all fixed with the 5% deposit scheme, it is insulting. Because what they are doing is making it harder for first home owners with their lumbering 95% mortgages. And the reality is that these policies of bureaucracy and gimmicks is only making the Australian dream disappear for younger Australians. It has been an absolute disaster so far.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I understand why people are fired up about housing. I'm a young Australian. My group chats are basically divided between memes, TikToks and friends panic sending property listings they can't actually afford. So when the Greens bring forward a matter of urgency on housing, I hear the emotion behind it. But we also have to be clear-eyed about what actually fixes the problems, and that starts with facts, not just vibes. Let's start with APRA. This motion talks like investor lending is something the government can just turn off. APRA is independent. It exists so politicians don't meddle with lending standards and the financial system stays stable. Last week, APRA released its System Risk Outlook. They assessed the Australian financial system as stable, resilient and well placed to absorb shocks. They noted that lending standards overall remain sound, but that some higher risk behaviour is ticking up. APRA has already said that they're monitoring these risks and they've began to tighten lending standards if needed. And that's how it should work. Not politicians dictating interest rates from the Senate chamber, but experts making informed and considered decisions. I know it's tempting to yell, "Stop investors now," like it's the whole solution to housing affordability. But if we destabilise the system, young people will be the first to pay the price. Now on to the big issue, housing supply. The quickest way not to build the homes people need is to do what the Coalition did, nothing. In the 10 years they were in government, they delivered just 373 social and affordable homes. The Coalition did nothing, delivered even less, and they are still fighting tooth and nail to stop us from doing what's right. And the Greens, they've never delivered a thing and spend their time trying to stop any real action. Labor has built 5,000 social and affordable homes, and we have another 25,000 in the pipeline. They're real projects, real sites, real roofs, over real people's heads. And I wish I could say we did this with bipartisan support. But no, we've had the Coalition and the Greens teaming up like the world's oddest couple to block us at every turn. The Treasury Secretary said last month that some of the ongoing challenges are because legislation is being held up. Meanwhile, dwelling commencements grew by 9.2% through June 2025. That's a huge turnaround, especially when you remember they were falling at almost 29% the last time the Coalition was in charge. Dwelling investment is growing to 4.8% compared to going backwards when this government came to office. New builds are rising, not falling. And we're not just building more homes, we're helping young Australians get into them. Our 5% deposit scheme means every first home buyer can now get in the door sooner, without spending a decade only eating mee goreng and skipping coffees to scrape together a deposit. Since coming to office, we've already supported 197,000 Australians into home ownership through this program alone. We're delivering the most ambitious housing agenda since the end of World War II. That's $43 billion to help build more homes, give renters a better deal and help more young people into home ownership. The challenges are big, no one denies that, but we're actually doing the work. Housing affordability is not just about supply, it's also about the cost of living. We're delivering 3 rounds of personal income tax cuts. One last year, one next year, and another after that. More than 1 million Australians on lower incomes will be exempt from the Medicare levy or continue to pay a reduced rate. And from next year, Australians will get a $1,000 instant tax deduction for work-related expenses, helping 5.7 million people keep more of what they earn. We're also using tax to boost housing supply, introducing new tax breaks that will help build 80,000 new rental properties. That is a real impact. And we're not stopping here. We're increasing super for low-income workers, cracking down on multinational tax avoidance and supporting small businesses. In short, a tax system that actually supports young Australians instead of making life harder. Unlike some in this chamber, we don't pretend there is a single magic bullet. Instead, we are pulling every lever available: supply, planning reforms, tax incentives, modular builds, the Housing Australia Future Fund, Help to Buy, the 5% deposit scheme and more. It's not glamorous, it's not a slogan,
Senator Walker,
but it
your
works.
time has expired. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to respond to this motion, which yet again speaks to the stunning economic illiteracy of Australian Greens. Almost 3 million Australian households are rented, and about 80% or more are privately rented. Without private property investment, all of these people have nowhere to live. There are about 2 million private property investors in Australia. The Greens and Labor have routinely sabotaged these scapegoated these investors as greedy real estate tycoons in a failed attempt to hide their own complicity in our national housing crisis. However, the fact is 75% of these investors only own one investment property. Another 19% of them only own two. Among these investors are Greens who sit in this parliament, including Senator McKim himself. I'm confident Senator McKim doesn't consider himself a greedy property tycoon. Such is the case with almost every Australian property investor. These are everyday Australians who have sacrificed and saved to make an investment for a more secure future. In doing so, they are providing homes for Australians who would otherwise not have somewhere to live. They are providing the accommodation that governments can't and shouldn't. In Senator McKim's home state of Tasmania, there are barely 5,000 public dwellings for an estimated 50,000 renters. Across the country, there are about 452,000 public dwellings, well short of the almost 3 million needed to meet current demand. It's these same investors who are accommodating everyone else. We should not only acknowledge and be grateful for these Australian investors, we should be giving them incentives rather than winding them back as Senator McKim would have us do. Not every Australian wants to own their own home. Many are perfectly happy to rent for the flexibility and mobility it can provide, even in Labor's housing crisis. Australian investors meet this need. What these investors need are governments which understand that with every intervention in this market they make, they only create more problems and bump up price of housing. Three sectors of the economy in which the government make intervention is the most prominent are labour, housing and energy. And never have these three things been more expensive in Australia than they are today. Investment incentives like capital gains tax, discounts and negative gearing are a concession to this reality. That's why One Nation supports them in principle. One Nation has better solutions to get Australians into homes than scapegoating the investors who provide homes. First and foremost, we'll do what most Australians have said they want, while every other party in this place ignores them. We'll end mass migration. We'll bring the numbers down to about 130,000 a year to give Australia a much-needed breather so we can catch up with housing supply. Even better, for housing availability, we'll ban foreign ownership on residential property. We'll give all foreign investors sufficient time to put their properties on the market so it does not unduly impact prices. It's easy to implement. Just require any vendor or agent to cite proof of Australian citizenship before allowing a sale. This will free up thousands of homes for Australians to buy as investments or as residences. There are other countries which have done this in recent years to address their own housing crisis, including Canada and New Zealand. It's time for Australia to take the same steps.
Thank you. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, APRA is an independent regulator responsible for the prudential safety of banks and other regulated entities, as well as financial system stability. And as the independent regulator, APRA is responsible for setting requirements for these entities, including management of financial and non-financial risks to ensure these financial institutions and the systems overall remain safe and stable. I thought it's just important to kind of say that up front because the motion talks about directing APRA, and it's important to say that they are independent. When it comes to housing in this country, the stats speak for themselves. Since the Albanese Labor government was elected in 2022, we have built 5,000 social and affordable homes, and there's another 25,000 in the pipeline. Housing is a life-defining challenge for millions of Australians. That's why we have a huge agenda that focuses on building more homes and making it easier for everyday Australians to buy their own home too. In their decade in office, the Coalition managed 373 social and affordable homes. There isn't an extra number in there, it is just 373 social and affordable homes. And their mates in the Greens political party have never delivered a thing. We're building more homes for Australians, and we're doing it despite the best efforts of the Coalition and the Greens to block us at every opportunity they get. Every step, every time we tried to bring something into this chamber to make it easier for Australians to get into their own homes or build more homes, we've seen the Coalition team up with the Greens to block it. On this side of the chamber, we recognise that housing is one of the defining challenges in our economy. We've set ambitious targets and we're backing that effort in with $43 billion in new investment to increase supply and help more first home buyers get into their first home. $43 billion. And our efforts are seeing the construction sector pick up too. I know how important this is for tradies right across Victoria and the country. And we're doing a bunch of things to grow more tradies and get more people on the tools to be able to build the homes that Australians need. Building approvals are growing at 8.4% now, and let's just remember that they were going backwards when we came to office by 21.6%. That is not a small number. 21.6% is what we were going backwards by. We're also helping Australians get into the housing market sooner with our 5% deposit scheme, which was expanded to all first home buyers on the 1st of October. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor government has supported 197,000 Australians to buy a home with the 5% deposit scheme. That's pretty life-changing for those 197,000 Australians. We're also acting to make sure the tax system is working to help with housing supply, with new tax breaks passed in 2024 to support the construction of around 80,000 new homes to rent. These are all part of the government's substantial agenda on tax, including boosting the superannuation savings of more than 1 million low-income workers while making superannuation concessions for people with very large balances fairer and more sustainable. We're delivering on a fairer, simpler and more sustainable tax system to support Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. We recognise that we've got a housing crisis in this country that has been generations in the making. And from our very first day coming into government, we've absolutely taken that challenge with both hands and worked every day to address the challenge that is before us. We know that there is a long way to go and housing is still really tough, but we're making good progress. We know that supply and demand are linked. We need to do the things to build more homes, and we need to have the policies to make sure that people can realise a dream of owning their own home too. But it is only a Labor government that's going to make that reality, that dream a reality for millions of Australians.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak to this matter, which is clearly an issue of public urgency, the need to rein in tax breaks that are overheating our housing market and to work to see APRA cut investor lending as it has historically. The truth is simple in relation to housing in this country. If this government put people first and exercised every possible tool in the toolbox, this housing crisis could be dealt with, and we could assist those many thousands of Australians, so many of them young people, feeling enormous anxiety about their opportunity to ever get into home ownership. Instead, we see a tsunami of investor activity distorting the very purpose of housing in this country. Instead of homes giving people shelter and safety, housing is being treated as a speculative investment vehicle. It has been turned into an asset for wealth accumulation. It's no longer the key first plank of economic security in our country. That is a roof over your head, and it's getting worse. Investor loans have reached a record high this year, and they now account for more than 40% of total new loans, up from just 25% in 2020. When investor demand outpaces owner-occupier demand like this, you don't just get more buyers, you get a bidding war. And first-home buyers are losing, and they are feeling it every weekend in every city and too many towns across our country. This surge in investor demand doesn't just push prices up, it locks in expectations of future growth and fuels ever more speculative buying. House prices are now forecast to rise by 9% next year. 9%. And that's on top of 6% already this year. This is causing enormous anxiety across our country for those young people. Labor is making things worse. Labor's policies are exacerbating the problem. Their 5% deposit scheme, designed to be an assistance to first-home buyers, is now unleashing a wave of first-home buyers and investors competing for the same small group of properties, driving up the price of housing in October alone by more than 1%. This is not just an economic imbalance, it's a moral one, because housing is a human right. Having a roof over your head is a human right and critical to having a safe life and a base from which to work and build a family, to have a community. First-home buyers simply don't stand a chance in a market that's rigged for investors in favour of wealthy, tax-subsidised investors. But we have got tools in our toolbox to deal with this, and we must. And APRA is holding some of them. APRA has intervened before, between 2014 and 2018, and put the handbrake on investor lending growth. And in this crisis, that's a tool we need right now. That period saw more loans flow to owner-occupiers and prices stabilised, to the slowest period for house price growth for over 30 years. It worked. And we can do it again. We can stabilise house price growth through actions like the possibilities available to APRA. This urgency motion calls for exactly that. We need the Treasurer to direct APRA to reinstate tighter macroprudential controls on investor lending before prices get even further out of control. We cannot simply leave it to market forces when they're manifestly failing. We can't leave it to the banks, who are profiting from a reckless amount of high-risk investor lending, including through trusts and other devices that avoid the lending buffer and feed the bubble. At the same time, we must address the unfair tax system, the billions in tax breaks flowing to property investors through negative gearing and capital gains discount. These are enormous distortions in our market. They must be reined in. We must make sure housing returns to a roof over your head, not a way of accumulating wealth by very wealthy people who already own, in so many places, multiple homes. If we do not act, we condemn another generation to being renters for life, to being locked out while the wealthy investor keep investing and receiving enormous tax breaks to buy more and more property.
Thank you. The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. I will now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of document number 5, page 5 of the read, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Sorry, just for the swap there with the chair, what item on page 5 was it?
Item 5.
Item 5 on page 5. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other senators that wish to either talk to or take on note any of the documents on page 5 or page 6? No? All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Clark. Now, are there any ministerial statements, ministers? Any ministerial statements? Oh, hello. Sorry about that, Senator Green.
Thank you.
You have the call.
On behalf of the Minister for Resources in Northern Australia, I table the 2025 Annual Statement on Developing Northern Australia, and I move that the Senate take note of the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. A strong North means a strong Australia. Together with the Minister for Northern Australia, Madeleine King, and one of the Territory's strongest advocates, Special Envoy and Member for Solomon, Luke Gosling, we are working to secure the prosperity and security across this great region. It is a privilege to represent such a dynamic and diverse part of our country, and it's a privilege to be part of this Northern Australia team, in a government that is continuing to unlock some ambitious and promising opportunities for the North. From our Future Made in Australia agenda, our investments in green energy to deliver important water infrastructure and the recent landmark critical minerals deals with the US, we are doing the heavy lifting in a range of key areas to ensure our country continues to grow, that we create jobs and prosperity in the North, and we protect our natural environment. But with this is an acknowledgement that there is still more work to do to ensure that we truly grasp these opportunities and deliver lasting, meaningful impacts on our communities. Last year, Minister King launched our government's Northern Australian Action Plan, and today Minister King delivered the annual statement to Parliament on developing Northern Australia and also released the annual progress report on the Action Plan, outlining our government's achievements across 6 policy priority areas. This report shows that we are activating the northern economy, driving growth across agriculture, tourism, critical minerals and renewable energy. We are investing in infrastructure to unlock growth, including road, rail, port and digital connectivity projects. And here are just a few of those important projects. We're delivering $7.2 billion to improve safety on the Bruce Highway. Work has officially started on Queensland's beef roads through central Queensland with $400 million from our government and another $100 million from the state government. There is $1.1 billion going into the Tanami Road upgrades across WA and the NT. And of course, work continues on the Outback Way across all 3 of the northern jurisdictions. This is on top of investment into a number of regional airports in the north, which are such critical lifelines for communities. Our government has always valued and understood the NBN and the community's expectations for decent, reliable digital connectivity, which is why we've invested in programs like our Regional Connectivity Program, Regional Roads Australia Mobile Program. We are also boosting safety and building national security through upgrades to defence bases in the north. Across 5 key defence projects, $1.77 billion is estimated to be delivered to date, with a further $749 million in the next financial year. And we are protecting the North's unique environment and cultural heritage, with First Nations aspirations at the heart of this work. So much of our incredible beauty and diversity is in our northern landscapes. The Great Barrier Reef, our wet tropics rainforests, Kakadu, Uluru and the Kimberley. These places all have enduring, deep connections to First Nations Australians. And improving the prosperity of First Nations peoples and communities is critical to the success of the Northern Australia agenda. I would like to recognise the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group led by Professor Martin Nakada. Along with Minister King and Senator the Honourable Malarndirri McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians, we are working with the IRG to practical actions to improve the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the north. Acting Deputy President, we have also announced today the continuation of the investment period of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. The NAIF is our government's main investment vehicle in Northern Australia, and its investment period will be extended for another decade until mid-2036. This comes after a review earlier this year into NAIF's operations, which found overwhelming support for this facility across business, industry, government and the public. The NAIF is proving effective in developing Northern Australia. It now has a portfolio of 32 projects forecast to generate more than $33 billion in public benefit. Its supports across sectors extends to tourism and supporting infrastructure. NAIF-supported projects include airport upgrades at regional hubs like Darwin, Alice Springs, Rockhampton, Townsville, Cairns and Mackay. As well as supporting connectivity across Northern Australia, these upgrades will also support air travel from the north to other parts of Australia and to our near neighbours in the Pacific. And they will help our government deliver on improved mobility opportunities between the Pacific and Australia under the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. There are 31,000 palm workers in Australia. More than half of these workers are in Northern Territory, Western Australia and Queensland. These workers make vital economic contributions to regional Australia and enrich the communities that they are a part of. The PALM scheme is also highly valued by Pacific countries in Timor-Leste. They're contributing to Australia's economy, but also to their own families and communities back home. Now, Acting Deputy President, before I close, I would like to acknowledge some of our northernmost communities are currently feeling the impacts of Cyclone Fina. Cyclone Fina has spent the past few days travelling across the top end, causing considerable disruption and damage in Darwin and surrounds. The cleanup is underway and we'll no doubt learn more about the full extent of the damage in the coming days. Many residents and businesses remain without power and water, while Northerners are no stranger to cyclones. It continues to be an anxious time. Fina has continued over the north of Western Australia. Our thoughts are currently with the WA communities and we wish them safety in this next few hours. We recognise the incredible efforts of our emergency personnel and volunteers who put so much of their lives on the line to protect our communities during these events. Finally, I'd like to put on the record my thanks to the many stakeholders across the north that work every single day to make our region the very best that it can be. Since my appointment as the Assistant Minister for Northern Australia a few months ago, their openness and willingness to partner with me and our government more broadly as we work to progress the Northern agenda has been absolutely incredible. I've been meeting with people, community organisations, businesses and industry leaders right across the north, not just in my hometown in Cairns, but of course in Townsville, Mount Isa, Mackay, Rockhampton, Darwin, Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory, as well as some of our closest neighbours in the Pacific, including PNG and Fiji. These conversations have highlighted both the immense potential and the shared challenge of our vast region. And our senators in this place will well know that I have a vested interest in this policy area. I call the North home. I have a 3-year-old daughter who is growing up in the North. I am part of a connected community on country that is incredibly beautiful and diverse. I'm sure that I speak for others in here in the Senate today who live or are lucky enough to spend time in the North, that it is a very, very special place. Our regional and rural communities each have a unique identity and sense of community. Our people of the North work hard and often in challenging conditions. Cyclone Fina is a reminder of this. Our government is committed to supporting them now and for many generations to come into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Green. I'm sure we all wish everyone all the very best at the moment during this time as well. So thank you for that. Senator Shoebridge?
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Yes, I also, on behalf of my party, pass on our thoughts and concerns to our friends in the North, and I know I was speaking to my colleagues in the Northern Territory and Lutruwita country, and it's been a pretty tough last few days for them. And of course, we all have an obligation to keep the climate safe for them. But I rise to take note of the Minister's report and comments. And on behalf of my colleague, Senator Ormond Payne, I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any other... Oh, you can continuing?
I have another matter, but...
Oh, sure,
yeah.
sure.
And
sorry.
I'm sorry, the procedure's been a little muddled today.
Sorry, Senator Shoebridge, please.
My timing clock got a little muddled today by what happened in the Senate, and I wasn't sure if we'd gone through documents yet.
We have.
Well, could I seek the indulgence of the chamber to take note of a document that I missed and then simply seek leave to continue my remarks? And it's document 8 on page 5, and it's a response to an OPD. Not to speak, just to seek leave.
Okay, so I'm in the hands of the chamber. Is that okay? The government is happy to allow that to happen. So leave is granted. Leave is granted.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Thank you, Senators, for cooperation on that matter. Now, are there any other ministerial statements? I think it is now. Minister? Minister.
Thank you. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning systems and projects in aged care, the Australian National Science and Technology Organisation, and stakeholder meetings and engagements relating to the Environment Protection Reform Bills, relating to OPD 201, 223 and 233.
Thank you, Minister.
Is that all?
Any other statements? No? Oh, sorry, Senator Shoebridge.
Just for abundant caution in relation to each of those documents, I take note and seek leave to continue my remarks in relation to all 3.
Excellent. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Now, the President has received a letter nominating a senator to be a member of a committee. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to appoint a senator to a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that Senator David Pocock be appointed as a participating member of the Select Committee on Intergenerational Housing Inequity from the establishment of the committee on the 17th of March 2026.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, messages. Oh, we've got more. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 for concurrence, and I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So I'll put the question moved by the Minister. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to access to information and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned until the 3rd of December 2025. Senators, the President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and 6 related bills for concurrence, and I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Now, the motion moved by the Minister... all those in favour of the motion moved by the Minister say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, National Environment Protection Agency Bill 2025, Environment Information Australia Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation General Charges Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Customs Charges Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill 2025.
Thank you, Clerk. I'll call the Minister.
Thank you. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you, Ministers. Leave granted. Leave is granted. Now, in accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 24th of March 2026. Senators, the President has received messages from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, notifying assent to 7 laws, details of which will be incorporated into Hansard.
Are we on to business to be considered?
Yeah, where are we? Almost. We're just checking that you're going to the Senate Business Order number 1. I am. Okay. All right. Clerk, just... Clerk?
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 1.
Okay, Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I present the report of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee on the provision of the Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025, together with accompanying documents.
Okay, Clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 4 in the name of Senator Shoebridge concerning a reference to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I move the motion, which would refer for much needed inquiry the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulations to the Senate Committee for review and report. The Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulations 2025 are the first set of regulations made under the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Act 2024. Those regulations are indeed very extensive. They, for example, deal with the managing, storing and disposing of radioactive waste from the AUKUS submarine project at Osborne and Stirling. They include detailed regulations for the handling of radioactive waste from Australian submarines, but also from US and UK submarines. And they also put in place, for the first time, very clear maps delineating where the first 2 nuclear waste dumps and nuclear waste facilities and nuclear processing facilities have been established under AUKUS. Those, of course, are in HMAS Stirling on Garden Island, just off Perth. And the regulations include the whole of the island in the declared zone, opening up the entirety of the island to the storage of nuclear waste and to the processing of nuclear waste, and for AUKUS regulatory material, AUKUS related activities. Of course, the great bulk of Garden Island is actually at the moment open to public access and fishing and barbecuing, and indeed is in many ways one of the most beautiful pieces off the coast of Perth, off the coast of Fremantle, for the boating, fishing community to enjoy and access. But under these regulations, the entirety of Garden Island, including the beaches, the picnic grounds, the pepper, particularly the northern part of the island, are all just declared within the zone. Not only that, but the regulations also clearly delineate the Osborne designated zone in the Osborne Naval Shipyard in South Australia, and set out the boundaries where nuclear waste can be stored and processed and where AUKUS activities can happen. And the map, as I said, for HMAS Stirling covers not only all of the island but the access point for HMAS Stirling, and the map for Osborne is pretty much a huge arc of land stretching all the way out, a significant way out into the water of the just outside of the naval shipyard. What did the government do to alert the communities of Osborne and the communities of Perth that they'd made these declarations and maps and excluded so much of the waters surrounding Stirling and so much of the waters surrounding Osborne. What did they do to tell the public about it? Nothing. Nothing. They published them in some regs where even on the most accessible public register, you couldn't find the maps. Couldn't find the maps. And not only are the maps inaccessible, but nobody was told that the regulations had been made. They were just quietly published on the legislative website. No prior notification. Now, how did the regulations come to be? Well, the regulations came to be because this government decided to have effectively a secret inquiry into the proposed regulations. Submissions were sought and obtained from the public, but the government has refused to publish the submissions. Just totally refused to publish the submissions. Not only have they refused to publish the submissions, they've refused in any way to deal with what we know were very substantial concerns raised by the community about the extent of these regulations. And I know this because a number of entities have publicly themselves provided their submissions. And a number of those entities, they're First Nations groups, they are environment groups, they're peace groups, they're anti-nuclear groups. They've pointed out how the government was proposing in its regulations to override not just laws to store nuclear waste in WA and South Australia, in the sites of Stirling and Osborne, but indeed the government was proposing in its initial draft for the regulations to override a raft of other state and territory laws that relate to radiation safety and radiation protection. And obviously communities in the Northern Territory, which have been fighting nuclear waste dumps, don't want to see the NT provisions and protections overridden. Communities in my home state of New South Wales don't want to see the laws protecting them from harmful radiation overridden. Communities in Queensland, Victoria, WA, South Australia, Tasmania, the ACT and the NT all want their governments to have on the laws tough provisions to protect them from the dangers of radiation. But what do these regulations do? What do the regulations under this AUKUS bill do? They say in relation to nuclear waste and nuclear materials produced under the AUKUS project, they literally allow every existing state and territory law that regulates harmful radiation and nuclear activities. They're all just overridden. And I'll give you a list of the bills, of the laws that are overridden to allow the Defence Department to basically declare anywhere in the country a nuclear waste dump and then ignore state and territory laws and dump the waste there or the processing there. They are the Labor government, under these regulations, has overridden the following state and territory laws on nuclear safety and protection from radiation. They've overridden the Protection from Harmful Radiation Act 1990 in New South Wales. They've overridden the Radiation Act 2005 from Victoria, the Radiation Safety Act 1999 from Queensland, the Nuclear Activities Regulation Act 1978 in WA, Labor's overriding the Nuclear Waste and Storage and Transportation Prohibition Act 1999 in WA, the Radiation Safety Act 1975 in WA, the Nuclear Waste Storage Facility Prohibition Act 2000 in South Australia, the Radiation Protection and Control Act 2021 in South Australia, the Radiation Protection Act 2005 in Tasmania, the Radiation Protection Act 2006 in the ACT, and Labor's also overriding the Northern Territory's Radiation Protection Act 2004, all with effectively a secret set of regs that got published on a hard-to-find website, which there was no public notification of, that all of these state and territory laws protecting their communities from radiation have just been overridden for the purpose of AUKUS nuclear waste and AUKUS nuclear storage, all just totally overridden. And did I mention this government has refused to produce the public submissions that went to this, that were made in relation to it? This is an extraordinary act of arrogance and hubris from the Albanese government. And so, of course, the Greens are asking that these regulations be referred for an inquiry, an open public Senate inquiry, so the people of Victoria can have a say about whether or not they think it's right that the Radiation Act in Victoria has been overridden, so that AUKUS waste can be dumped anywhere in Victoria. So the people in my home state of New South Wales can have a say about whether or not the important Protection from Harmful Radiation Act can be overridden to dump nuclear waste in Port Kembla or Newcastle or wherever the Albanese government wants to dump their waste and open another nuclear facility. Because I can tell you right now, the people in Port Kembla, in the Illawarra, are in close to open revolt with this government because of their plans to whack an East Coast nuclear submarine base in their country, in Port Kembla, in open revolt about it. So now what we understand is the Albanese government's looking for a second target site and are thinking, well, maybe they can squeeze it into Newcastle. And the people of Newcastle, that beautiful Wabakal and Warramai land in Newcastle, is now being sized up, measured for a nuclear submarine base, a US nuclear submarine base, and US nuclear waste, and UK nuclear waste, and Australian nuclear waste. And I can tell you now the people of the Hunter don't want the Albanese government suspending the New South Wales Protection from Harmful Radiation Act so that they can have a nuclear waste dump hoisted on them, and they want to have a say about it. But as with this government, as with the Labor Party and the Coalition, the war parties in this place, they don't want the public to have a say on AUKUS. They don't want the public to have a say on whether or not their community should be saddled with a nuclear waste dump jam-packed with Donald Trump's nuclear waste. And so they push it through in some secret regs. But we're saying give people around the country a right to a fair hearing, at least on this aspect of AUKUS. And let's have a proper hearing into these so-called nuclear power safety regulations, but are really just a nuclear waste facilitation regs. Have a proper say. Because, I mean, what is the government afraid of? That the people around the country will actually say what they think about AUKUS? They'll say that they actually think Donald Trump is one of the least trustworthy leaders on the planet. They'll probably point out that he's right now ratting out Ukraine, who the US government encouraged in their resistance. Now, when the going gets tough, he's going to just rat out Ukraine. Like Donald Trump is pulling away from European allies, like he's threatening to go to war with NATO allies and invade NATO allies, like he is totally untrustworthy security partner. Are you afraid you're going to hear the people of Australia say that? Say, why on earth are you entering into a 5-decade-long agreement with a totally erratic, increasingly dictatorial and undemocratic regime like the Trump regime? Are you afraid that they're going to tell you that? Because they probably will. And they'll probably tell you that they think it's absolutely bonkers to spend $375 billion on a handful of nuclear submarines whose main purpose is to draw us into the next US war with China. They'll probably tell you that's bonkers and that they'd rather you didn't do that, and they'd rather you spent $375 billion on schools and hospitals and dealing with the climate crisis and engaging with our neighbours openly. That's probably why the war parties don't want an inquiry into these regs, because the public, when they get a chance to tell you what they think this AUKUS thing is a bloody big scam where we give billions of dollars to the US and UK and we get nothing in return. They think it's dangerous to go down war paths with Donald Trump, and they don't want to go to war with our major trading partner, and they can't work out why Labor is taking us down that path. And they want the money to not be spent on a handful of nuclear submarines, which we probably won't even get, and they'd rather it spent on their absolute material needs right now. Needs for their schools, for their hospitals, to build public housing, That's probably why this government, the Labor Party, doesn't want an inquiry into this regs, because they're scared about what the public will tell them. Well, the Greens aren't scared of what the public will tell us. Bring it on. Bring on at least this inquiry into AUKUS.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Anyone else? So, the question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. And we'll defer that to tomorrow, being after 6:30 p.m. Thank you. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate notice of motion number 6, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, into a reference to the Economics References Committee.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move the motion. Business of the Senate number 6 in today's Senate notice paper. 3 years ago, One Nation told the country, quote, Australia is firmly on the path towards a dystopian future, with households having their access to electricity taken out of their hands and monitored, controlled and restricted by governments. Control of your electricity use in the government's hands, in energy company hands, including foreign multinational companies. Control of your electricity, access to it, and whether you can use it, and for what you can use it. This is only possible with the now mandatory rollout of smart meters, which are internet-connected electricity meters. So I'll read the motion. That the following matter be referred to the Economics References Committee for inquiry and report by 1st of April 2026. The state of consumer protections in relation to electricity smart meters, with specific reference to A, consumer rights to opt out from smart meter installation. Consumer rights to opt out of smart meter installation. B, surge, cost-reflective power or flexible tariffs and their impacts on household power bills. C, the Australian Electricity Market Commission rule change allowing electricity companies to change customers onto a punitive power tariff without their consent after 2 years. I'll say that one again. The Australian Electricity Market Commission rule change allowing electricity companies to change as a customer, change you onto a punitive power tariff without their consent after 2 years, and any related matters. For many years, the rollout of smart meters was promised as purely voluntary. The experience of people who voluntarily got a smart meter was absolutely terrible. Daniel Mercer from the ABC reported in April the New South Wales energy watchdog sounding the alarm, saying too many consumers are being hit with poor service and left worse from the smart meter rollout. The watchdog in New South Wales said there had been a major increase in the number of complaints related to sudden, unexplained changes to people's electricity tariffs. Changes to their tariffs, no consent. Such changes often involve customers being switched from flat rate prices, where they paid the same rate for a unit of power, no matter when they bought it, to complex and dynamic charges. Just changed to more expensive and complex dynamic charges. Among these were time of use tariffs, in which customers paid more for power at peak times, and demand charges, which involved charging someone based on their single biggest half hour of use across an entire month. So if you used a high level of power for just half an hour, that put you at a higher rate. That was across all your electricity use for the entire month. Quote, the smart meter rollout aimed to increase flexibility and customer engagement with the energy market by allowing customers to manage their energy use and save money, said the New South Wales energy watchdog, Ms Young. Continued the quote, but we aren't seeing evidence of this in complaints that come to the Ombudsman. In fact, we're seeing the opposite, end of quote. So what was the Albanese Labor government's response to all of these problems? Did they try to fix them? No, they doubled down. The Labor government in June made the smart meter rollout mandatory. This federal Labor government made the smart meter rollout mandatory. They did say anyone going onto a smart meter couldn't be put onto a punitive tariff. They did say that. This, though, is only temporary relief that will last just 2 years. 2 years. After that, it's open season for power company profiteering. And the smart meters are a key part of the government's emergency plans. Think about why they need emergency plans. Energy Minister Chris Bowen is spruiking his household battery scheme. What he isn't telling Australians about is the fine print. To receive the government's subsidy for a household battery, your battery must be, quote, capable of participating in a virtual power plant. A virtual power plant. This gets more and more crazy. A virtual power plant, or VPP, is simply about being able to drain your battery that you paid for, drain it to the grid whenever your power company wants. Combined with an always connected smart meter, there's nothing stopping the grid operator from draining a household battery whenever they want in the future, whenever they want, disregarding your need for electricity. By the way, you, the householder, pay for the battery. Home batteries, why are they needed? Well, they're needed to ensure stability, stability of electricity supply. Solar and wind are inherently asynchronous, making them unstable. Coal, hydro, nuclear, gas are all synchronous, they're stable, reliable, secure. As the proportion of electricity from solar and wind increases, the grid becomes unstable. This is fact. It's happened overseas, it has happened here. As the grid becomes more unstable, the ability to reach into Australians' homes to take over the batteries will be too tempting for you lot, the government. It will be essential to protect our grid. To reach in and control your battery, drain your battery that you paid for, will be essential to protect the grid from their onslaught of solar and wind asynchronous generation. The government won't be able to resist. We already have the data to prove it. Last year, Queensland's state-owned power grid throttled almost 170,000 air conditioners, 6 times in just 2 months. I'll say that again. Last year, Queensland's state government-owned power grid throttled back almost 170,000 air conditioners, 6 times in just 2 months, under a scheme called Peak Smart, to try and protect the grid as it buckled under the net zero transition. Under the Peak Smart, it's a good name, isn't it? Under the Peak Smart scheme, users were not even told their air conditioners were being throttled. Not even told. I have since the start been aware of these meters being considered because the so-called energy transition is really an energy reduction, an energy restriction, an energy control. The objective is control. I've been saying this since 2016. The objective is control. Furtive, unexplained control of your access to electricity. Furtive, unexplained, unaccountable control of your access to electricity. So much for transparency under you lot in the Albanese Labor government. That's why One Nation is moving this motion to have an inquiry into the rollout of smart meters and what consumer protections are needed. Because right now, there are no consumer protections, none at all. And the public has been misled and deceitfully the truth is hidden. Why would you hide it? Because they're out to get you, to screw you. What protections are actually in place to make sure power companies aren't going to gouge Australians through a smart meter? Right now, it looks like nothing. The smart meter rollout was changed from voluntary to mandatory without any notice, despite the many problems that have been raised and pointed out. Australians pointing out the many problems to the government. Why? Who benefits? Certainly not everyday Australians that this Labor government dishonestly pretends to serve. Instead, it's stealing. One Nation wants this inquiry to answer these questions and many more. When it comes to Australians battling greedy power companies, including foreign multinationals, One Nation backs Australians every day of the week. We back you, Australians. I encourage the Senate to send the issue of smart meters to an inquiry and to back Australian consumers being protected from greedy power companies, including foreign multinationals in charge of vital parts of our essential infrastructure, our electricity grid. Arguably, the most important infrastructure in our country. Will the government oppose this reference for a Senate committee inquiry and continue to hide the truth from Australians? Or will it be open? Will you be open, transparent and honest with the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. There are no further speakers. The question is that the motion put by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Division required. Okay, we will defer that division to tomorrow. Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2025, in committee.
The committee is considering the Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2025 as amended, and Amendment 2 on sheet 3481, moved by Senator Thorpe. The question is that Schedule 5 stand as printed. Those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry, Senator Allman-Payne. Those in favour say aye. No. What are we? Sorry.
Are we putting the question? Okay.
Oh.
Right back.
Yep, Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if we were doing something else first. Just following the questioning this morning around Schedule 5, I want to note that Economic Justice Australia and Australian Council for Social Services put out a media release which stated that said the highly contested Schedule 5 amendment to the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes Bill number 2 has this morning taken up the majority of discussion in the Senate. During questioning about legitimacy of the amendment, the debate included discussions about whether any organisations were consulted about Schedule 5. Led by Senators Penny Allman-Payne and Lydia Thorpe, Senator Katie Gallagher was asked whether any organisations were consulted. Comments made could have been heard as suggesting consultations did take place. Both EJA and ACOS would like to make clear that we were at no point consulted on the Schedule 5 amendment. EJA and ACOS confirmed that, from the first notification from the government about the proposed Schedule 5, both organisations have made clear that we oppose the Schedule 5 amendment. Subsequent to learning of the addition of Schedule 5 to the bill, both organisations have put out strong statements opposing it, and each organisation has urged Parliament to reject Schedule 5. We continue to urge all parliamentarians to reject Schedule 5 in its entirety. And then there are a couple of links to their individual statements. Minister, I just wanted to get some clarity. Earlier today you talked about the fact that you were talking with ACOS and EJA about the way that they could work with you in relation to this Schedule 5. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on what those discussions have actually entailed?
Well, just to be clear in relation to that, I never once said that those organisations had been consulted. I said they were advised. So I don't think there is any if people have misinterpreted my comments, I just wanted to be clear about that. I said they were advised ahead of the government's public announcement, and that remains a fact. My other comments this morning were that the Minister has indicated she is prepared to work with those organisations as guidance around how that part of the bill will work once it passes, and if it passes the Senate. So that is really a matter for the Minister and those organisations to determine.
Senator Allman-Payne.
So I just want to clarify, because this morning I thought my understanding was that there had been discussions about how they could do that. So just for clarity, at this point, is it just the case that the Minister has indicated they will work with them, not that any discussions have happened about how that might occur?
Yes. No, I didn't indicate that there had been discussions about that. I said that the minister had indicated that to those organisations that she was prepared to work with them, and I'm just advised that she has written to them to that effect.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
Minister, could you advise on what date the minister wrote to the organisations to that effect?
Minister?
I don't have the exact date, but it was last week, I understand.
Senator Orman-Payne? Yep, no more. So now. The question is that Schedule 5 stand as printed. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Aye. Believe the ayes have it.
So we need somebody to move another amendment because we've dealt with this box here.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we go to the next item? Anyone got an amendment? Anyone want to move an amendment? You've got quite a few things.
I'll wait to get the call.
Yeah, Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move amendments 1 to 6 on sheet 3499 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted.
So she's going to do them one at a time.
No, I'm happy to give her
Okay.
unless I don't see the reasons why we wouldn't
So leave is granted? Yeah. Leave is granted. Leave is granted. Oh, Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. The Greens have real concerns about the retrospective validation of income apportionment. We understand this is not the first time that Minister Plibersek has retrospectively made lawful things that were unlawful. She did something similar when she was previously the minister. I just want to find my right page. We have a concern that the retrospective validation of income apportionment will impact people's rights, in particular the ability for individuals to challenge convictions arising from this unlawful method, and it represents a bad precedent for future legislation. In relation to this particular part of the bill, the government has been unable to provide clarity regarding support for individuals who've been subject to a conviction as a result of income apportionment. And I note that Dr Rudge has noted in their submission to the inquiry on this bill, he quotes, or I quote, "Indeed, the implications of a person accepting the resolution payment are of great concern. It does not appear clear to me whether the person forfeits their rights to appeal the income apportioned debt or to appeal any criminal conviction that may have arisen in respect of the income apportioned debt. This should be clarified, and no such forfeiture should be the consequence of the resolution payment scheme created by this bill." I guess my question to the Minister is, why is retrospectivity necessary, and would it undermine the resolution scheme? And if so, how do you say that it would do that?
Minister.
Thank you. I think I can answer in the way I'm going to respond to this amendment. The government will be opposing this amendment. Retrospective validation of income apportionment is a central part of the government's resolution approach and is necessary to manage the legal, resourcing and operational risks posed by income apportionment. Retrospective validation recognises income apportionment, although not consistent with the legislation prior to this bill, was nonetheless a reasonable method for determining the extent to which someone's income affects their entitlements to a social security pension. or payment. In the vast majority of cases, income apportionment only affected debts around the margins. The person did own a debt. The question was just by how much. Without retrospective validation, millions of social security decisions going back decades will remain incorrect at law. Going back and recalculating millions of debts is not viable. Debts many years old would have to be reopened, which could cause distress and protracted uncertainty for the millions of current and former social security recipients affected. It could cost up to an estimated $9 billion, require thousands of officials working over many years, and divert resources from frontline services. Section 1117C in Schedule 1 of the bill expressly preserves individuals' right to bring legal proceedings and pursue legal remedies in respect of any existing cause of action. For example, any common law remedy such as compensation that may be available in relation to the use of income apportionment. Decisions affected by income apportionments can still be reviewed. If a decision affected by income apportionment is reviewed in future, it will be reviewed in line with the method in this bill.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Minister, during the inquiry into this bill, when the person giving evidence from Economic Justice Australia was asked whether they had concerns about retrospectivity, their comment in the inquiry was that it wasn't their preferred approach, but that it wasn't on the table. But their preferred approach was to waive the debts. And noting that many of these debts are very old, so I guess my question is, why has the government gone down the path of making past actions that were unlawful, lawful, which is effectively giving the department a free pass for more unlawful activity, which we see repeatedly in the Department of Social Services? Why did the government choose to go down that path when they could have simply waived outstanding debts?
Minister.
So, on the issue of income apportionment, this practice was utilised and over many years, I think going back to the 1990s, and it was understood to be a lawful way of interpreting the social security legislation. As it turns out, as senators know, that has now become clear it is incorrect, and that process had been used in an inconsistent way with the legislation. And as I just said in relation to explaining our opposition to the amendment being moved, and I understand retrospective legislation is something that is used very, very rarely. Nobody, I think, enjoys coming in and doing retrospective legislation. There is, on very rare occasions, times when it is the appropriate course of action, and in relation to the issues that I've just outlined, in relation to the costs, in relation to the millions of customers that would have to go back, and the amount of resources that would be displaced to go and deal with this if we weren't retrospectively dealing with this matter, I think is just unreasonable. And in the vast majority of cases, income apportionment only affected debts around the margins. Like I just said, these are the situations where the person was overpaid. The question is just by how much. Most of those debts are not due to fraud. Debts can occur because a person made a mistake when reporting or due to an unintended oversight, but they are still debts. And I think that needs to be understood. And in the vast majority of those cases, it would be unreasonable to waive that debt in full. For example, there was a $3,900 New Start allowance debt that arose because a person misrepresented their earnings from multiple employers for 10 months in 2016. when recalculated, that debt decreased by $300, but this is still a significant amount owed to the government. So the government decided, based on all of the information available to us and the resources that would have to be deployed if we were to go back and investigate all of those cases, and in some cases spending hours only to find out that income apportionment wasn't used. So there are all of those examples as well, that this was the most appropriate course of action.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Minister, we currently have a situation where we've got Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, I guess in conjunction with Services Australia, having to regularly indicate that they are, for example, suspending payment cancellations because it turns out that the basis on which that was happening is unlawful. We've got a department that is telling people, has said in estimates that they can't be certain that the targeted compliance framework in the way that it's been operationalised, this is to use their language, is consistent with the legislative requirements, which is another way of saying that it's unlawful. We have numerous occasions in the past where it just seems that Services Australia or the department miscalculates something, doesn't do it the way that it's supposed to. And I note that Dr Rudge said in his evidence to the inquiry into this bill that whilst there's this general view that everybody thought that what they were doing was lawful at the time, therefore it was fine, there were different ways that the department could have apportioned people's income, and this way, this unlawful way, was chosen in particular because they took the view that it was more likely to uncover fraud. So it was an active decision to do it that way. Minister, can you understand why people on income support are concerned at the fact that the government is again passing legislation to retrospectively validate something that was unlawful in circumstances where the department continues? I mean, robo-debt was the most egregious example, but we have this ongoing issue where unlawful activity takes place and then the government and the department get a free pass. Can you understand why that causes such levels of concern and distrust amongst people on income support?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, just to be clear, that robo-debt and income apportionment, although they're often put together, are quite different from each other, and so I want to make that point clear. In relation to the work that's underway, and Minister Plibersek and I are dealing with a lot of issues that have been identified around the legislative framework and, you know, how it's put into practice, and where those issues arise, governments have to deal with them. Like, income apportionment hasn't happened since December 2020. I think it's December 2020. So this is not a current problem, but we are cleaning it up. We are trying to deal with it and make sure that the legislation aligns with practice. And dealing with that means on income apportionment, we have to go back 30 years and deal with the fact that that has now become clear as of December 2020, that the way that it was being done for 30 years was inconsistent with the legislative framework. So we're dealing with it, and we're trying to deal with it in the fairest way. And we're dealing with it in terms of, you know, some of the changes we're putting in place on debt recovery and waiving debts. And I agree that trust in by people who use or who receive income support payments is essential, and part of trust, of making sure that we are trying to ensure there's trust in the system, is dealing with problems when they arise, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here today. And I've already said retrospective legislation is not something that anyone comes into this chamber happy to do, but there are times where it is the most appropriate form of action or course of action in order to deal with a problem that affects millions over 30 years and to deal with it in the most reasonable and careful way. And that's what this bill does.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Minister, the relevant legal case that has essentially given rise to this.
Apologies. It being 8 p.m, I shall report to the Senate. The committee reports progress. I propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in. That's all. Yes. Oh, Senator Grogan.
Thank you. On this last sitting week, I thought I would take a moment to reflect on the year that was. And it has been an incredible year, particularly for us on this side of the chamber. We've seen the population of this country reject the divisive, aggressive and unnecessary policies of the coalition and support a government who has proven over its first term to support them. I was particularly proud of the result we had in South Australia, in my home state, where we welcomed the amazing Senator Charlotte Walker to our caucus, and it was excellent to have her join myself and Senator Muriel Smith, with the three of us being elected at this most recent election. We also retained all our lower house seats in South Australia and also added the excellent Claire Clutterham, the member for Sturt, to our ranks in the other place. All of our caucus members, not just the amazing ones in South Australia, but across the whole country, have hit the ground running. They are bringing a diversity and a richness and a strength to our caucus and to this place in terms of representing the people of Australia. Throughout the election campaign, I had the pleasure of continuing to engage, and in being re-elected, I now get another 6 years of continuing to engage with the good people of the seat of Grey, which is my duty electorate. And engaging with those communities is so rewarding. Their experience is quite different to the metro areas, and we know as a country we have a very strong saturation of people in our metro areas, and in South Australia that's particularly pointed. So when we look at the policies we roll out and the way that governments prioritise what they're going to do, it impacts most significantly on those people in those more regional areas where the population is more sparse, where delivery of services can be so much harder. So to be able to see what rolling out an urgent care clinic or bringing on a Medicare mental health centre, or to see a GP service in these regional areas jumping to sign up to bulk billing, these things really, really matter to those people, and they are a result of the historic investment that our government, the Albanese Labor government, has made into health services. Not to mention the reduction in their PBS scripts and all the other great developments that we've seen. We've seen a lot of expansion in our hospitals, a lot of capacity worked on there, which is really, like I say, really, really important in those regional areas. But then there's also the 20% reduction to student debt. That's enormous. The number of students I've met who've benefited from our approach to the university sector, who've benefited from free TAFE. There's 24,000 students who've benefited from free TAFE in South Australia alone. And when I talk to students in Port Lincoln who've spent their whole lives wanting to be nurses and now they have the chance, or talking to young people who want to get into a trade or who want to go and work on submarines out at Osborne, that they now have these opportunities. They have these opportunities across the board to undertake things that they couldn't previously afford. And to see that opportunity play out really is so delightful and so encouraging. And it really makes me so proud to be standing here as a member of the Albanese Labor government. But we've seen challenges as well, from the algal bloom to drought. These things have really impacted our communities. And I was particularly keen to see the changes that we've made in terms of the way we're working hand in hand with the Malinowskis government for a $30 million boost to the Farm Business Resilience Program and the Regional Drought Resilience Program, and a really important additional $1 billion into the Regional Investment Corporation, so that we can ensure that farmers can continue to access concessional lending, which is so important to them. Our regional areas really are the heart and soul of our communities, and to see how they're benefiting from the Albanese Labor government's policies is
Senator
excellent.
Grogan, your time's expired. Senator Scarr.
Deputy President, I'd like to pay my deep respects and congratulations to the graduating class of Goodna Special School in 2025. It was my absolute honour to attend their graduation ceremony earlier this month. I'd like to congratulate the class, all the members of the class, the staff, the PNC, all of the families for this momentous occasion. In particular, I'd like to congratulate the school captains, Jack Taylor and Marianne Takato, and also I'd like to congratulate Ozair Mahudin, who received the prestigious Milton Dick Award, named and donated by my good friend, the Speaker in the House of Representatives, which is a recognition of leadership and excellence that speaks volumes about his dedication and character. And in closing, I'd like to quote from the speech that the school captains gave, Jack and Marianne, because I think there's a paragraph we should all take heed of. Being school captains has been such an honour. We learned that being a leader isn't about having all the answers. It's about helping others, working as a team and making sure no one is left behind. So congratulations to you, Jack and Marianne, for a great job as school captains, and I'd like to congratulate the whole graduating class of 2025 from Goodna Special School. Deputy President, we have a wonderful Kenyan community in my home state of Queensland, and Kenyans in Queensland Inc. has done fabulous work over the course of the last 12 months. They've held cultural festivals, they've reached out to Kenyan international students and provided assistance and support, and last month, or this month earlier, they held their annual gala and awards night dinner. And at this dinner, I was very moved to meet a lady called Dr. Diana Cannoli. And Diana's brother, Felix Kwame Ruma, has passed away just recently in Queensland. And I want to quote to you from Diana's email to me. Quote, "In this time of loss, our family has been deeply supported by the Kenyans in Queensland community under the leadership of President Anthony Kamau. Their guidance, compassion and unwavering support throughout the administrative and coronial processes and through the arrangements following Felix's passing have been invaluable. The family wishes to place on record their sincere appreciation for the remarkable efforts and the spirit of community embodied by the KIQ." And I would like to say something about Diana's brother, Felix, who passed. He established a really special relationship with the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council. And I want to quote to you some words from Mayor Bruce Simpson of the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council. "Felix brought a sense of trust that's hard to measure, a rare gift in such a short window of acquaintance. His enthusiasm for uplifting the community, especially through empowering our youth with technology and artificial intelligence, was infectious. Already, Felix's legacy is creating new possibilities for our young people and elders alike. He resonated with our shared vision by this powerful example of self-determination and community building." End quote. So I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of the late Felix Kwame Ruma, and I'd also like to acknowledge the support with Kenyans in Queensland gave to Felix's sister, Diana. Deputy President, I was delighted to attend Lankan Fest 2025 in Melbourne on 16 November 2025. And this is a showcase of the best of Sri Lankan culture. And it was a wonderful, wonderful day. And I'd like to congratulate the President of the Organising Committee, President Dr. Demetha Demel, and all of his committee, all of the volunteers, all of the performers, everyone who contributed to this great day. And to think this day started, it's in its 10th year, it started when a group of people from our wonderful Sri Lankan Australian community got together in someone's lounge room in 2014. And the first festival was in 2015, and it's just grown and grown and grown. So congratulations to our wonderful Sri Lankan community in Melbourne for this festival. It did rain during the day, but I was told this is a blessing in Sri Lankan culture, just as our wonderful Sri Lankan community is a blessing for Australia.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. Across Australia, too many people, especially young people and older women, are being pushed into housing stress, couch surfing and homelessness. Housing is a human right. Your age, your income or your postcode should not determine whether or not you get a secure roof over your head. But the housing crisis didn't just happen. It is the result of political choices. For decades, governments, Labor and Liberal, have designed a system that delivers billions to big banks and property developers whilst locking out a whole generation from the opportunity for secure housing. We saw this clearly in Victoria with Labor's plan to bulldoze 44 public housing towers and hand over public land to private developers. And the human cost of these choices is simply devastating. Every year, nearly 40,000 children and young people in Australia have nowhere to live. 40,000. At the same time, women aged over 55 are the fastest growing cohort of people experiencing homelessness in Australia. In one of the richest countries in the world, this is nothing short of shameful. The Greens fought hard in the last Parliament and secured $3 billion in extra funding for public and community housing and an additional $500 million for urgent social housing upgrades. This was significant, but it's simply not enough. Young people are falling through the cracks, especially those leaving out-of-home care. At 18, many are effectively shown the door and left to fend for themselves. It's no wonder that so many of these young people end up homeless. Single older women are among the most marginalised when it comes to safe, affordable and suitable housing. Lifelong disadvantages such as the gender pay gap, caring responsibilities and lower paid work leaves them vulnerable. Research shows older women, especially private renters, are disproportionately trapped in housing that is both unaffordable and poor quality. We must do better. That's why the Home Time campaign is so important. Since launching in 2024, more than 150 services and agencies have joined forces to end youth homelessness and tackle the barriers that stop young people, especially those leaving care, from finding stable housing. They're calling for dedicated, wraparound housing and support so young people can build their lives on solid ground. The Homestretch initiative, which pushes to extend formal care to 21, is another crucial reform. At the other end of life, Housing for the Aged Action Group provides critical support to older people through activism, services and advocacy. I've met with representatives from these groups and their message is clear. Young people and older women deserve stability, not a cliff edge. It is heartbreaking and infuriating to watch younger Australians and older Australians being pushed into homelessness when we have the resources to keep them safe. To Home Time, Homestretch, Housing for the Aged Action Group and all of those fighting for the right to housing, we thank you. Your work is vital and the Greens will keep fighting alongside you.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I rise to make a contribution about workplace relations, particularly with regard to Black Friday. This Friday marks the start of the Black Friday weekend, and according to recent reports from the ABC, around 6 million Australians are expected to take part in a weekend of major markdowns and bulk purchasing incentives. Many will turn to online shopping to avoid the chaos at shopping centres. The online shopping realm presents as a desirable retail experience for many Australian consumers who will manage to check off Christmas lists and even grocery shop from the comfort of their home this festive season. I do encourage them to think, though, about their local small businesses, see what they can do to support business in their own area. The online retailer has perhaps been most successful in promoting the convenience and cheap prices that consumers covet is Amazon. As a Goliath of the e-retail space, Amazon owns a substantial share of the online retail market in Australia. This isn't, in my view, something to celebrate. Instead, as we head into this festive season, we must pause and recognise the workers whose labour underpins every click, every parcel, every promise of convenience. Those workers are the ones who make this retail frenzy possible. While Black Friday is certainly an exciting event for many Australians, it's far less festive for Amazon distribution workers who will face immense pressure in an already stressful anti-worker environment. The environment of Amazon rids employees of their human and workers' rights. Amazon has intrusive surveillance practices. Amazon forces employees to work and live like the very machines that surround them. This week, the Transport Workers Union and the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association are campaigning to protect Australian jobs and businesses that fall victim to the exploitative and deplorable actions of Amazon. Today, I'm proud to stand in this chamber and support the SDA and the TWU and their push as part of a global movement to make Amazon pay. I note that in 2025, Amazon is continuing its globally disgraceful record of union busting, denying collective bargaining, and pursuing corporate arrogance. In Quebec, Amazon made its stance clear. Rather than negotiate a fair union arrangement for fair wages, fair working conditions for ordinary Canadians, it instead chose to close 7 warehouses, punishing more than 3,500 workers simply for standing together in solidarity. That will not wash in Australia. In Australia, Amazon, though, has employed similar tactics. They've routinely attempted to silence workers who raise concerns about their health and safety. They disregard issues raised by union members. And very, very significantly, they have refused to engage with workers seeking representation. And in doing so, in enacting these responses to workers' requests and conditions, Amazon is systematically denying its workers a voice. Equally alarming is Amazon's willingness to overstep legal and ethical boundaries in pursuit of intrusive and excessive surveillance practices, behaviour that governments are now taking notice of. In France, the National Data Regulator fined Amazon $57.4 million for an excessively intrusive monitoring system that tracked employees' scanner inactivity and productivity rates. So how can we trust Amazon? How can we even believe that they'll uphold the obligations that they've agreed to when they continuously mistreat their workers and overstep legal boundaries? We cannot allow Amazon's track of exploitation to go unchecked, particularly when it benefits from lucrative public contracts. That's why the Albanese Labor government's recent move to require agencies to assess the ethical conduct of bidding firms is a crucial step in the right direction. This reform sends a clear message. If you want to access public money, you have to meet the public's expectations. A fair day's work for a fair day's pay. People are not machines. They cannot be mechanised and they should not be intrusively observed and turned into machines. That is a dehumanising practice. Amazon needs to review its practices and fix a disgraceful record. This Parliament will no longer be witness to deplorable flaunting of legal obligations and imaginary ethical standards. The days of profits first, accountability later are over. I congratulate the SDA and the TWU on their campaign.
Your time's expired. Senator Dean Smith.
I rise this evening to recognise a remarkable Western Australian,
Ms Vion Geneve, and to congratulate her on her retirement as President of the Art Deco and Modernist Society of Western Australia, a role she has fulfilled with unmatched dedication and scholarship. This year marks a truly rare convergence of milestones, the grand century of Art Deco and Ms Geneve's own entry into her 10th decade, celebrating her 91st birthday on the 3rd of June. It is a fitting moment for her to pass the baton, for few have done more to champion and safeguard Western Australia's proud Art Deco and modernist heritage. Western Australia's Art Deco story is unique. The post-Depression recovery and the gold mining boom of the 1930s left Perth and regional Western Australia a rich architectural legacy. Yet the demolition blitz of the 1960s and subsequent decades wiped out much of St George's Terrace, including cinemas and beloved buildings that defined our city. It was in this climate that in 1987 Vion Geneve stepped forward. Her research, advocacy and resolve led to the formation of the Society and helped galvanise public awareness and WA's architectural heritage. Under her leadership, the Society became a founding member of the International Coalition of Art Deco Societies, hosted the 1991 World Congress on Art Deco, helped shape Western Australia's first heritage legislation, and worked with the National Trust to create the most extensive inventory of Art Deco structures in the state. The Society has saved iconic buildings, from the Raffles, Cottesloe and Swanbourne hotels, and today it leads the fight to preserve the Windsor Cinema in Nedlands. Ms Geneve's outstanding scholarship includes the acclaimed Picture Palaces of the Golden West, a definitive record of WA's golden age of cinema. Her retirement follows a triumphant autumn program, including discovery walks and an exhibition drawing over 3,500 visitors. Though stepping down as President, Ms Geneve will serve as President Emeritus, contributing to the much-loved Dear Decophile newsletter. Tonight, I would like to thank my good friend Vion for a lifetime of stewardship and scholarship to Western Australia's built and cultural heritage.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm going to read out the transcript of an interview between President Adyang of Nauru and Joanna Olsen of the Nauru Government Information Office. This interview was posted to Facebook on the 17th of February 2025 and has been translated by an independent translator. My thanks to the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre for providing this copy. Question. Good afternoon, Your Excellency. This news that Nauru has entered a new agreement with Australia where it states that we will be accepting non-citizens from Australia known as the NZYQ. Who are these NZYQ? Answer. It does not matter as much what they are called. What does matter is what type of people they are. The particular group Australia is asking us to take are not people of Australia. They are in Australia, they have committed a crime, served their time in jail, and are now out and living within the communities of Australia, and now leading their lives not unlike any other person living in Australia. Now Australia has been trying to return them to their home countries, and they have been unable to for multiple reasons. Because they are unable to, Nauru and Australia have joined into a partnership due to our history where we have been able to home people on our land like people who sought asylum or those who are refugees. To clarify, these people are not refugees. They are regular people, but their background and their history is that they have been to jail. These days they are free to roam around Australia, and while they are no longer under penalties, but they are not of that place, and despite Australia's preference to send them home, they are unable to. So that is what we have entered into. We will help Australia take these people and allow them to live amongst us. Question. Regarding this agreement, this is great for Australia as far as protecting their communities. We in Nauru, have we reached a point where we can take care of people like this? Answer. We have looked at every corner of this arrangement. This has been going on since last year. It's not like we slept and woke up and got asked something big. We have thought about it since last year that it is not unlike the RPC arrangement that we are still undergoing here at home. If we remember, the people that have come here under the RPC arrangement are not without their own history. They have come from war-torn areas. Some have taken lives, some have abused people, and when they have come here, they have not interfered with anything. They have just come here, they live their way. They want to just continue their lives because we are a country and a people that are peaceful. That is also our attitude at the moment. We say that these people that are coming, there are some that are just going to want to continue their lives and will want to build their lives up in a peaceful way, just like each and every one of us. The visa they have, how is it different? Question. The visa they have, how is it different to the one that we're offering to the RPC cohort? How long are they going to be in Nauru and what rules of their visa? Answer. When they are given the visa, it is clear all of us to all of us that we have given them a place here. 35, if we say 30 years, then 30 years is what are given. Unless, of course, we, your government, find a way to move them around, for example, they get to go home. The problem now is Australia cannot return them home. These people are what you would refer to as stateless. Their homelands do not want them and they do not have a way to go home. And if over time we find a way to return them home, then of course they will not reach the 30 years. But the visa we're providing them to start is 30 years. It's the same as everyone we brought in during RPC. They can work. We also encourage them to work so they feel like they contribute to our community. Nothing will be stopping them. But they will have a 30-year visa rather than the shorter visas. That's the only difference. Otherwise, they're also subject to the laws of Nauru. If they break the laws of our home, they will follow our normal legal process, taking them to court, sending them to jail if needed, fining them if needed. We are anticipating that now we are talking, it is not that they are breaking the laws in Australia, but Australia does not want them because they are not from there. So we will take them for the time being. We are not anticipating that they are wanting to come here and break laws. They just want to continue their lives.
Senator Shoebridge, there is a few minutes left.
To continue, question, because the background of these people that they are saying have committed crimes, the safety concerns of the people of Nauru, what does the government have to say to ease their gut about the fact and the shock that they are living within their community? Answer. The first thing we have to remember is that these people have their time in jail. They have a history, yes, but they also have a present. And the present of these people now is that they are living within the people of Australia and are not committing crimes. Some of them are just enjoying their lives and continuing their lives, but they are not from here and Australia does not want them. And for some reason, some legal reasons, they cannot be deported. So we are the solution to them being moved from here. I did want to provide a solution, but to address our own, it's not that different from how we protected our community back when the refugees first came. And after we allowed them out of detention to settle within our community, they also had a history and we also have a history. There are some that have come out of jail here with their own histories. We weren't harmed and we won't be harmed. So, of course, there are extra community safety arrangements that we will bring out to look after our community. Maybe, for example, and help them, NZYQ, a little with their movements and to ease the shock of the community. Because the biggest thing I see now is that there will be surprise people. And we have to remember that this is not the first time that we've let foreigners come to our home. And it will not be the first time we've accepted foreigners with backgrounds that are not 100% pristine. And we know how to handle arrangements like this, and we also know how to empower the lives of these people, and we know how to take care of them, and we get along just fine. And we hold that we will be fine. We will bring out a lot of things for this, and we'll welcome the input of the community if they want to give us their feedback on how to make them feel safe, more secure. They can make contact with their relevant members of Parliament and ministers to let us know. I've also sat with the opposition recently to give them all of the facts of this thing that we have entered, so they know what is true and what isn't true. The Australian media will have their own spin on it, but what I have to given you is what is true to all of us, to my knowledge. There are 3 people that will come first within days, maybe less than a week. We know their profile, what their names are, their backgrounds and their ages. And we have already prepared them a space. We have prepared the safety protocols to protect them and to protect us. We are not overwhelmed because we have already gone through these things. This is not new here. The only new thing is they are not refugees. Question, if the 30-year ends and we have not resettled them in another country, what is Nauru and Australia's plan? Answer, well, I guess in 30 years' time there will have to be meetings between the government of Nauru and the government of Australia and what we're going to do about these people. But that's a long way into the future. I do trust, however, that maybe before then we will little by little be able to return these people home if they want that. I also anticipate that these people will have family from Australia. They will want to visit them here and we are not closed off to that. Just like when the refugees were here, we allowed their families to visit them here. We opened our arms to them and we'll do that with these people also. Deputy President, I want to thank my colleague Senator Pocock and I want to thank the ASRC for joining with me tonight to tell the truth about this interview, because this is the interview that the government has refused to produce. This is the interpretation. This is an interpretation, an accredited interpretation of the interview that President Adiang gave when the announcement came, not from our own minister, but the announcement leaked out from Nauru about a $2.5 billion secret deal. And this government has been trying to keep this secret from the Australian people, refusing to produce their own interpretation, refusing to tell the Australian people what the Nauruan president said. So I know that Senator Pocock and I have read it out in somewhat of a rush, but we did it because we wouldn't be certain to get it on the record in the time that we had available. And it should have been the government that told the Australian people of this. It should have been the government that had the decency to step forward and be honest with the Australian people about what the Nauruan president said. And there's reasons why, no doubt, the government wanted to hide this. Because President Adiang wrongly makes the statement, no doubt on advice from the Australian government, that none of the NZYQ cohort are refugees. Plainly wrong. Now, did the government tell them that? Did our government mislead the Nauruan government? Do they adhere to what the Nauruan president said about these people not being refugees? None of them refugees. And they're probably also embarrassed by the fact that President Adian has made it very clear he wants these people to return from the country they came from. We know that they have fled from persecution by and large. Does the Australian government join with the Nauruan president in wanting to send people back to persecution in Iran, in Iraq, in Russia, in Sudan? Finally, we get to read the truth onto the record. And I want to again thank the ASRC for the work they've done on this.
Senator Shoebridge, your time has expired. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 12 noon.